will be broadcast live right next door. So if you couldn't find a seat, there's also the option to follow the discussion from the other room. Thank you so much. Why is he? Kindly clear the aisles, ladies and gentlemen, and please take your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Master of Ceremony, Ali Aslan. Prime Minister Plenković, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a very good morning here on day 2 of the Dubrovnik Forum, ladies and gentlemen. And I can tell you it is, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we've had a very productive, very constructive first day yesterday, ended on a very high note, needless to say, with the beautiful setting by the sea. And just as we started on a high note, we are going to start day 2, of course, on a very high note with a panel titled The Age of Multipolarity. For those just joining us for day 2, once again, I'm Ali Aslan. I'm an international moderator and journalist. And once again, it is my great pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies for the second day. And I also have the great pleasure of moderating now this coming session, which I'm very much looking forward to. The Age of Multipolarity, navigating new realities, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we will be discussing with 4 outstanding speakers who will be shedding light on where the risks and challenges lie for Europe, but also for other countries as well. First up, ladies and gentlemen, he needs very little introduction in Europe and certainly none here in this country. Please welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister. I'm also delighted to welcome to the stage the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy. Please welcome Antonio Tajani, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Very delighted to welcome to the stage the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Alain Berset, ladies and gentlemen, is here with us. And last but certainly not least, we have the OSCE Secretary General. Please welcome Feridun Sinirlioğlu. It's great to have you all here for the very first panel of the day titled The Age of Multipolarity, the very theme, obviously, that is making up the Dubrovnik Forum here as well. Gentlemen, great to have you here, much to discuss. Needless to say, just looking at the headlines on a day-to-day basis tell us that we are going through some turbulent and tumultuous times. And I'm very delighted to be joined here by 4 distinguished gentlemen who will be able to tell us about where we as a continent are heading. Prime Minister, it's great to have you with us here, here at the Dubrovnik Forum on day 2. You are now one of the longest serving and experienced politicians here in Europe. So you've seen your fair share of crises, of challenges, and so on and so forth. If you look at the current state that we're in right now in the international community, but also in terms of where we are in the state of Europe. Is this the most challenging time that you can remember as Prime Minister? Is this the most challenging period of your reign?
First of all, thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. Respect to the fellow speakers, and thanks to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gordan Grlić-Radman, for again putting up really an excellent Dubrovnik forum, and basically on its 20th anniversary. Indeed, the last couple of years were full of crisis and full of governance challenges, generally speaking, in the international community and also in the international organizations. I believe that there are multiple challenges. One is there is a clear lack of respect for international law as a concept, something that has shaken the international orders. The other one is the many times now conflicting approach in the global governance, stemming from the most influential and the strongest states in the world. This is perhaps even a bigger problem, because if it's someone small and weak violating, it can be addressed. But if it's someone big, then the problem stays, and this is the problem. Third element is that we have undergone the incredible mix of security, energy, economic, and social tensions all happening at the same time, which from the perspective of governments, especially the executive branch, puts you in a position to play at different fields at the same time, preserve the social cohesion, buffer the threats to your citizens, to your economic operators, and eventually keep up the sound budgetary and economic policies. So it requires a lot of courageous and swift decision-making, sometimes completely out of the box in terms of general principles or the political philosophy that we adhere to. For instance, we come from a center-right party here in Croatia, and we are supposed to say free market, responsibility of an individual, social market economy, yes, but we ended up intervening all the time. So I never thought that in my tenure as a prime minister I was going to be the one who would, to be polite to myself, was putting up safety networks, but basically we were intervening in economy in order to run it well. And I think that some principles which we were used to are not functional anymore. The other element, which is perhaps the most difficult one recently, is besides the aggressions, besides taking someone else's territory, especially if it's a smaller neighbor, is the weaponization of tariff and trade policy. This has become a big issue, where I believe we need to address it in a more sometimes bilateral manner, but also in a multilateral sense, because if we witness the erosion of international organizations for smaller and medium-sized states, it's not the most favorable playing field. I don't think we're at a level playing field at that moment. That's why our position as a smaller country within the European Union is to strengthen the European Union as such, both in terms of defense and security, and second, in terms of competitiveness and cohesion.
So certainly you've laid out many aspects here of the challenges that you're facing as Prime Minister, but certainly as a European leader as well. We're talking about a fragmented global landscape. We're talking about an era defined by power politics. And so you would subscribe and sign off on the title, The Age of Multipolarity. We do live in an age of multipolarity. That is what you're subscribing, and that is what you are projecting here this morning.
No, that's what the minister put up, so I can't,
there you have it.
Can't be against. But
yes.
the key thing is that we keep a good compass over there.
Yes, indeed.
We don't keep the compass, then it gets
indeed
problematic.
I just want to see if you're both on the same page. You are. It seems that way. The age of multipolarity, Foreign Minister Tajani, is also something, of course, that you, as the seasoned and highest-ranking diplomats of your country, is facing on a daily basis. Seeing all the challenges that the Prime Minister just laid out certainly pertain to you as Italian Foreign Minister as well. Is this specifically, as a very seasoned diplomat and politician that you are, is this a very complicated, this is a very challenging time for you as well as Foreign Minister?
First of all, good morning, everybody. I want to thank my friend Andrea, my friend Gordan Dubravka, so Croatian friends. We are working hard together for achieving the same goal. The situation, of course, in this moment is very complicated. For this, we need more Europe. This is my idea, because if you want to work for the stability, first of all, in our region is not only the Mediterranean region, it's also Middle East, Red Sea, because we are industrial and trade countries. For this is important to work for peace, for stability. We need more Europe. We need a strategy. It's important to be more united among us, to work hard for because now we are in the middle of the unification of the market union is important for us, and we need to do more for the financial market, for energy market. We need to move on in this direction if we want to protect 500 million people living in our countries in Europe. As is important also the reunification of the Western Balkans with Europe. This is another crucial point for us. But because there are now USA, Russia, China, India, the question is, and Europe, it's our job. I believe in a strong Europe if we want to protect our values. And we are, America and Europe are two faces of the same coin. But this is important also to defend the West, our values, freedom market. Because in this moment we are fighting between democracies and autocracies. For this we need a strongest Europe. It's our job, not only blah, 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 but we need to be united if we want really to work for a good situation. We need to balance this situation. Democracies are in danger. It's our job to work all together. Also, this debate today is important for sending a clear messages as Europeans. I think also NATO will play an important role for the stability, because NATO is not only a military agreement, it's first of all a political agreement, because inside there are not only European countries, not only America, but also Canada, Turkey, and other Western Balkan countries. For this is important also in this sector, working for stability and peace. We need more politics. We need to move on also at the economic level, on energy. For this, as a financial sector, banking sector. Banking union is another important point for us. I want to underline this point. We need Europe for the stability in the world. In this difficult moment, there are here a lot of friends, former members of the European Parliament, as Andrei, as DUBROVNIK, and other friends, Paulo Rangel, Minister for the Affairs of Portugal. We understand very well the importance of you living in Brussels. This is not only the red tape of Brussels. Europe is our identity. It's also the only one solution if you want to work for the stability, if you want to protect our values in the world.
We need more Europe. I think that has become resoundingly clear from your statements, very unambiguous. We need more Europe in order to face the challenges that we are facing here in the 21st century, in order for Europe to project strength in this era defined by power politics. I'm going to revert to you, of course, in just a moment.
Absolutely. Yeah. We need to be more present also in the Middle East, Lebanon. We need to 2 days ago, I was in France for the meeting between Italy and France. Our decision is to be present also after the end of the UNIFIL for working for peace and stability in Lebanon. We need to work hard for stability in the Hormuz, because our future is on energy, is Hormuz, oil, gas, but also fertilizers. I remember a very good initiative chaired by Gordon and me on fertilizers with the Arab countries, because this is another key point for the stability of Africa, because agriculture is crucial in many African countries. But we need to work also as Europeans for another important project, IMEC. Italy decided to leave the Road and Belt Initiative because we don't believe in this strategy. We are friends of China, but this not, our position is different on trade. For this corridor is crucial because we will involve India, Middle East, Gulf countries, African countries as Egypt. We need to involve all the Mediterranean countries. That also, this is important to have this corridor. 2 ports in Europe, one Marseille, other in Trieste, and this corridor will be important also for all the Western Balkan countries, because we will involve more ports in Croatia, in the other Albania, Montenegro. For this, we need to look at this infrastructural and trade corridor. This is the future for our economies.
Very clear words as far as the need for new coalitions and partnerships are concerned. I'm going to come back to you in just a while, Foreign Minister, to elaborate, of course, on that concept. But you said we need more Europe, and that's obviously something that the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Alain Berset, would undoubtedly sign off on immediately. Alain Berset, if you heard the Prime Minister speak, you heard the Foreign Minister speak about not just the challenges, but also about the homework that Europe needs to do in order to be well equipped for the 21st century. Please chime in.
I think. Thank you very much, first of all, for participating to this panel this morning. A great pleasure and honor for me. I think we all face and all see. We all make the same assessment about the situation. I mean, there is a huge change in the international order. We must name this clearly. It is what I call a rupture in the international order, and this rupture is running really deep. Just think, just 2 examples, Russia against Ukraine. We can also mention Greenland. This quite weird discussion that we had over Greenland and Greenland recently, and this is the reality. And the question then, in this polarity, we are also facing multiple different problems that we need to address at the same time. That's the complexity we are facing, and the Prime Minister and Minister Tajani mentioned some of them. I would maybe add one dimension to this, and it is a dimension linked to the longer term. I'm always surprised how strongly we are overwhelmed by the very short term, you know. It's happening a lot of things. We have a lot of, would say, background noise in the discussion at the political level, and to define which are the strong lines in this situation is really important. And at the moment, I am concerned, and we are, I think, all concerned by a situation where we are seeing, for absolutely legitimate reasons, Europe's and European countries rearming at a scale not seen since the Second World War. At the same time, we all are speaking about backsliding democracies. What does it mean with the technology, with the divide, polarization of the debate? On the static view, no problem. On the dynamic view, in 10 years, what does it mean to have stronger armies than today, strongest since the Second World War, and weakened democracies? This should also interest us, and that's why I think this old divide, I would say, between so-called hard security and soft security is outdated. They are needed both, but we need to take this together and to invest also in strong institutions. In other words, a strong army is only a protection for a people and for a country and for a democracy if the democracy is strong enough to control it.
Yeah, thank you so much for your remarks, and of course touching upon very important subject matter. Europe for many, many decades projected soft power, but the times where we survive on that certainly is over. The security aspect that you mentioned is front and center in every single European country and on the continent as a whole. That's certainly something that the OSCE Secretary General Feridun Sinirlioğlu would subscribe to, as the term security is very much embedded in your institution's name. Feridun Sinirlioğlu, if you look at the situation in Europe right now, it seems that the peaceful times, if you will, where we could rely solely on our soft power are over. A new focus on security is very much needed. Where do you come in there?
Thank you. First, let me thank Prime Minister for hosting us in such a stunning setting. I think multipolarity is something that we always had. It is not a new thing. Unipolarity for a very short period of time was just an illusion, and it is over. It is good that it is over. The world is such a diverse place. We have never had a homogeneous world, and multipolarity is always good. Security in Europe is broken. We all know that. I mean, the security architecture, not the one that was constructed right after the Second World War, but constructed after the Helsinki Final Act, is broken. And today we see that the rules, norms, and values that we subscribe to are no longer with us. And the polarization is deeper, therefore the risks are higher. And on top of that, there is a lack of communication and a new wave of rearmament. I mean, last year only, the military spending in the world was $3 trillion. This will be doubled in 2035. Can you imagine? After 9 years, we are going to spend $6 trillion to military. And this creates not more security for all of us. Never ever in history has more arms ensured more security. We need, if we have these more arms to deter, then we need a credible deterrence. Because for deterrence, you need also risk reduction mechanisms, you need arms control, you need transparency in exchange of military informations. Without that, you will be prone to miscalculate. I mean, the most dangerous thing is miscalculation. And unfortunately, we are at the moment, at such a moment. You know, Russia thinks that Europe wants war with its, and Europe thinks Russia wants war with it. So there is such a divergence between the perceptions. And this is not a joke. I mean, we are lately very much thinking about the impossibility of the use of nuclear weapons, but don't forget, at the height of Cold War, the two sides realized that they are not threatening each other, but together with their cumulative destruction power, they have created a global existential threat. And that led to Helsinki Final Act, actually. And we are, again, at such a moment. We have to fix the security architecture that was broken, that we built together in 1975, that led to the accomplishments that created today's geopolitical map of Europe. And if you do not fix it, I think more dangerous times is waiting for us.
Yeah, I think we are at a juncture point as far as the fragility of the situation is concerned. Thank you so much for your remarks, Feridun Sinirlioğlu, stressing very much that spending in terms of defense has gone up tremendously all over the world, but certainly here on this continent, Prime Minister. The difference probably to 75 and the analogies that were just created is that back then Europe could still rely on the United States. If we're looking at the year 2026, I think it's safe to say that transatlantic reliability has weakened. The NATO summit is coming up in Ankara, obviously, very, very shortly, and the position and the situation of the US will be front and center again as far as the partnership with its European partners are concerned. Maybe also speaking from the Croatian point of view as far as defense spending is concerned. There's this decoupling, if you will, from the United States in terms of diplomatically, politically. How's your country faring with it? Give us some numbers as far as Croatia is concerned.
Well, for most of the audience, the numbers are really well known. We have fulfilled the existing pledge, which is 2% of GDP for defense and defense-related expenditure. We are around 2.1. Out of this, 34% is going for modernization, which means the acquiring of new weaponry, whether it's for our land forces, our marine, or our Air Force, and in that respect, there is a clear timeline of further increase of the investment and the expenditure for defense. We have a projected plan for 2030, 2035, and I believe that this new goal, which was set last year by the NATO summit, which is 3.5 plus 1.5, should be attained. But in order to do that, we need to work on ourselves. That is to say, work on our economy, work on our growth. We had a steady growth over the last 21 trimesters. Last year it was 3.4%. And the importance of such a differentiated position compared to before is that we have enough fiscal space to address the needs of the defense spending. Otherwise, if we will be faced internally with the debate, why are we spending on planes, tanks, and other weaponry when we could spend on health, on education, on social services, we need to find enough space for all. And that's why working on ourselves in terms of strengthening the economy, strengthening the functional institutions, which Alain said is extremely important, and that's where the balancing comes. I believe that what is currently happening, since you mentioned the transatlantic situation, is there is a clear operational plan of partial withdrawal of some of the US troops from Europe, which is clearly a novelty. It is, without any doubt, a consequence of certain actions of some European allies during the war in the Middle East. I think this is a bit of an abrupt reaction from the US administration. It's not surprising. But I think there is still enough space, and everything we heard, maybe Antonio can share more, from the G7 meeting in Evian, that the atmosphere was far more positive than before, starting from a jointly adopted declaration to a general tone. So it has been on and off, I would say, in a relationship between Europe and the United States within NATO or the EU-US relations, but I think we need to address these problems that persist on tariff and trade. This is where the big problem lies. So we have the weaponization of energy, weaponization, of course, of security, but the weaponization of tariff and trade between such long-standing allies is not very fruitful. It creates a lot of concern, and even the businesses have their own say. I think that increased tariffs that were imposed by the US on big trading partners are tough. When I spoke to, for instance, German Chancellor, this is a serious amount of money that goes somewhere else compared to before. So I think everybody's under pressure. The NATO summit, which will take place in Ankara, will probably end up with a very short conclusion. Another one-pager is, I think, being drafted, which I personally think it's smart. So looking for a more positive tone. Having been with Mark Rutte a few days ago in Brussels, my feeling is that it'll be a little bit more positive than expected, despite Hexet comments on the meeting where Ivan Anušić was the ministerial defense meeting also last week.
Yeah, whether the tone will be more positive or not remains to be seen. I think in old Facebook terms, relationship status, it's complicated. As far as the US and Europe is concerned. So that's certainly something that, yes, please.
Maybe you are familiar with the complications.
Well,
we are facing realities.
I am, but that's for another panel discussion. But Foreign Minister, as far as complications are concerned, as far as the transatlantic partners concerned, you actually just recently canceled a trip to the United States due to the highly publicized controversy over Prime Minister Maloney and Donald Trump's tweets back and forth. Is that how partners should talk to another? Is that how transatlantic alliances should work? That even for a seasoned diplomat like you, that must have surprised you.
But, of course, has been a surprise. But I think the transatlantic relations are the most important point for the Italian foreign policy. Transatlantic relations are relations between Italy, Europe, and the United States of America, not relations between the Italian government or the European governments and American governments. For this, we are friends of America with Trump, with Biden, with Bush, with Reagan, with Obama. And for Italy, there is a special link because there are millions of Americans coming from Italy. This is an incredible bridge, a strong bridge. Of course, we need to be stronger as Europeans. Because I don't want to talk on the boards of President Trump, on our Prime Minister. I will be in the American Embassy in the next days for the birthday of independence of the United States. We want to move on because it's more important, the friendship with America, than the words of the President on Italy, on the Prime Minister, incredible words. But now, for us, it's important to, in these relations, to strengthen the European position. We need to strengthen also on defense, but I prefer on security, to strengthen our European pillar. I believe in European defense. The European defense is not against NATO. It's part of NATO. But we need to work all together. I remember when I was commissioner, I worked hard with my colleague, French colleague Michel Barnier, on European industrial defense. We need to work hard on this. We need to work for the unification of our armies. We need to move in this direction if we want to strengthen our position. We need to spend more. To spend more in security is to spend more in favor of peace. Because when the situation is balanced, it's possible to strengthen peace. In other case, when there is Russia super strong in Europe, so and so, we are in danger. For this, we need to work hard for security. But security is not to spend money on weapons. It's also to spend money in infrastructures. For this is an example. Yesterday, there are Italian teams with the Italian Air Force leaving Italy for going to Venezuela. But we are helping thanks to the Italian Air Force. In every earthquake, I remember in Turkey, the last years, we sent with our Air Force team for helping on earthquake. This is important. Security is also to guarantee our life every day. For this, we need to spend more, of course. Not easy. We need to explain to our citizens, because when you say we spend more for security, but it's better to spend more for health, for example. Of course, we need to spend for health, but if you want to protect peace, we need to spend more on security. But we need to explain very well, talking with our public opinion. It's our job as politicians to talk with the citizens for explain why we need to spend in security. In the industry, Italy is in favor of the European champions. European, but also is important to work with our friends, members of NATO. Not only to buy European, but also to buy friends. I think UK, Turkey, United States, Japan. There is, for example, an aircraft we are working with Japan, UK, and probably in the next month also with Germany. For this, inside NATO, it's possible to work together also as Europeans, but also with our friends of NATO. But security is crucial. Italy wants to work on this. It's also a good message to America, because we are friends. We are not under the Americans. We are friends of America. But if we want to be friends, we need to strengthen our position. Otherwise, for the Americans, do you want to protect? You spend more. But if you want to be friends, if you want to be at the same level, we need to do more. For this, I insist, we need to do more as Europe, also with our new friends coming from the Western Balkans.
Yes, certainly a very passionate plea once again for Europe to project strength in this era defined by power politics in order to be a partner on face-to-face level.
Exactly.
Not as the relationship between the transatlantic relationship still is very strong, is still very important, says Foreign Minister Tajani, and I think that's certainly something with, in light of the upcoming NATO summit, everybody here on this panel can subscribe to. But Alain Berset, the foreign minister also was very adamant about new partnerships in this age of multipolarity in terms of looking for partners in the Mediterranean, in Africa. Now, the Council of Europe very much rooted in the belief of democracy, human rights, values. Does Europe still in a very credible manner in the year 2026, does it have the credibility to project those values to these new partners?
I mean, we are not here to teach others, you know. We are here to be strong for ourselves and then be strong to be able to enter in contact and to collaborate with others. But if you allow me just to come back to what was said before by Prime Minister Plenković and also Minister Tajani and Vice President of the Council Tajani on the relations with the US. I would say I share the words, and I share the wise words you said. Because, you know, we are friends since a very long time. It is not only dependent on what's happening in the very short term. We should have also in this regard the longer term in view. And I'm really quite strong, certain and confident that this partnership will remain strong on the long term. Also because, to be honest, I do not see really what would be the alternative on the long term for the US as well. It is a mutual interest to work together, and I think we need to remain calm, to work on this, thinking on the longer term. About the context now, and I fully share also the views about the broader context. And Minister Tajani was speaking about the Middle East, Lebanon, Egypt, you know, Mediterranean Sea. That's the most important thing. We need really to see outside, beyond our own borders. That's extremely important. To be strong between us, that means to be strong is also to use all the possibilities we have at the best possible level. We have a strong European Union. That is key. This is key. We have the Council of Europe with an unprecedented and huge common legal space between the 46. That's really important. We have the OSCE, extremely important also in the mandate. We need to use this at the best possible level because it is one of the answers to multipolarity. To be able to see different faces of the problem and to address also those different faces. And I come back now just shortly on what you mentioned before on democracy and on the values. I mean, this is probably a very strong element for Europe that we built in the aftermath of the terrible period that the continent also had to live in the Second World War. It was not the end of the difficulties. We had a lot then also in recent years. But at the same time, we have been able to take something positive from these tensions, to build this huge common legal space around the Convention on Human Rights, about the decision of the court. I mean, it's not always easy, you know, it's not linear. We have to discuss this because it must be also related to the context that the countries and member states are facing. But this is really a strength. We have, based on 1 million decisions of the court, a huge common legal space, a level playing field that is allowing us to be strong among the 46. And that's important because Turkey and UK and Ukraine and the South Caucasus and all the countries of the Balkans, but Kosovo, are also concerned and are also members of this. And we need to use this to push forward this stability, and then we will be stronger engaging, you know, in the context abroad. I think that's the right way to act in the wider geographical European family, based also on shared values since a very long time.
Yeah, certainly that's something that all gentlemen here on the stage can subscribe to. Europe still very much wants to project, in addition to the security concerns, wants to project the soft power elements that this continent has emboldened and inhabited for so long. Feridun Sinirlioğlu, if we're looking again at the security situation and of the age of multipolarity, certainly no lack of, unfortunately, no lack of conflicts here in this region and beyond that we've seen. The war in Ukraine, of course, we've seen the crisis in the Gulf, in Iran. As the Secretary General of the OSCE, looking at the role of Europe, these conflicts have revealed some vulnerabilities, haven't they? Are we learning from these lessons? Are we learning from these instances? What is your projection when you're talking to member states?
Absolutely. First, these two wars have also changed the technology of warfare, and this is something very new. And every military in the world are trying to adapt to the new technologies. And when we talk about technologies, I mean, the current situation, which is not only defined by the two wars that you have mentioned, but also the psychology of war, the fear from war, this is very widespread now. I mean, this creates a mindset that we can only be secure if we have hard security, hard power, and therefore the new wave of armament is underway. Now we have to convince people again that we can manage the psychology of war through diplomacy, through conversation with our adversaries even. I mean, that requires a dialogue, of course. But dialogue should be about not only talking, but also about listening and hearing the other side. That is very, very important, of course. And also, in the past, we should not forget, I followed very carefully what the previous speakers said about the US, Europe standing at the moment. But don't forget, during the Cold War, there was a bipolarity based on the balance of terror, meaning the balance of nuclear weapons. Today, we are going to have another bipolarity between artificial intelligence powers. And we have to admit, I mean, there are only two with superpowers in terms of artificial intelligence, US and China. And in this global equation, Europe can feel safe because US, in the end, will always be with Europe. I have no doubt about that. And I am not saying it because US is a participating state in my organization. This is a bare fact. I mean, we can see that. So I think what we need today is to think about how we overcome the psychology of war and which caused, the deterioration of the multilateral institutions, international law, and less spending to multilateralism and more spending to military. There is really an unacceptable dichotomy, and this is not something we are doing for the good of the future generations. That has to change.
Very strong and unambiguous remarks on your part, which I appreciate, saying if push comes to shove, the United States will always be on the side of Europe. We'll see if the current US administration would necessarily subscribe to that, but certainly the stacks have changed, Prime Minister. If we talked about Ukraine, a war that is unfortunately still ongoing, we talked about the war in Iran, which may or may not be over depending on which day we find ourselves at. If we're looking back 2022 versus 2026, are we stronger as Europe? Have we learned our lessons? Are we on the right track?
Well, I think that Putin has done more for the armament of NATO countries than the allies themselves. I think it was a wake-up call. Well, the first one was back 12 years ago, but it was relatively short, and then after the Minsk agreements, things were more or less at the concept of the frozen conflict, but unsolved crisis in Ukraine. But in 2022, such a blatant aggression that went straight to the capital of Kyiv was awakening for everyone. Even those who knew it became more aware. Those who didn't believe it completely altered their point of view of what security was. And I think that this sort of dormant feeling that Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization would always keep us safe, and there is Big Brother somewhere, and we don't have to invest into defense, it's gone. It's gone. That feeling is gone. I think everybody is now starting from a position. First, we need to strengthen ourselves. Second, we need to work hard that the functional partnership brings a automaticity in terms of reflex in case there is a external threat or an attack. And we need to work on those two dimensions. Therefore, I agree with Antonio, we have to somehow find ways of working with the United States closer, and at the same time strengthen the European defense. That's what everybody's doing. I think the new instruments, the financial instruments that are there, the strengthening of the industrial base of European defense, more cooperation of our defense industries, incredible new companies that have understood what's the modern warfare all about. Even in Croatia, we have some companies that literally didn't exist a couple of years ago. Now they're one of the most influential in terms of our economic global outreach. It's a new situation entirely, and that's why everybody's being assertive and active. And I believe that transatlantic partnership has brought so much good to the Western world that we should cultivate it. We can't abandon it. Just say, we will wake up one day and we are on our own, and you deal with the rest of the complicated parts of the world, as you would say.
And Prime Minister, one of the issues that have been revitalized by the war against Ukraine, interestingly enough, is the need, or rather the desire for EU enlargement, an issue that was not on the radar and a priority for Europe for many years. Certainly now it has taken on a very new sense of urgency. As far as EU enlargement, certainly vis-à-vis Western Balkan countries. We're hearing Montenegro might be next, Albania is closing their chapters with successful speeds. That is something that, as the last country, Croatia as the last country to join the European Union, that is, I think, a development that you must be quite happy about, isn't it?
Yes, I think Croatia has a very important perspective to share with the rest of the partners. First, I think we should go a little bit back and remember that Juncker said at the beginning of his commission, pas d'élargissement, and it was finished. The whole idea, the whole machine didn't really work hard to attain those objectives. The first mandate of von der Leyen was basically coping with multiple crises. There was no political will, no time, no focus for enlargement. What happened now in the second mandate are two major developments. One, majority of the European leaders feels obliged to give something to Ukraine in terms of European perspective. This is essential to understand. This was a big game changer. Not necessarily full-fledged membership as we used to know it, but something that can be politically helpful for Zelensky and the Ukrainian government at home, given the fact that NATO is a no-go. It was a very clear statement of the United States. And in terms of also respecting such a military might that Ukraine has been able to build up over the last couple of years, which is in turn very useful for the security of Europe. When it comes to the region of Southeast Europe, here, with all these new ideas, the Merz's letter, German-French non-paper, other countries trying to a little bit dynamize the enlargement negotiations policy, I think we should have a very clear stance here. One, if there are shortcuts, then they should apply to everyone. We can't have a la carte shortcuts. For you, it will be a bit faster, for you, it will be a bit slower. This is something which would be very unfair if we are changing the merit-based approach, which was more or less the way of operation for the last, I would say, 30 years or so. So it's true, Montenegro is the most advanced. There are some more conditions to be fulfilled, some more chapters to be closed. We very much support also Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is strategically important for us, not only because of the fact that we are sharing more than 1,000 kilometers of borders, but because of historic links, because of economic exchange, because of the fact that Croats are one of the constituent peoples, and we'd like to give them a push with our partners such as Italy, who understands the region very well and know how much this is good for the stability. So I think we'll have a gradual approach. There won't be any big bang, it's highly unlikely, but there'll be very creative waves, institutional, policy-wise in terms of sectors, and financial incentives in order to keep the countries closer to the mainstream. So I think this is from our perspective, generally a very positive evolution, because I personally believe that the European Union was neglecting this region for too long. Of course, the slower you are, the more time and energy and space and political maneuver you leave to other actors to assert their influence, and that's clearly something that, given that the whole Southeast Europe is surrounded by EU member states, it's not very sensible.
Yeah, so certainly a development that the Prime Minister is embracing, is supporting EU enlargement. Foreign Minister, also from the Italian point of view, the issue is now finally back on the agenda, enlarging the EU, bringing in new members, certainly not just from this region, but also beyond. We heard Ukraine, we heard Moldova. Many countries are now vying to be part of this club. How do you see this?
But the reunification of Europe, I prefer to use the reunification, not enlargement, because the Western Balkans are Europeans. It's not an enlargement, it's a reunification because of communism. It was impossible for these countries to be part of the European Union, but they are Europeans. This is a key point for us and for Italy. We want to work hard for accelerate the full membership. Of course, Albania and Montenegro are ready, but we want to help also the other countries for being part of the European Union. This is a political priority for Italy. The Western Balkans are close to my country. We are working hard with this group. I founded this group, the Friends of the Western Balkans. We are working hard with Croatia, for example, with other countries, for paving the way for the full membership. On Ukraine and Moldova, we are in favor, Ukraine and Moldova, member of the European Union, but we need to work hard for achieving the acquis communautaire. We need to fight against corruption. We need to work in many sectors. We want to help Ukraine. During my last meeting with Zelensky, I proposed a strong cooperation with Guardia di Finanza, for example. Guardia di Finanza is working hard in Montenegro, is working hard in Albania. We know the fight against the corruption. For this I proposed to Mr. Zelensky, we are ready for helping you against corruption. And now we are working with Guardia di Finanza and Ukrainian government for helping this country against corruption. Moldova also, we need to protect Moldova. It's our interest to have Moldova, and all the European countries are part of our continent. We need to work hard, but I think before we need to achieve the Balkans goal. Before Balkans, then Ukraine and Moldova. Of course, we need to work with also this country. But Italy, for Italy is very important. We are present in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are present in Kosovo, we are present in Serbia with our soldiers for working for peace, for the stability. It's a political choice to send our soldiers in this part of the world for a strong cooperation. We are working very, very well with Croatia, for example, with Slovenia too, for strengthening the European Union also in Med-9, because Europe is not only the north of Europe, also is important for this. I want to thank also Dubravka as Commissioner for Mediterranean Sea. It's important to look at the south, because Europe is not only the east, is not only the north, it's also the south, because there are problems but also opportunity. Mediterranean Sea is a big opportunity for all of us. When I underline the importance of IMEC, I want to underline the importance of Mediterranean Sea, because trade for Italy is crucial. The export is the 40% of our GDP for this Mediterranean Sea, and Red Sea, Indo-Pacific are super important for our export. And for this is important also to work. Today there is an important meeting for the Med9, the organization of the Mediterranean, European Mediterranean countries, for doing more. We are working, for example, on fertilizers. We are working for helping also the African countries. For this is important, the Med9, in name of Europe, to be protagonist in this part of the world. For this is Europe, Western Balkans, south of Europe, for a better Europe, for peace, more peace, less fight, and for the stability in this part of the world, because as said an important economist, Bastiat, French economist, he said, where is a trade, we don't have weapons. So this is important to work for achieving this goal.
Yeah, thank you for your remarks and your assessment, certainly vis-à-vis EU enlargement, which you want to be relabeled as EU reunification, not EU enlargement. It's an interesting take, but very well received here, Alain Berset. As far as EU enlargement is concerned, do you have a take? Do you have an approach? Very much understand that the Council of Europe is not the European Union, but... Yes.
That's the point. As a Swiss citizen, I feel not absolutely legitimate to speak about this, you know. But on the other side, as the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, and we are working on this, I can just remind in this conversation that it is all about movement and convergence. And at a certain moment, this convergence can lead countries to also access to the European Union. And I come back with this to my first point, you know, before, this huge common legal space that we have among the 46 member states based on this long history since the Second World War. This is essential for preparing also the way for the accession. And that's why the Council of Europe is working with all the countries willing to do so. Basically, we have a lot of different situations. We can speak about the Balkan, we come back to this. We can speak about Ukraine and Moldova, it's a bit a different situation. We can speak, never forget this please, about South Caucasus. We have also some discussions there. Turkey was since quite a long time also in discussion for this. And we have a last group would be Iceland, Norway, in the actual situation where it is also a discussion. So now about maybe the Western Balkan and Balkan region, what I can say is that I think the most important thing is to have this movement of convergence, because I see a certain risk otherwise to have not really a strong divide, but kind of divide between member states of the EU, member states soon, and countries where the perspectives are not that clear. And I think that's not really favorable. We need really to work on this, and it is exactly the place where also reminding what I was saying before, that all organizations are working at the best possible level, the EU, but also the Council of Europe. Because here we have all the countries, but Kosovo as a members, and we can also build this movement and this convergence on this element. Just one word now on Ukraine and Moldova. This is an extremely interesting situation, and we have with the Council of Europe our most ambitious action plan in Ukraine of the whole history of the Council of Europe, also a quite big office in Kiev, working exactly on what was mentioned before: anti-corruption measures, reform of justice, decentralization, and all those elements making possible this movement and this convergence. Then not to the Council of Europe to decide how the unification, as was saying Minister Tajani before, will happen, but preparing the ground and creating the ground for making this possible.
Yeah, thank you so much for your assessment. I know as a Swiss, the neutrality always comes into play here, but the appreciation as far as your remarks are very much heeded. Now, being very mindful of the time we have, day 2, day 1 was packed, day 2 will be equally packed, but I do want to have a very short final remarks from each of you, starting with you, Feridun Sinirlioğlu. We've been talking about the age of multipolarity and about how to navigate these new realities, new changes, new risks, challenges really that we've talked about for the previous 60 minutes here. And by and large, we're centering around the same issue, Europe's role and future in this fragmented global landscape, in this era defined by power politics. Are you optimistic in this challenging time that we are in, that Europe is coming out and will be coming out stronger, as the foreign minister suggested? I'm going to give you the floor in just a moment. But Feridun Sinirlioğlu, where do you see Europe heading in the 21st century? Do you think we are well equipped to stand as equal and strong partners in this newly defined age?
First, I represent an organization that's bigger than Europe.
Yes.
But Europe itself is big enough, 10.5 million square kilometers. But don't forget, 4.3 million square kilometers of it is Russia beyond the west of Urals. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. 42% of the European continent is Russia. We cannot change geography, but we can change how we manage it. You know, we need a serious conversation. And serious conversation requires, as I said before, appetite for engagement. Today, yes, people are speaking, but talking past each other or talking across each other is not the same as speaking with each other. If you want a real conversation, you have to listen and hear each other as well. That's the reason why I am referring to my organization, because this organization is an inclusive one, where we are sitting across each other, but not talking with each other. That should change. Of course, we know why it is happening, because of the war in the middle of our geography. And Minister Tajani talked about Mediterranean. Mediterranean has always been part of Europe. I mean, today's European civilization was rooted in Mediterranean. And when we have signed the Helsinki Final Act, we have also included a Mediterranean partnership program and Mediterranean partners together with us in the same project. So therefore, we need to manage geography better. If Europe thinks that it is only European Union, then we will not have a stability for too long. We have to think, as Minister Tajani mentioned, about the whole Europe. Whole Europe is the spirit of 1990, the Charter of Paris, which was important. Europe, whole and free. We should continue to work for that, despite all the current challenges.
A very worthwhile endeavor, and certainly the need for cooperation and dialogue, as you pointed out, Feridun Sinirlioğlu, more needed than ever. Alain Berset, also your final remarks about Europe's role in the age of multipolarity. Then I'm going to come to the foreign minister, and we're ending with the prime minister. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I would be very optimistic for the future if we are able to act with courage, to make coherent the short term, the middle term, and the long term, meaning by that one generation at least, 25 years, and third, investing strongly in strong institutions. That means fighting and combating, hate speech, polarization of the debate in the political level, foreign interference and manipulation of information to protect democracy.
Thank you so much. Foreign Minister, you have spoken eloquently and extensively here on this panel about Europe's role in the age of multipolarity and what it needs to do to project strength. Are you optimistic that we as a continent will manage to do so?
I am ever optimistic, because if you want to fight, if you want to be leaders, we need to be optimistic, but we need to involve all the citizens for achieving this important goal. The most important is peace. For this we need to talk, we need to talk. Of course, we need to be strong also with Russia. We are not fighting against Russia. Russia is fighting against Ukraine. We are supporting the international law. But in future, we want to have good relations with Russia, as in the past. But now we need to respect international law. We need to conclude this incredible war. For this, we need to fight using diplomacy, first of all. For this, and we need to be more, as I said in the beginning, more united as Europeans. Europe is the most important country with our incredible heritage. For this, we need to use also our heritage for being protagonists of peace in the next years. But we need to work hard. Not easy, but it's possible to do it because it's also our job. In the world, we need Europe. But this is for balancing the situation, also for being more present in Africa. We need to look at Africa also, because Africa is a rich continent with power people now, with the demography going up. For this, we need also to, because we know much better than others, when we talk on Mediterranean, we need to talk also on Africa. It's a crucial country also for the future. We are industrial countries. We need raw materials, for example. For this, we need to work with Africa, with the strategy. Italy, we have the Plan Mattei strategy, but there is a European strategy for Africa, global gateway. But for this, is important also to look at Africa. Today, we need to talk on this, because as Mediterraneans, we need to look to be protagonists as Europeans. If we want the growth of Africa, if we want the stability, we need to be more present, because if there is a new colonization, we will have a lot of problems. China, Russia, Iran are looking at Africa, but with a different mentality. For us, Africa is our most important interlocutor also for us, for Mediterraneans, for Med9. For this, we need, as Europeans, if we want to strengthen peace, we need to work also to work in Africa.
Once again, stressing the needs for Europe to look towards new coalitions and alliances, something that very clearly has come out here in this conversation. Is very important to you personally here as well, something that has been stressed numerous times by you. Europe needs to look beyond its own borders in order to create a larger family, if you will. Prime Minister, I think being a politician, by definition, you have to be optimistic, getting up every morning and looking towards a brighter future. But looking at Europe in the age of multipolarity, are we well equipped? Are we ready for this new age?
Well, we are, I would say, working to be better equipped than before. To conclude, I have maybe a few thoughts. First of all, we should really protect our democracy from external influence. I think this is the point we sometimes neglect, but it's one of the most important ones, because we've seen an incredible influence with the development of technology in our democratic processes. Second is to try to really suppress the issue of illegal migration, because no other issue such as illegal migration has altered the political paysage of the EU member states. It has completely put up the parties which were marginal, and it has, I would say, eroded the mainstream parties in the big countries. And this is a process that we haven't witnessed until the last 10 years. My third point is to reduce the energy dependency, and that is something, Europe is importing 90% of its oil, 90% almost of its gas, 66% of its coal. So if someone closes the tab, everything is finished. No Dubrovnik Forum without energy, to be very blunt. And that not only includes good relations with those parts of the world that provide us and supply us with energy, but also working more into renewables, whether it's geothermal, wind, solar, or nuclear. And I think that sort of revival of nuclear is coming slowly. My fourth point is to strengthen defense and security, and this is clearly on its way. And the necessary precondition is more competitive economy. because that's where the heart of the matter of our relevance lies. And there is the sixth part, which is rarely mentioned, but we have to be aware that many of the big powers today, they actually favor less international organizations and prefer talking bilaterally states to states. And here we have an issue where the several big countries within the EU play that game as well. So you have the big players that play different sports, and let's say medium and smaller size players that are still sticking to the classical multilateralism as we know it. So it requires a lot of skill to navigate this multipolar world, but I agree with Antonio. IMEC is important, intelligent relationship with China is important, rebuilding those ties with the United States. And on Russia, I think we should be consistent. If they're an aggressor against Ukraine, then very few exceptions, or in my view, none, should be allowed in terms of restrictive measures. Otherwise, we look odd.
Certainly,
so very optimistic.
Yeah, I was going to say it got lost there somewhere in the bit, but you managed to come back and ending on an optimistic note. But certainly very appreciated the many challenges that we've laid out. Every single point that you've mentioned is warranting and justifying its own panel, and would still not be sufficiently discussed. Suffice to say, with
this is for next year.
Absolutely. Suffice to say, with the limited time that is given, of course, for a panel discussion, I think you would all agree, ladies and gentlemen, that we've touched upon the most critical aspects of what Europe needs to do in order to not only survive but thrive in the age of multipolarity. Foreign Minister, I think that's the key here, in order for us to keep appreciating a strong and vibrant Europe that remains the home for all of us, and an example perhaps for other countries as well. The age of multipolarity, navigating new realities. Prime Minister Plenković, Foreign Minister Tajani, Alain Berset, and Feridun Sinirlioglu, thank you so much. This is your applause. Much appreciated. Now, before... Yes, we're about to leave. By the way, tonight, obviously, Croatia is playing against is Ghana. Deputy Foreign Minister of Ghana is here. From what I've told, please remain seated. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. Before we part, we are going to show the official screening of the official Dubrovnik Forum video. Once more, yes, and for that, please remain seated. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you would agree that we got off to a great start here on day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, very well worth start that we got here with the panelists. Thank you again. Let's give them another round of applause, our fellow panelists here. This was truly wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. Let's give the leaders a chance to leave the room. Thank you so much, and we'll be back here shortly after a break. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Koliko imaš i stolica? Ja sam stavio sad i 600. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 plus 1. 5 plus moderator.
I applied at the Dubrovnik Youth Forum because I firmly believe that young people should have a seat at the table and be part of the international important conversations.
I applied to the Dubrovnik Youth Forum because I'm very interested in policy, international relations.
Well, it seemed like a nice opportunity to meet other young people, to share ideas with the professionals as well as people my age.
I expect a lot of interesting insights.
It was great meeting people from all over Europe.
Oh, it's been incredible.
The organization was flawless.
It is a really nice opportunity to talk with such high-level people.
We had the opportunity to be exposed to quite interesting people.
They have definitely exceeded my expectations. I have learned more than I expected.
The Dubrovnik Youth Forum was an incredible opportunity to exchange my points of view with really completely diverse areas.
Hello, everyone. May I ask everyone to please sit down to start with the session? We have lots to cover, and we're running a bit late. And I'm told there's an important meeting at 11:30. So can I ask everyone to please sit down? And if I can maybe ask some help for anyone at the door to ask everyone to please come in. Okay. Should we start? So the next panel, One Sea, Many Partners, a Mediterranean that delivers for all. And I think we're very well suited geographically, politically, in the moment to have this conversation, watching the sea, but also realizing that all this turbulence that we're talking about, the multipolarity, what does it actually mean for the Mediterranean, particularly when the EU, with the support of the Med9, have decided, a year and a half ago, 2 years, to really redevelop their agenda and their ambition for the Mediterranean. So without losing more time, I'm really going to ask Commissioner Suisha, who I think is on her home turf here, right, in Dubrovnik, to really tell us how the Pact for the Mediterranean has been developed, how it's actually being implemented right now. And then we're going to have a moderated discussion to really discuss what would it look like for this pact to deliver. Commissioner Suisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everybody. Dear Minister Radman, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here with you in my beautiful hometown to talk about diplomatic work across North Africa, Middle East, and the Gulf. As all of you say, in the age of multipolarity. It is worth remembering, only a word on Dubrovnik, that this city's magnificent walls were not built by a great empire. They were built by a small republic that navigated a world of competing powers. A republic that strengthened its position by creating links with other cities and countries, always relying on partnerships in order to uphold our own values, or their own values at that time, and pursue their interests no matter what crisis may come. And this history resonates very much with me. Like Dubrovnik at that time, Europe today must navigate a world of competing powers, building partnerships that allow us to uphold our values, protect our interests, and shape our own future. Because as we already heard this morning, the world around is changing rapidly. We no longer live in a predictable international order. The post-Cold War assumptions that shaped the world order for decades are no longer valid. Alliances are being tested. Trade routes, energy corridors, supply chains, and digital networks are no longer only economic questions. They are strategic questions, as we heard this morning. For Europe, this means one thing very clearly. We cannot afford to be passive. In a more fragmented and multipolar world, Europe needs more partnerships. But these partnerships must be more operational and more concrete. I'm sure that you are aware that over the past year, the European Union has moved forward with major trade agreements and negotiations from Mercosur, Mexico, India, Australia. But we realized we need to pay close attention also to our southern neighbors. This is why President von der Leyen decided to create for the first time a dedicated portfolio for the Mediterranean. It is where Europe's security, energy, migration, trade, climate, and demographic challenges meet. And while this new portfolio connects Europe with the Mediterranean countries of North Africa and the Middle East, we had to include also the Gulf countries. We need them because they have a huge influence on the region, because Without involvement of the Gulf countries, it won't be easy to solve the crisis in the Middle East. They are a very important player there. So geographically, they are not Mediterranean, but they belong to this region. It is true, the southern neighborhood is a region of tension. The situation remains volatile, as you know, and keeps changing as we speak. But it's also a region of real potential and opportunity. And my task is to turn that potential into concrete, tangible cooperation. My job is to create these new partnerships, and in this multipolar world, we need different models. In some cases, through bilateral strategic comprehensive partnerships, such as those we already signed with Egypt, Tunisia, Jordan, and we are just about to sign deeper agreement with Morocco. However, we also need a more comprehensive and regional approach to our strategy. And this is the purpose of the Pact for the Mediterranean. The Pact is not just another political declaration. It is a genuine pact which has concrete actions. And it is conned and co-created with our partners. And twice a year, it will produce an action plan with initiatives to be delivered directly on the ground. Just to say a few words about the 3 pillars of the pact. The first pillar is about people. This is where everything starts. Across the Mediterranean, young people want a prosperous future. At the same time, as you know, Europe is facing demographic change, labor shortages, and skill gaps. These realities are connected. If we want Europe to remain competitive, we need skilled people and we need talent. You know that the first 2 priorities of this new Commission are competitiveness and security and defense. So this is very important to bear in mind. And we also want our partners in the Mediterranean to thrive. They need jobs, they need investment, and they need opportunities at home. This is why skills, education, vocational training, and mobility are at the heart of this pact. We are looking at these initiatives. There is a new initiative which is called a Mediterranean University. It doesn't mean that we are building new premises. This will be an alliance of different universities around and across Mediterranean. We also want, because I see many youngsters here, and I'm really happy that you had this 0 day or first day of this conference. Your exchanges are very important, and this is why we are creating Youth Parliamentary Assembly across Mediterranean. The second pillar is about economies. You know that energy corridors are power, the ports are power, digital cables are power, and this is where initiatives such as TMED, so-called TMED, come in. This is Trans-Mediterranean Clean Tech Initiative. It's about producing renewable energy. Just to make you aware, all of us know that we want to get rid of fossil fuels, especially we want to get rid of Russia's or Putin's fossil fuels. We want to decarbonize the region, and this is why we have to produce renewable energy, and we are trying to look where there is enough potential. There is a lot, huge potential in the southern Mediterranean, and this is why we are supporting this TMED initiative. The European Union has 15 gigawatts in renewable power from solar and wind to liquid hydrogen. And there are benefits to everyone. First, I say usually this is triple win. First, stronger growth and jobs for our partners. Second, energy security and competitive prices for us Europeans. The prices are 30 to 40% less than in Europe. And of course, faster decarbonization of the whole region. Bear in mind one fact. Our sea covers less, Mediterranean Sea, covers less than 1% of the world water surface, only 1% of the world water surface, and at the same time it carries a quarter of global maritime traffic and generates close to 400 billion euro a year in economic value. And that is 20% of global gross maritime products. Very important to bear this in mind. And this is, of course, about building partnerships that benefit both sides, creating opportunities in the south and strengthening Europe's energy security and competitiveness. You heard that IMEC was mentioned. IMEC is also very important, starts in India, ends in the Mediterranean Sea. So we are trying to see how we can include also Croatia and the Adriatic Sea. And this is what Minister Tajani was speaking about. Infrastructure such as Medusa. This is the largest submarine cable project in the Mediterranean. Because when we speak about producing energy, we can produce energy, but how are we going to bring this energy to Europe? So we badly need interconnectors, and this is all about it. Spain wants to be connected with Morocco, Italy with Tunisia, Egypt or Greece with Egypt, and so on. So there are many projects, and this is what we are supporting from DG MENA and from DG ENER from European Union. I will mention only Medusa, the largest submarine cable project at the moment in the Mediterranean. The original European fact sheet describes it as a 7,100 kilometer fiber optic cable connecting the two shores of the Mediterranean. So they shape trade, they shape influence. It's about economy and energy, and the third pillar is about security and preparedness. So that we need to be, of course, honest here. On migration, we need to move away from slogans towards delivery. That means working with partner countries on border management, fighting smugglers and traffickers, supporting returns, creating legal pathways, and addressing root causes of migration. This is already producing results. The rates of illegal migration have already significantly diminished. We are building on the activities carried out by Europol, Eurojust, and Euromed Police and Euromed Justice programs. We offer a cooperation platform for border management authorities in the region, reinforcing Frontex support to member states. At the same time, on preparedness, we know how climate change is having a profound impact on our region, from water scarcity to wildfires. For example, we have the European Firefighting Hub in Cyprus. The hub is already fully operational and supporting member states and partners responding to wildfires. But with investing so much on the region, of course, there will be criticism, and there is criticism. I have to mention this. Some will say Europe is investing or giving too much. Others will say Europe is doing too little. Some will look at these partnerships only through the lens of migration, which is the case. Others will look only through the lens of money. But the truth is more strategic. Europe is not paying others to solve our problems. Europe is investing in our own security, competitiveness, and resilience. And this is where private sector is very important and essential. Public institutions can set the framework. We can provide guarantees, what we are doing. We can mobilize financing, but delivery will require companies, investors, innovators, universities, ports, energy operators, and of course, always local communities. The Pact for the Mediterranean must therefore be not only a diplomatic project, but also an economic and societal project. For example, a young person in Tunisia, in Tunis, in Cairo, in Amman, in Beirut, must see that partnership with Europe can bring opportunity. A company in Croatia, in Italy, in Greece, in Spain, must see that the Mediterranean is not only a market, but a strategic space for investment. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the Mediterranean has always been a place where history accelerates. And Europe is capable of acting as a confident, reliable, and strategic partner, not only as a payer, but also as a true global player. So we don't want to be only payers, we want to be players, and this is what we are doing here in this Dubrovnik Forum, trying to exchange the views and see how important this is. So we have to put Europe again, to make it stronger again, to put it on the map, and these discussions here in Dubrovnik Forum, this is why discussions here in Dubrovnik Forum really matter. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Suisha.
So my name is Nadim Houiri. I run a think tank on the other shore of the Mediterranean with offices in Beirut, Tunis, but also in Paris called the Arab Reform Initiative. And really, it's my privilege to have this conversation today to really take what Commissioner Suisha told us about the desire of the EU through this pact to actually deliver to European companies, but also to deliver to the young people across the different shores. And we're going to hear from different perspectives from our esteemed panelists. I'm also going to build on something that Minister, our host, Minister Garlish Radman, my apologies. I was really practicing the Girlish and I missed the Radman, which is the easiest one. To really speak honestly, truthfully, because this is a moment of great distrust, of great threats. We heard about the importance of the Mediterranean. We heard about the importance of connectivity, maritime security, at a time when none of us perhaps imagined the scenario that we saw in Hormuz. The Red Sea today is also under threat, and who knows what the Mediterranean looks like. So I think honesty, truthfulness, to really give meaning to not being simply a payer, but actually a player, but also perhaps brevity, because we only have 40 minutes and we are running late. And to have this conversation, we're really lucky because we're going to have three different perspectives. We have three key Med9 countries, differently situated with different experiences. So it's going to be very important to hear from you what you want to see from this pact for the Mediterranean, particularly because the Med9 countries have really been, in a way, the political force to encourage the EU to continue looking south at this particular moment. We also have the experience of the OECD, an institution that actually knows what it takes to address things like unemployment, to address things like converging economies, raising standards, which is going to be essential. And also, we have a representative from NATO, which created a position looking south as well 2 years ago. And it's going to be very important to hear what, from a security perspective, delivering for all means. But without further ado, so Minister Garlish Radman, you're our host. You're also, as Croatia, chairing the Med9 presidency for this year. And at the same time, Croatia, through this forum, but also through many initiatives, is really trying to center the connectivity between Central Europe and the rest of the Mediterranean. What does Croatia hope to see achieved through this pact for the Mediterranean? Where do you see the real opportunities, the major obstacles, particularly given all the events of the last year and a half? And what would you like to see by the end of Croatia's leadership of the Med9 to say, okay, we actually pushed the ball forward for the next player?
Yeah, thank you so much. And as you see, here we are in Dubrovnik, and we brought so many participants from all the continents, 5 continents, and here and 35 deputy prime minister, ministers, state secretaries, and secretary generals from the respective organizations and so on. So think tankers, and so many people, analysts, and who are just want to see and for an exchange on the current issue as it's just this provocative and the age of multipolarity. It didn't confirm, however, but so we can to speak on that. Is it true or is it not true? And we had an excellent leaders panel. So first of all, yes, and as Dubravka in her statement mentioned that Pact for Mediterranean is just not only just an initiative to produce papers, declarations, statements, and so on. It must be visible. So we have to enforce this initiative, pact, and of course with corresponding action plan with some concrete delivery. It is actually one of 3 things where I see that we can, as Med9, to add to Pact Mediterranean. First of all, the political ownership and regional coordination, and of course concrete delivery. And therefore, Croatia has placed on this Med9 high level on our agenda as a presidency, and just for translating these initiatives, ideas, visions into the concrete and practice cooperation, and of course and measurable value and measurable results and on the end. And over the past months, so just to inform you, we have organized a number of conferences on the ministerial level, such as migration, supply chain resilience, security, justice cooperation, and so on. And in the months ahead, so we will organize additional two very important, it's demography and agriculture. Okay. And on the end of these ministerial conferences, we will have the summit in Split. It will be in October, and just to bring outcomes together. Of course, these discussions have also confirmed that something is very, of course, important. That so the Mediterranean challenges are increasingly and our interconnected, and our responses must be equally coordinated. You see that just 2 months ago, as my Minister President mentioned, that so we organized and we hosted the most important summit, and also when it comes to the Croatia, so after the Croatian recognition, so it was beyond also our expectation, the summit, namely, and the 3Cs initiative. Croatia, together with Poland, was a co-founder of this initiative, and 11 years ago, we were predictable. And because the president, foreign president, just they named the important issue which are connected us, the north part of Europe, and to connect north part with south part and in East Black Sea. So first of all, it's an energy diversification to strengthen traffic infrastructure, connectivity. It's nowadays very, very important, and of course the digital transition, the transformation as well. So the three, but however, in this time, so we expanded, of course, our communication and initiatives in this regard. That so we also included some countries from Asia. That means that how is connectivity important? I mean, that means a middle corridor and IMEC as well. Okay. So how do we see? We see that this Med9 should be not in a working group and to discuss as Antonio mentioned, the Minister of Italy, that not because of the debate and so on, but we have to deliver to concrete projects, and to see finally that so the Med9 is not the region who is interconnected, the only European Union. So as you are not just witnessing how is important our southern, our global south, it's very important. North African countries, Middle East, very important. That's good. That's here is also my good friend and former Foreign Minister of Italy, Luigi Di Maio, who is special representative also to Gulf region as well. So we have to be really to work together in order to reduce existing tensions and to find a common ground of cooperation. Cooperation and not just in the discussion. And of course, because it's our interest to work together, to boost economy and to find a common ground of cooperation. There's so many. I mentioned also migration. It's also very important.
We'll definitely come back to migration.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm just going to turn to Deputy Secretary General of OECD, Franciszek Ujiska. Sorry, I'm masquerading your names. Because you also have an emergency and you'll have to leave soon, but I really wanted to hear from you because we just heard from Minister talking about things like digital transition. We heard from the Commissioner about education. I mean, your organization, this is what you do, right? You try to study what actually works, how you get countries to become more effective, to converge, and this is going to be essential if the Mediterranean is meant to deliver for all. So before you have to leave us for your emergency, I would love to hear from you, from your perspective, where do you see opportunities with this Pact for the Mediterranean, particularly because we know that one of the main challenges is addressing unemployment on the southern and eastern shores, and this is something that your organization definitely has been thinking of for a long time.
No, thank you very much, and also, thank you for the great opportunity. Yes, I'm under time pressure, so I will be very brief. I agree with Commissioner Šuka and I agree with Foreign Minister Rodman. Thank you very much. So, but let me elaborate maybe a little bit, very shortly. The thing. Yes, our organization, the OECD, does the peer reviews, does the analysis, and also yesterday we were introducing thanks to the cooperation with Croatia, we were introducing a study of how the small medium enterprises are doing in the 6 Western Balkan countries in implementation of the dual transition, the green and digital transition. And there are very good signs and there is a very good progress. So let me just reflect, how can the OECD contribute and how can the OECD help? Because the OECD is, we have here the politicians, we have here the countries, we have here the organizations, we have here the donor institutions that are contributing to the different programs. We have the new pact for the Mediterranean. So what we do with that and what the OECD can do. So we at this moment, when we look at the Mediterranean, we defined we found out the 4, maybe 5 challenges that have to be addressed. And this is first, in sake to implement the pacts and to implement the programs what we have. The first, that's the divergent regulation. We have incompatible environments from the which is logical because we have the EU members, we have the accession countries, we have the countries from Africa, we have the countries from MENA. So the thing is that of course there are the different, but this is one of the things that what we have to look at how to make these gaps closer. Then we have the high informality. We have the physical and digital connectivity gaps, which is, of course, we have a lot of the physical infrastructure built, but sometimes, the bottlenecks are where there is the end of the infrastructure and there is no continuity of infrastructure. So this is where we have to also look at how the most effectively implement the very great and good funds that are given by the European Union. And there is one more thing which is even more important, which is the financial gap. I go back to I think that Commissioner mentioned that, go back to the history when Ragusa was, the old name of Dubrovnik was the city that was making the trade with almost all the neighbors, with almost all the currencies, that existed at that time. So which was a good example because we don't have to go that here. We don't have to create a single currency in the Mediterranean because we have the electronic banking. So the thing is, if we create the digital highways for the interconnection of the possibilities to finance the different projects, we can then help very much, to grow, to help the business grow. So 4 priorities we would like to look at, which is the predictable business environment. That the company from the country A will know, how the business environment works in a country B. Capital markets. Of course, it's even Europe has a lot of wide gaps in the capital market creation. But without the capital markets and without the financing, without the getting, especially the finances from the private resources to the small medium enterprises, we will not be able, to help to develop the business and the good trade cooperation. The thing you ask about skills, education. OECD is mapping OECD is mapping the levels of the education, which is the PISA, but also OECD's level the compatibility of the requirements of the labor markets and the skills that are now. And then what we see is that there are a lot of opportunities to improve, especially in the era of the AI, when we have to talk that every 2-3 years we have to reskill the labor force to be ready, to handle with the new technological instruments to be effective. So what we offered to measure, that was the question, what should we measure, is that we should measure trade, the trends, investment flows, the mobility, and it's not only about the migration, it's also the mobility of the labor force that moves among the different centers of the Mediterranean, infrastructures, interconnectivity, jobs, and how the finances really move. So here we are to move from the Mediterranean Sea of fragmented interdependence into a sea of opportunity, integration, and a profit. And I think here where OECD can step in using the instruments what we have. I will stop here, optimistically ending that I'm very much like to use the word, make the MAGA mega, make European great again. So thank you very much, and don't take me impolite because I will have to leave. And thank you very much, Minister, for this great opportunity to be here with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, for giving us a lot of thoughts. I'll give him a round of applause and have a safe flight. But I think importantly to think what to measure and who to measure as well. And I think you mentioned informality. And if you want this pact to really work, we have to count those who are usually uncounted. I want to move back a bit now thank you very much. I want to move back now a bit to the political conversation we started with, because I think Foreign Minister Garlish Radman really got us thinking. The Mediterranean we're thinking of today is not the Mediterranean of the Barcelona process, this little pond between us. This is a Mediterranean that's connected to the Red Sea, to the Black Sea, different initiatives. And I want to move to Portugal, because Portugal, with Foreign Minister Paulo Rangel, is formally, and I guess self-consciously, an Atlantic power, right? And so when you look at the Mediterranean, you're bringing another big sea, a much bigger, to the conversation. Because you're an Atlantic power, but you're also, and have been historically very connected to the Mediterranean, particularly to certain countries like Morocco. So as a member of the Med9, a long-standing member of the Med9, looking from the western end, of the Mediterranean, even if you're slightly outside, what do you see when you hear about Pact for the Mediterranean? Do you just see a sea of trouble? Do you see a sea of challenges? Particularly because you have to navigate, and we saw it recently with the US asked to use one of the bases and so forth. You're having to navigate your relations across the Atlantic. That's a key priority. You have to navigate your relations with Morocco and the rest of the Mediterranean. So what would you like to see from this pact from the Mediterranean? And where do you see potential opportunities? And how do you think this Mediterranean can strengthen Europe's Atlantic facade, so to speak?
Well, first let me say that I'm very pleased to be here and to thank the hospitality of Dubrovnik and Croatia and of my dear friend Gordon. Also to salute all the members of the panel. And Dubravka Svica, a very good friend for so many years. Well, I have to say that Portugal is really an Atlantic country. And it is outside, it's at the gates of the Mediterranean. That's why probably we are quite relevant when you look not to the east, but to the south and to the west. And this is something that is, of course, also geostrategically decisive for Mediterranean. All the Mediterranean Med9 countries, they are very keen on the transatlantic relation, but that means that they look also towards the Atlantic. And so probably our role inside Med9 is really to represent also that the way out of the Mediterranean is the Atlantic. But then let me say how we envisage the future of Mediterranean. First thing is that Mediterranean should be a provider of security, a security provider. So we should really build a very strong relationship between especially South Europe and North Africa. I'll go to the Middle East or a bit after, but as providers of security. This means that we have a steady relationship, a clear relationship, and that we have a concern that is to bring security to this region. And with that security that we have in this sea, we are providers of security for Europe, for Middle East, and for Africa. This means that we have to have, first, of course, clearly relations on energy, and this was very much on the spot in the last panel. This means not only to have connections through the Mediterranean, but also through Europe. Iberic Peninsula is separated from France because France doesn't want to build the connections. What for us is very good because our price of energy are lower because both countries are 87% renewable energy today. But this makes no sense. When you have Algeria providing gas through Spain, when you have very deep ports in Portugal receiving energy from Nigeria and from the United States, and we could distribute this to Europe, we cannot do it because there is no connection inside Med9 countries, in this case Spain and France. So only to say that we should look also at this factor. Then providing security through migration issues, trust, confidence between the two shores of the Mediterranean, north and south. And also, if I may say so, something that is very important, that was also suggested in the last panel, is civil protection. The countries around the Mediterranean, they have a huge problem with wildfires, and they have a huge problem with seismic events, so earthquakes. And if we are able to provide security to all the countries, this creates friendship and trust. It's not only security. When we help another country, because we are prepared together to help one country, this will have an impact in our relations in the future, because this will be remembered as such. So to say that we have a lot of things where we can really invest, this means that we should look at Mediterranean as Mare Nostrum. But Nostrum is from every stakeholder. Then let me say, we should also address the classical security issue. So not only the infrastructure, not only the circulation of people, not only the mutual cooperation in different fields, for instance, civil protection, but also where do we have now two big crises that we have to address. One is Libya. We, Mediterranean countries and Med9 countries, should take this issue to try to solve the state crisis that we live in Libya. And then we have Lebanon, that is also a major concern for the future, where we can invest a lot as Mediterranean countries, Med9, and I think together with Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, we can really, in this space, to provide security and to try to mediate the conflicts in order that we can fix the situation. This is our responsibility. It's not an issue of only of European Union or of African Union. Med9 countries and our Mediterranean partners, we are capable of doing this if we want to do it. And this would be a very important way of providing security for our region and for Middle East, Africa, and Europe.
Thank you very much, because I think you're reminding us about the importance of connectivity, but also this notion of security and security for all. There are also other conflicts around the Mediterranean, which are very hard, Gaza, but also disputes. But I think you've mentioned too, maybe where there are priorities where you can...
Let me only make a point. The issue of Palestine-Israeli conflict, Gaza, I would not put it as such in this field. Why? Because it is a very long conflict with other kind of consequences. What I say is that we are entitled to help very much in Lebanon and Libya. In the others, we also have a role, but probably it has to be in a broader context, like the Gulf crisis now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And so I think you added this importance of security. You mentioned about the trust and partnerships. So moving to Foreign Minister Tony Kaiser from Slovenia. I want to ask you here a question, obviously about, you're a Central European country, but also you were a diplomat in Egypt for a while. And because we're talking a lot, I think one of the questions here I want to hear, not just from your perspective as Slovenia, but maybe as someone who was posted on the other shores of the Mediterranean. One of the issues, and we heard Commissioner Suisha today insist on that, is that the pact is not supposed to be just a European pact or even just a Med-9 pact, right? This is really a pact that is supposed to be for all the countries. So how do you think this pact, these initiatives that talk about connectivity, energy, renewables, investments, jobs, migration control, how can this be seen by Southern partners as sort of a genuinely shared agenda? Because you need their buy-in for it to work, rather than just another European framework where they kind of come in if there's money in it for them, and then they disengage. So really would like you to kind of think about how can we, and again, I think what's something that's emerging is we're going to need more trust, we're going to need more partnerships for this agenda to be ambitious. What would you like to see happen in the coming months and years for that pickup to increase across the Mediterranean?
Thank you very much. Basically, it's a very broad question you opened now, so I will try to focus. First of all, I would like to thank Gordon for this invitation and for really excellent panels and discussions. The age of multipolarity is the reality we are facing now. 30 years ago, when I was serving in Egypt, those were different times. We were saying at that time that the liberal order will prevail, we will do the trade, and it's going to be a prosperity. So no problems with the security. Now we are facing the reality. And I think at the panel with the Prime Minister Plenković, Foreign Minister Tajani, it was mentioned that what's the crucial importance for us to make Europe stronger, more competitive, more resilient. And in this context, talking about the Mediterranean, I think it's really important because Prime Minister Plenković said that nowadays everything is weaponized, including the foreign trade, tariffs, connectivity, bottlenecks. So Mediterranean is offering, and I think we are working together in this direction. 3 key countries in the northern Adriatic are Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia. And then, of course, down moving to Montenegro, which is, I hope, and I think they are doing very well, joining the European Union. So to make this whole Mediterranean basin, ending in the semi-closed Adriatic Sea, more competitive. And what does it mean? 3 ports we have in the northern Adriatic. That's Trst, Trieste, Koper, and Reka. What we see, and I think we will all agree, that we have to better connect those 3 ports to offer the Europe basically a new channel to be connected with all those areas you mentioned before. In that way, Europe will be more competitive, will be more resilient, and this is important. And you mentioned before the Barcelona process, which ended at the time, you would remember, with the creation of certain institutional setup. One of those is Europe Mediterranean University in Piran, in Koper, and we think it's offering a good platform. Commissioner Šuica said before, people, economy, security, to connect people better, to offer this experience, and to make a setup which is going to boost this, what I was talking about. So I think we are moving in the right direction. And regarding the pact for the Mediterranean, we see it as a really concrete thing, not just a political declaration. So we have a new government in Slovenia, you have noticed, and of course we have said that we are going to focus on a really more deepened cooperation with our neighbors, and Italy and Croatia are really crucial neighbors in this Mediterranean and Adriatic component.
Thank you. You mentioned security, and I think when we talk security, we often think about NATO. So I want to come to you, Mr. Javier Colomina, the Special Representative for the Southern Neighborhood and Deputy Assistant General for Political Affairs and Security Policy in NATO. Now, your role, I believe, was created 2 years ago. It was the first time, the first dedicated focal point for the Southern Neighborhood, for NATO's southern flank. Now, from your perspective, I guess you're seeing the southern flank, you're seeing Russia, you're seeing China, you're seeing middle powers, Turkey, Gulf countries, all having growing influence in the southern neighborhood. So how are you looking at this Mediterranean? Do you see it mostly from a geopolitical, area of sort of competition? You want to make sure that there's no void to be filled. Do you see it as a potential space where security can also be tied? We heard in the previous panel the importance that hard and soft security not be treated separately. One of the experiences in the last 20 years, particularly in the southern neighborhood, has been the importance of sort of bringing these two elements together. So how is NATO thinking about this at a time you're also having to look east very, very strongly and dealing with some internal tensions, to say the least? Your perspective, your priorities for the southern neighborhood, and particularly for the Mediterranean.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks very much for having me here, and thanks very much to the Minister for organizing the forum and for the invitation, and thanks very much to the Commissioner for the introductory remarks that I share very much. We work very well with the European Union and try to connect the dots as well. There is a third leg in the Pact for the Mediterranean on security, and we are well connected with it. I don't think there's a risk for a vacuum in the Mediterranean that someone could feel. It's a shared space where we have too many interests, a shared space for energy, for transportation, for food security, and also a shared space for security. And it is a space that we have shared with our partners in the Mediterranean for long. Barcelona process was mentioned. Us in NATO, we established the Mediterranean Dialogue 30 years ago. But indeed, we see within all those many elements that make the Mediterranean essential for the both sides of the Mediterranean, we see also lots of security concerns. We see threats such as terrorism or the presence of geostrategic competitors. You mentioned Russia, you mentioned China, and particularly the presence of Russia in some areas in the Mediterranean and in the south of the Mediterranean, particularly in the Sahel, are particularly concerning for us. We see illicit traffic, we see irregular migration, we see different challenges that are relevant for our security. And that is why, beyond the establishment of our bilateral relationships with the countries in the north of Africa, from Mauritania to Egypt, we decided a couple of years ago, as you said, to approve an action plan on the southern neighborhood, and only a couple of weeks after that I was appointed as the first ever special rep. And the reason of doing that was actually to try to build, again, a level of trust that the security context that we are living in, the most difficult security context in probably the last 3 decades, was starting to fragilize. Right now, through this action plan, through the Pact for the Mediterranean, through the actions that the European Union and NATO are carried on, we are trying to increase the relationship with these partners in different ways. And actually, the action plan responds very well to those ways. We are trying to increase the political dialogue with these countries, to increase their visibility in Brussels. We've had several of their prime ministers and ministers come in and brief in the North Atlantic Council. Of course, I travel the world and the region very often. We have increased our practical cooperation, launching specific activities that we believe are tangible enough to increase their own sense of security. Clearly, we are in more transactional times where security is at stake, where security has become the priority for everyone. If you look at 5 years ago, hardly any prime minister was talking about security, hard security. These days, every prime minister talks about hard security, and NATO is as relevant as ever. We have a summit in 10 days' time on the 7th and 8th of July in Ankara, and everybody will be looking at that summit, what is going to happen in that summit. We have expectations that the summit is going to be a positive one, and we actually going to have the foreign ministers from the Gulf partners in that summit, which brings the southern dimension as well to the context of NATO, directly to the context of NATO. It is, of course, beyond the Mediterranean, but it's also part of that southern dimension. I'm responsible not just for the Mediterranean, but also for the Gulf, and we try to connect all those dots. The second pillar of that action plan is the practical cooperation, the things that we do best with these partners, from counterterrorism to maritime security, counter UAVs, interoperability, to trying to make our forces capable to talk to each other, to participate in common missions, in common exercises. And we are already doing that, and it's a positive experience. Third, we have tried to increase our visibility and presence in the region. I inaugurated only a few months ago the first ever political office of NATO in the Mediterranean area. It was in Amman in Jordan, and we are looking at and exploring with some of our counterparts in the region other opportunities. And finally, the fourth pillar is actually the synergies with the international and regional organizations in the region. Of course, with the European Union, that I already mentioned, always an essential partner for us, but also with the League of Arab States, with the GCC in the Gulf, with the African Union, counterparts that are essential, that clearly need to be supported, that need to get into a more multilateral way to increase their ability to confront their challenges and their threats. And I think in those aspects, NATO could be extremely helpful.
Thank you very much. So we're running a bit out of time, and I know there's an important meeting right after this, and we started very, very late. But so I'm going to give one last question to each of the panelists and maybe ask you to be brief as much as possible. To you, Foreign Minister, you talked about migration. Obviously, migration, we heard in the previous panel, this is a key domestic issue in most European countries today. But how do you ensure that migration does not crowd out the conversation about some of the other stuff, investments, collaboration, because this is how it's perceived in other parts. And if this Pact for the Mediterranean is meant to deliver, it needs to talk about issues like migration, but it needs to find a way to talk about it that it's not purely just a security threat. And that's been a challenge. So the question to you, in 2 minutes or less, if you can address it, how do you make migration not such a divisive issue, but something that everyone sort of sees their genuine interest in it? And two, if we're looking 3 years from now, we're in Dubrovnik 2029, what is the one thing that you would like to see happen that shows broader Mediterranean collaboration? Is it better relations, let's say, with the Balkans? Is it something broader? Just what was the one thing that you would really like to see in 3 years from now?
Should I answer first?
Sure, yeah.
The center
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the question, and you put it on. Yes, first of all, yes, we must be leaving very soon, and in order to attend this Med9 conference. Actually, I'm hosting this conference, and just not to focusing on how to strengthen our cooperation and with our partners, and to deliver concrete and results under the pact, and Dubravka will be also there. And of course, one of the most important item or issues is also the migration, of course. And you mentioned education investments, and so there is not could not be separately seen, that just it reinforce each other. I think it's in migration is a big challenge, and it requires, of course, the common reaction, and And so you mentioned that trust, of course, partnership is very important. If you see the partnership we need also to have also among the pact for the Mediterranean and Med9, and of course broader. If you see just in the border like global, like Dubravka mentioned that, so we should not be an only payer, so we should be a global player, of course, because there are a lot of things that are connecting us. And of course migration is migration. We have to first of all the migration management, and also requires also the common the strong border governance, and that means if you see that geopolitical, given our geopolitical position, Croatia is on the crossroad between Central Europe and Mediterranean, but also they're very close to its neighborhood and very vibrant and its Western Balkans, and Croatia protects not only national borders but also the protecting an EU border, and it's a very demanding issue. And but we need, and of course, a common response, and we need, we want. It's very important to work together, and of course, partnership. Therefore, is built on trust. You mentioned, I mentioned also trust. Very important. And we have to invest in human capital, first of all, in young people. We have to invest in skills. So there are people to people, and in order just to see that everyone should be responsible for all the issues we are surrounding, and also crisis. We live, namely, in a very critical time. And if you see also demography, so the Africa is so Europe is aging, and while some countries and in our south neighborhood, so they have a young population. So that, and it is also one issue that so we have to work and to with our neighbors. And so what is concrete in three years? Of course, this is just so what I mentioned and from the very beginning. That's our discussion. So we have to move our discussion and to implement in concrete deliveries.
Great, thank you very much. So a lot of things to hope for, but clearly skills building and a more prosperous Mediterranean for all, particularly for young people, linking it to the issue as well of migration. Moving to you, Foreign Minister Rangel, you talked in your speech, and I'll be very, very brief, and I'll ask you all to be very brief so you can go on to your important business discussing in the Med9. But speaking of that, you talked about security, and you talked about security for Libya and Lebanon. If I was to ask you the same question, 3 years from now, we're looking back, we're sitting in beautiful Dubrovnik, and we're like, yes, you know, between the Pact for the Mediterranean, between the Med9, between the EU, you were able to do something for one of these two countries. Which one do you see there's more likelihood? And what is something concrete that you would like to see Europe and the EU specifically be more active on?
Well, I'll be very brief. I wouldn't choose between Libya and Lebanon. We have also Syria. What I say is I think that we can really make the difference in these two countries more easily than in others. So we should bring this as a priority within European Union framework and Med9 framework, and probably with the stakeholders from the Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Egypt, especially these ones. Jordan also in the case of Lebanon, probably. Then let me say what I expect. Two things that I think that are very important and very easy to formulate. First, within European Union, to show that southern neighborhood is essential. European Union is very focused on northeast, this is Ukraine, southeast, and this is Middle East, but you have, as Javier Colomino has said, the Sahel issue. And we should look at that. And that is our mission as southern countries of Europe. And then second target is to reach Africa. When we speak about Northern Africa and Mediterranean, we try to forget that this is the gate for all the continent. And when I look at today's geostrategy, what you see is that you have the Western Hemisphere, Americas, we have China and its influence in the region. So it's a kind of vertical geopolitics. So the only way for strengthening European voice in the world is to have an alliance with Africa. And that is not only the Mediterranean shore, is all the continent. If Euro-African alliance is possible to build, this will mean that we'll have a geopolitical driving force all across the world. And because we are the time zone geopolitics, you have Americas, you have Indo-Pacific and especially Far East, and you have Euro-African. Mediterranean is the core of the Euro-African dialogue. And that's why I perspective this time zone geopolitics as a concept that we could invest in.
Okay, very ambitious, very interesting, thinking about time zone geopolitics and the Mediterranean as in a way, the bridge to Africa, just maybe like the Atlantic was the bridge for the cross-Atlantic relationship. Foreign Minister Kaiser, Slovenia, 3 years from now, you talked a lot about ports, you talked a lot about integration, but it seemed, from where you're sitting, maybe it's the integration of this part of the Mediterranean a bit more, building more, which is also understandable. There are a lot of still challenges. There is the integration of new countries into the EU and so forth. But what would you like to see 3 years from now to say, actually, the Mediterranean region is actually doing better? What would be on your agenda that you say this should be, the lodestar to follow?
Well, I will follow what the Croatian Prime Minister said. As a politician, you have to be an optimist, but a realistic optimist. If we continue on this path, I think we are moving in the right direction. I'm starting from our family, and that's the European Union. If we will consolidate, if we will be more competitive, if we will deliver, then I think also the neighborhood is going to be more stable. And I would also join what Antonio said before. Let's not talk about the enlargement. Let's talk about the reunification when we talk about the so-called Western Balkans. And regarding this particular Northern Adriatic situation, I see in 3 years, maybe I'm too optimistic, but Gordon will correct me, I see better interconnected 3 ports. I see more resilient, more secure. We are also talking about how to deter the hybrid threats. Nowadays we are moving very fast in this digital era. So I don't know, maybe the artificial intelligence will be sitting here in 3 years. No, I'm joking. Everything starts and ends with the people. So this panel and the whole discussion at the Dubrovnik Forum, I think it's really adding the value. We are going now to Ankara very soon to the NATO summit. And then I'm inviting you all to come to Bled, because in Bled we are going to continue in this context. So, answer to your question, realistically, optimistically.
Thank you very much. And I think this is one of the challenges of this moment, that we have to think very locally within our sub-regions, but also thinking in terms of time zone geopolitics, because the tectonic shifts seem to be so big, and this constant tension. And this brings back, to close the conversation, to you, Mr. Colomina. NATO, I mean, you talked a lot about security, right? You talked a lot about counterterrorism, but what do you think NATO should do differently in the next 3 years to actually get more security? Because the cynic in me would tell you, we've heard about counterterrorism, right, in the Sahel. I mean, the US did a lot of counterterrorism. I come from a region that was greatly impacted by ISIS and others. That collaboration, that hard security collaboration, those millions spent purely on counterterrorism, failed us on some level. Maybe you disagree with me, but what would you do differently today as NATO, as you look south, to address all these challenges? But if you were to pick one issue, you're like, look, I think realistically we can get somewhere 3 years if everyone around this room prioritize this? Is it digital security? Is it different kinds of threats? Is it illegal migration? What for you is sort of the sweet spot that you would go for?
So I think security as a priority, I think, will remain with us for years. And I think that we don't have the option of looking for a sweet spot. I think we have to work on all the different aspects of security. That is why we decided a year ago to invest more on security, this famous 5%, to invest more on our defense industry. And at the same time, we also decided to increase and strengthen our cooperation with partners in the South, for instance. I do think that at the end of the day, in 3 years' time, we will need to maintain the political will that we have today. We need more hardcore security. We also need a more comprehensive sense of security that includes societal resilience, that includes cybersecurity, that includes artificial intelligence. All those aspects are a big part of the work that we do. I don't think we have the option. We will have to continue to have that comprehensive sense of security.
So lots to work on in the coming years on many, many fronts. And it seems I will leave you with this thought from what we heard today, this famous Mare Nostrum. It's no longer just the Mare Nostrum for those of us who live around the Mediterranean, but it seems it's going to have to be the Mare Nostrum that connects and people feel an ownership of, be it from sub-Saharan Africa, be it Gulf countries, be it as well perhaps further afield. Thank you very much, and please let's continue the conversations until we find solutions to these hard questions. Please join me in a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to continue into the next session because we're actually quite short on time. So please stick around. We have a good conversation coming soon. Okay, everyone, please take your seats. We're about to start. Thank you very much, everyone. We'd like to start the conversation in a second. I would like to invite our friend, the brilliant and famous democracy activist, Garry Kasparov, the chairman and founder of the Renew Democracy Initiative, to come up here and give us some opening remarks before we start our discussion. Garry, please, welcome.
Thank you, Damer. Good morning. Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank Prime Minister Plenković, the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, and the other organizers of the Dubrovnik Forum. I have lived in New York ever since I was forced to leave Russia in 2013, facing imminent arrest. However, I'm speaking here as a proud citizen of the Republic of Croatia. We have more than an EU passport in common. We share democratic European values. And because of that, I will always speak of Europe in terms of we and us. Standing here in Croatia, a NATO member, I get no satisfaction from stating NATO is effectively dead. I already got in trouble for saying NATO is dead at the Halifax Security Forum in Canada last year. It doesn't faze me. But I can see some faces beginning to turn, so allow me to explain what I mean. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, as it was originally conceived, is irrelevant. In 1949, the alliance was set up as a bloc of democratic European nations under American protection with one purpose, and one purpose only, to fight one war. Not a war in Afghanistan or in Libya. This alliance was meant to fight a war to defend the continent from a Russian attack. Well, Putin's Russia has begun its long-anticipated westward aggression in 2014 and expanding its attack in 2022. Where are the Americans? The supposed guarantors of European security? Under the Obama administration, they did nothing. Oh, actually, worse than nothing. By continuing negotiations with Russia on climate change, Iranian nuclear program, Middle East, while largely ignoring Putin's blatant violation of the international order on European soil. Under the Biden administration, they dragged their feet, providing assistance to Ukraine too little, too late. They lectured Kyiv about escalation, their favorite word, as Russia dragged Ukraine into an ever more gruesome war. Now, under the Trump administration, the United States is hostile, arguably an active collaborator with Moscow. Where are we, the Europeans? We have allowed our muscles to atrophy. The European institutions that lifted the continent out of the ashes of World War II and enabled a nation like Croatia to prosper after the turmoil of the 1990s, these institutions were built without a serious military component. Security, what question mark? Oh, the Americans will take care of that. This was always the assumption. It was only last year that the European Commission finally established a Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space. For decades, we prospered. But even as we prospered, our safety was an illusion paid for by American largesse. Now we see that an alliance designed for collective security is functioning like a protection racket. This is a natural consequence of outsourcing our safety to Washington. We were blind to the isolation mood rising at both ends of the American political spectrum. So far, I've only given you bad news. But there is a silver lining. One through the sacrifice of thousands upon thousands of brave Ukrainians. Europe is indeed behind, both militarily and technologically. But Europe has a robust economy and manpower. Europe's backwardness is the result of a political choice. We can catch up with the Ukraine as a cornerstone of a new European security architecture. Ukraine is not only defying so-called expert analysis, fighting on the 5th year of a 3-day war, Putin's planned 3 days war, an assumption, by the way, shared by most of the Western governments back then in 22. Ukraine is the only nation in Europe that is really preparing for the day after America withdraws. Ukraine is proactively building the post-American security order on the battlefield today. What they're doing is truly revolutionary. Ukraine knocks out a $50,000 Iranian Shaheds with improvised drones that cost a fraction of that price, far less expensive than American Patriots or even Israeli Iron Dome interceptors. Ukraine is ahead of many nations in integrating artificial intelligence into the battlefield. Ukraine will soon fly Swedish fighter jets in its air force rather than only rely entirely upon American models. And I can say that my country, Croatia, also purchased European French jets to diversify the defense components. Ukraine strikes back deep into Russia. We can read it every day, so that's the best sweet for my coffee. The news of Ukrainians' successful strikes into deep on Russian territory, successful strikes. Whether or not the warlords in Washington give them their blessing. It is a tragedy that Ukrainians have paid a deadly price in order to reverse Europe's technological and military decline. You can honor their sacrifice by supporting them and following their example by putting your weight abroad and innovating at home. It will ultimately be to the benefit of us all. Advances in medical and consumer technologies are often downstream of development in battlefield science. Consider what Ukraine has accomplished despite the obstacles. Ukrainians are only broke free of the Russian Soviet Empire again in 1991. Its sovereignty has been under brutal attack for a third of its modern independent existence. Europe is wanting for willpower, not resources. This is the challenge facing Europe and all countries that once counted on the United States for support. I'm joined at this forum by ministers from many such democratic allies: Germany, Japan, France, Italy, Lithuania, Albania, Slovenia, Bulgaria, Portugal, Kosovo, Hungary, North Macedonia. Forgive me if I missed any. You will return to your capitals and debate the particulars of your foreign and defense policies. But let these principles be your North Star, a commitment to real European collective defense and homegrown technological excellence. The boldness to finally cut the umbilical cord with the United States. A serious recognition of the fact that Putin regime is devoted to perpetual war. And the self-respect to actually stand up and fight for our democratic way of life. Thank you.
Where do I sit? Just have a sit down there. Gary, thank you very much. I'd like to now just call our panelists up. Mr. Ivan Anušić, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense for Croatia. Mr. Kęstutis Budrys, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. Mr. Marko Primorac, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. And Mr. Jordan Embry, the Heritage Foundation. Round of applause, guys. Oh, all right. Well, thank you very much. My name is Damir Marušić. I'm from the Washington Post in Washington, D.C. Our panel is called Beyond the Peace Dividend, Modern Warfare, Defense Industry, and Europe's Strategic Choices. I think Gary's brilliant speech just laid out, I think, most of the challenges that I think we need to discuss. It's just worth talking about, putting a finer point on it. You know, we need to talk about war, even though this is a conference broadly devoted to multipolarity. War is with us, it's real now. There's been a lot of discussion about rules and cooperation, and it strikes me that it's difficult to talk about rules without enforcement and difficult to talk about cooperation without security. These are important things. So I agree with Gary's assessment that you know, there's a silver lining in all of this for Europe, and I'd really like to focus on Europe and how it's facing this moment. Mr. Anušić, let's start with you. Do you agree with Mr. Kasparov's assessment about NATO? And you know, what's next for Europe from your perspective?
Thank you for the question, and I'd like to warm you everybody here in Dubrovnik, and I will switch on the domestic language in Croatia. Mm-hmm. Ne slažem se u potpunosti sa gospodinom Kasparovim iz jednog razloga. NATO nije mrtav, NATO je samo u jednom izazovnom vremenu i u jednom trenutku u kojem nakon doslovno godina i desetljeća od njegovog osnivanja 1947. godine je po prvi puta u biti došao u iskušenje da djeluje, da radi, da dokaže i pokaže svoj razlog postojanja. Izuzevši iz tog 2001. godine 11. rujan, kada je aktiviran članak 5. i kada su sve članice NATO saveza pomogle i bile uz Sjedinjene Američke Države kada su one napadnute na svome tlu. Rezultiralo je tom naravno poslije rata u Afganistanu koji je spomenuo gospodin Kasparov i sve ono dalje što se događalo. NATO je u izazovnim vremenima i ova izazovna vremena uvijek pokažu najbolje i najgore, najspremnije i najnespremnije sustave, ljude, pa tako i NATO savez kao takav. Ono što smo mogli svjedočiti i što svjedočimo u ovih proteklih 5 godina, da Europa mora ozbiljnije uzeti u obzir i shvatiti obavezu svoje sigurnosti i branjenja svog teritorija i svojih interesa. Predsjednik Trump je to nekoliko puta rekao čak i u prvom mandatu, da nećemo više braniti Europu bezuvjetno, da Europa mora izdvajati određena sredstva da bi mogla samu sebe braniti, što ja u potpunosti podržavam i odobravam. Ali, isto tako, Europa je shvatila poruku i u ovom trenutku Europa dostiže sve one ciljeve, sposobnosti i operativne vještine koje mora imati da bi mogla obraniti svoj teritorij, svoje granice, svoju demokraciju, svoju neovisnost. I ja se nadam da ćemo u idućih nekoliko godina dostići tu razinu da ćemo biti u potpunosti samo održivi u smislu obrane i sigurnosti. Moja procjena je, barem za Oružane snage Republike Hrvatske, da ćemo do 2030. godine biti u potpunosti popunjeni u smislu brojčanog sastava i profesionalnog i pričuvnog sastava, da ćemo biti u potpunosti opremljeni modernom tehnologijom i modernom opremom i da ćemo biti u potpunosti spremni i uvježbani kao oružana sila za sve zadaće koje budu bile pred nama. I ne smijemo napustiti koncept NATO-a, iako možda neke države to dovode sada u pitanje, ne smijemo napustiti taj koncept ni po koju cijenu. To je jedan vojni savez koji u ovom trenutku, pa možemo reći da jedini u svijetu, odaje sigurnost, stabilnost, brani demokraciju i slobodu čovjeka i ne smijemo napustiti koncept NATO-a kakav god on u budućnosti bio. On mora postojati. Vojni savez obrambeni mora postojati jer nažalost postoje države, postoje zemlje, a vidjeli smo to sada na primjeru Rusije koja je spremna protiv svih međunarodnih prava i pravila, napasti neovisnu svoju susjednu zemlju, izvršiti invaziju i evo punih 4 godine i 3 ili 4 mjeseca granatirati i civilne ciljeve, ubijati civile i dalje pokušavati osvojiti tu zemlju. Dok je takvih zemalja, dok je takvih politika i dok je takvih vođa, NATO mora postojati kao jedna protuteža i sve što činimo i radimo moramo učiniti u smjeru da NATO preživi i da NATO iz ovog izađe jači, snažniji, izreliji i na kraju krajeva spremniji.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Budrys, I mean, I imagine you agree with a lot of the sort of assessment of NATO, that NATO needs to change because Europe is stepping up more. But, you know, and Lithuania is leading, I believe at this point, spending as a percentage of GDP in the alliance, and is cooperating closely with Ukraine, trying to build back. Has Europe gotten has there been a sea change in European understanding of what NATO will be in the future? Is there any going back? I'm just reminded, you know, when President Biden was elected, you know, that he gave the speech saying America's back. And it did feel like Europe at that point said, okay, America's back. Another speech by a future American president, do you think there will be a sigh of relief? Or has Europe now committed to this new path of self-resilience and defending itself?
Thank you. Well, there are a lot of questions in one of your questions, and first of all, let me start that I do not agree with the statement that NATO is dead, because if it is dead now, we should reprioritize what we are doing right now. Then we should leave aside the concept of NATO 3.0 and then move to something else, because within this new NATO concept, that is conventional forces that are needed to being developed in Europe, and then go hand in hand with Americans within the comprehensive deterrence, meaning that the nuclear deterrence comes from United States in the form of the extended nuclear deterrence, and conventional forces are built in Europe. If NATO is not working, it means that in Europe we miss this essential part. We should have no doubt that Russia would use nuclear coercion from the day one or even day -1 against us. So we have to discuss this. And then also deep strike capabilities, and then also discuss how far we can extend and project our military power. So it means that we have to redraw everything that we are doing right now. So sometimes when I hear that European defense development would be not complementary with the NATO or something as a form of substitute, I think that it is hallucination or whether speculation, because we cannot afford this. The number of increased defense spending in NATO, just to remind you, it didn't come with the new US administration. It didn't come with President Trump. We had these numbers before. When we finished with the NATO regional plans, then we moved to NATO capability targets. We saw the gap, and the number for defense spending to fill this gap within then share of burden, meaning before NATO 3.0 concept even emerged, was that we need to increase it up to 4% for the clear defense spending. We knew it. What President Trump did, you know, he was the major lone factor to make us a decision that we are going into that direction with the pledge that we made at the Hague Summit. So what I see now, what is needed, we have to build a strong leg, or European leg with conventional forces, and we are very much behind the timeline and schedule. I was criticizing, and I'm really skeptical about the deadline 2035. Who will wait for us till 2035? We had to make it till 2030. Lithuania increased our defense spending this year. It is 5.4%, and we say that we will spend as much as it is needed, up to 6% probably next year, because we are measuring it by capabilities that we can develop. We have really big ambitions to achieve it till 2030, and then still the question will be whether our stockpiles are sufficient enough to keep war fighting for a certain time frame. So this is challenge number one. The challenge number two is the defense spending, and especially in Europe, and I'm not being the Minister of Defense, but Minister of Foreign Affairs. For me, the concern is that those money will be the main fiscal leverage that we will have in the upcoming, for Lithuania, 5 to 10 years. We won't be able to spend more on other fields. Defense spending, that will be the priority, and it's billions and billions. This year it's 4 billion alone, and then it will increase, of course, with the economy still growing. So we have to transform this investment also into the economy development. And economy development, that's defense industry, that's dual-use technologies, and that's other industries that are supporting those. And how we will do this, it depends on us, on our wise policies. So it's not only about transforming spending to capabilities, but also transforming also it to the new impetus for the growth of our economy. And this is challenging to do, and especially when we're spending so much in foreign markets. And I say foreign even within the Europe, because we cannot still talk about the European defense industry, because we still have so much protectionism. Try to sell something, in the big countries in European Union. I have these conversations with my companies each day, and they are saying that, look, it's impossible to do this, because we still have a lot of nationalism here, and whether we are creating 28th regime within the defense industry what concerns licensing, or we will be just separating ourselves, and as a small countries, we all understand that we are too little for the world.
Mr. Primorac, maybe tell us a little bit about the money that the minister was just mentioning. At your seat, how's it look from the European Investment Bank? I mean, Europe is fabulously rich, but it's not like the money is buried in the backyard. It needs to be redirected, reinvestment priorities. Tell us a little bit about that perspective.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that I'm particularly happy to be here in Dubrovnik and participating in this panel. Well, the topic is very much relevant. I was just listening to previous speakers, and I can say that you can look at it from different perspectives, definitely. So when you think about defense in terms of financing, defense is practically the purest of public goods. And this is something that we have to acknowledge. So when we are questioning the role of the state and where the state should intervene and what goods should be financed publicly, then we always think about the concept of public goods and the classification of goods in this sense. So if you have something that is non-rivalry, so to say, in consumption and production and not exclusively, those are the principles that practically are connected to pure public goods. In this sense, why am I mentioning this, talking about Europe and European defense future and defense financing? If you have a security and treat it as a public good, it should be financed on a supranational level. Countries, devoting certain percentage of GDP to defense financing, if they just acquire ammunition from, different parts of the world, if they acquire technologies that are not communicating to each other, then it does not make much sense. You are just, increasing the spending, and this is not very coherent and very effective in this sense. So I would think that for European Union in general, we should think more of common spending in terms of financing the defense, because otherwise, if you have a public good and you definitely have some certain free riders, certain countries that are close to the border, they value this public good much higher than the others who are far from the conflict. So whereas certain countries that are so to say, near the front lines, they have to spend 5% of GDP for defense, protecting the whole continent, and then the others, which are, far west, so to say, can spend more, making their economies more productive, more efficient, and more competitive in sense. So this is the kind of a discussion that we should have within the European Union. Now, when it comes to financing, I'm also glad that the defense is not being observed any longer as pure military. It's now also being connected with technology, with innovation, with industrial capabilities, and this is something that is being increasingly recognized. In this sense, public budgets will definitely be still very much under pressure, but they will certainly not be sufficient to satisfy the investment gap that previous speakers have mentioned and discussed. So in this sense, we should also see how to mobilize private investments, how to crowd in private capital, and you cannot do that if there is no stability, if there is no predictable, so to say, procurements in sense that you devote certain percentage of GDP or certain percentage of national budgets and devote this to long-term financing of defense. Otherwise, also the industry will not scale up. If they are not certain that they can sell in the next 5-10 years the same scale, it will be challenging also for the industry to scale up. So when we talk about the innovation, technological base, so to say, industrial capabilities, we have that in Europe. The question is how to crowd in private investments, and this is what the European Investment Bank does. We do it through different instruments. We do public sector financing, we do corporate financing, we finance projects in different areas. We do it also through venture debt instruments. We do it through intermediate financing, meaning through commercial banks or national development banks, financing small and medium-sized enterprises. And we also do it in the equity market. So I can say that practically if you can separate and divide this defense and security sector into several pillars, we are active in infrastructure financing. We finance from military barracks to mobility corridors and so on, but we also finance the industrial capabilities. We are active in quantum computing, in artificial intelligence, in space, satellites, but also in terms of innovation through intermediate financing with small and medium-sized enterprises. And also equity market. We have this defense equity facility, which was quite efficient. So we have mobilized a lot of resources, around 175 million euros that mobilized also the private investments. And we are now having the defense equity facility 2.0, which will be upscaled fund of funds, so to say, where we intend to mobilize around 1 billion euros. We have also changed in a way. So the European Investment Bank was purely Europe's climate and green bank. So the geopolitical circumstances have somehow also forced us to do something. So in this sense, we have moved to, first of all, dual use and then also to pure defense spending, which we do now. In the last year, only in 2025, we have deployed around 4 billion euros for defense financing. And we have practically fourfold increased this amount. And we are also on track to reach 4.5 billion this year to 2026. So we aim to devote around 5% of our budget or deployment annual, which is around 100 billion euros to defense financing.
Thanks. And Mr. Embry, I don't know about you. I sometimes get in trouble by saying, though, you know, my roots are from here, and I feel very strongly about Europe, that actually the Trump shock has been very, I think, good for Europe. But has it gone too far? How does it look like to you at this point from America?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and thank you to the Croatian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the invitation. It's an honor to be on the panel. Broadly, I'd agree with you. Trump shock is not comfortable for our European allies and partners. It's not a soft and gentle reminder or tap on the shoulder, but it's what's been necessary to actually unlock key decisions. I refer back to Minister Boudris' comments about getting to 5% at The Hague, about NATO 3.0, about moving into the next generation of capabilities. But I'd also take a step back strategically and say this isn't just something that President Trump has said. We can go all the way back to the first Supreme Allied Commander Europe, Dwight D. Eisenhower, earlier Supreme Allied Commander, later President of the United States, in his time as Supreme Allied Commander, talking about needing the European allies to step up, needing the military capabilities and defense capabilities to be reconstituted at a greater and faster pace. So this is something that, from the American side of the pond, we've been raising literally since the beginning of the NATO alliance. Now, the issue is that these rhetorical reminders have not been sufficient to actually move spending and capabilities in the direction they need to go for our European partners to take full responsibility for conventional defense. As a result, the Trump shock has actually delivered that in the second administration. The true changes in capabilities and posture by the American military, Defense Department, and others has incentivized our European partners to really come to the table and step to the fore on this. And I do think there are benefits, many benefits to this on the European side as well. Deepened industrial-based cooperation on defense and other issues. ITAR reform on our side of the pond is something we're talking about. There are good things here for the citizenry and populations of Europe, as well as the general increase in defense. And I think sometimes we go too far in saying, well, this is the United States fully stepping out of NATO. Yet I point to the recent discussions that became public about deploying nuclear weapons into the eastern part of the alliance, into Poland, into Finland, to really reinforce the American extended deterrent that underpins the deterrence of the Russian state and stops them from utilizing nuclear blackmail against our European allies. So as I said, the Trump shock, not comfortable, sometimes not nice, I'll freely admit, but it has been effective in moving the needle on spending and capabilities in Europe.
Mr. Anušić, the part of this conversation is also strategic choices for Europe, and I'd like to just maybe ask you to zoom out a little bit here. It's been striking watching, the drama in the Middle East unfold, and Europe has, again, it's been the case for a while that the Americans take the lead on this, and do a disastrous war in my opinion, but nevertheless, still the European voice is very quiet there. Maybe talk to us a little bit about strategic choices, and I think it was in the first panel on the first day, Charles Powell said, in the multipolar world, Europe does not yet see itself as a pole, and it may not want to be. Should Europe want to have more of a say in its neighborhood, and what should the priorities be, do you think?
Europa je prvenstveno zamišljena u samom početku kao zajednica koja je ekonomski jaka, koju povezuju demokracije, vladavina prava i na kraju krajeva zajedničko funkcioniranje prvenstveno na tržištu ekonomije. Ja to tako barem gledam i vidim. Ono što se dogodilo sada je Europu zateklo. Svi smo nešto o tome rekli i ja sam na kraju krajeva o tome nešto rekao i u mom odgovoru na prvo vaše pitanje. Europa je dobila vrijeme da se pripremi, da se organizira, da se na kraju krajeva profilira u nešto što Europa do sad nije ozbiljno politički komunicirala, a to je obrana i sigurnost. Danas, kod nas u Hrvatskoj se kaže da nas je muka naterala na takvu odluku. I stvarno je tako. Ta muka je rat koji je izbio u Ukrajini, koji je izazvala Rusija agresijom i invazijom na Ukrajinu. Ono što Europa u ovom trenutku može činiti i raditi, svakako se držati svojih saveznika koji su tradicionalno saveznici Europe, definitivno Sjedinjene Američke Države. Politika ima oscilacije, cikluse kvalitetnog i dobrog funkcioniranja, malo lošijeg ili jako lošijeg. Mi smo sad možda u nekakvoj fazi izlaska iz najgore faze i početka nekakvog generalnog stava kako Europe, tako i cijelog novog, ajmo reći, poretka svjetskoga, gdje je Europi mjesto i gdje se Europa treba profilirati, gdje Europa treba naći svoj prostor i svoju poziciju kako bi bila globalan, jak i snažan igrač. Europa je preko 500 milijarde ljudi, gospodarstvo je najjače u svijetu ili jedno od najjačih u svijetu i ako se kvalitetno i dobro organizira i udružimo, možemo biti jedni od vodećih organizacija u smislu političkom ili kako god teritorijalnom na svijetu. Ali ponovno se vraćamo na ono. Europa nije o tome razmišljala, sada je prisiljena i o tome razmišlja, o tome mora raditi. Drugačije promatra politika u Portugalu, u Španjolskoj, politiku u Poljskoj, u Finskoj, u zemljama koje graniče sa Ukrajinom ili graniče sa istokom, u ovom slučaju neki graniče, naravno, Baltičke zemlje uz Finsku, graniče i sa Rusijom. One drugačije doživljavaju situaciju, pa to je tako i kolega iz Litve i govorio. Ja mislim da Europa treba se što više oslanjati na vlastite snage, na vlastite sposobnosti, jer imamo s čime, imamo kako. Teško će to biti objasniti biračkom tijelu koje svake 4 godine izlazi i bira nove lidere. Nitko od lidera ne želi izgubiti izbore. A ljudi nemaju osjećaj da su vremena možda i više nego ozbiljna, da se mora dio sredstava uzeti od socijale, uzeti od zdravstva, uzeti od poljoprivrede i usmjeriti prema obrani. To će biti najveći zadatak svakog pojedinačnog lidera i generalnog lidera Europske unije, kako i na koji način dobiti potporu za te politike i kako i na koji način osigurati političku stabilnost i potporu da se u tvojoj državi i generalno u Europskoj uniji da veća pozornost obrambenoj politici i sigurnosti. To je nešto što će biti najveći izazov svi u nas koji smo ovdje i koji obnašamo političke dužnosti, naravno onih koji vode države, predsjednici i premijeri. Tu bi trebali imati zajednički stav i zajedničku sinergiju nećemo imati, to budite sigurni i već sada su određene pukotine države koje smatraju da ne treba ulagati, da se ne treba miješati u ukrajinski sukob i tako dalje. Ja mislim suprotno. Ja mislim da Ukrajina u ovom trenutku brani Europu i ima ulogu obrambenog štita Europe. 4 godine i 4 mjeseca herojski se bore od možda i nego zasigurno jedne od najvećih vojnih sila na svijetu, uspješno se brane i pokazuju prvenstveno Europi nove tehnologije i znanja koje mi trebamo prihvaćati, učiti od njih, ali i pokazuju da su hrabri i da su ustrajani u svojoj borbi za demokraciju i za svoju državu. Da je Ukrajina prije 4 godine ili 4,5 godine izgubila ovaj rat i da je Rusija, kako je zamislila, u jednom danu svrgnuti predsjednika Zelenskog i preuzeti praktički i postaviti marionetsku vladu u Ukrajini, rat bi već bio na granicama puno bližima Europske unije, a možda i već unutar Europske unije. U to budite 100% sigurni, tu nema nikakve dileme. Oni su uspjeli učiniti ono što Rusija nije očekivala, a Europa nije bila spremna. Danas njihovo znanje, njihove vještine, sve vojske svijeta trebaju učiti od njih, trebaju im dati apsolutnu podršku u svakom smislu, kako ekonomskom, gospodarskom, tako i političkom, da ustraju u svojoj borbi. Promjena granica silom ne smije biti nešto što će se događati i što se događa, što će biti legitimno od strane nekoga agresora, pa ćemo mi kao međunarodna zajednica to blagosloviti i reći ok, dobro, ajde, vi ste jači, pa i možete uzeti. Ko je sljedeći na redu i koja država može ponovno očekivati to što je učinila Rusija Ukrajini. I generalno mislim da Europa mora i da je ovo biti, svaka kriza je prilika i ovo je prilika ogromna za Europu da se pozicionira i da postane manje ovisna, to da postane više neovisna u smislu obrane, sigurnosti i vojnog utjecaja generalno u cijelome svijetu. Danas je obrambena industrija, a na što je Europa jako naslonjena, a to je gospodarstvo, ekonomija i jako osjetljiva na to, i danas je vojna industrija postala industrija broj 1 u svijetu. Ajmo tražiti tu prostor. Hrvatska tu traži prostor i jako puno radimo na tome i podupiremo našu vojnu obrambenu industriju. Idemo prebaciti dio naših potencijala i kapaciteta industrijskih, govorim na europskoj razini, upravo u vojnom smjeru, u obrambenom smjeru, u onome što će biti naš proizvod i što će biti na kraju krajeva naše znanje, naše vještine, naše sposobnosti, jer u ovih proteklih 4 ili 5 godina, kada vratimo film unazad i kada smo krenuli u opremanje naših oružanih snaga, ne samo Hrvatska, nego sve zemlje Europe, došli smo do jednog svi zaključka. Mi nemamo dovoljno naoružanja, nemamo dovoljno proizvodnje i nemamo dovoljno znanja. Pa evo, ogromna prilika za gospodarstvo i otvaranje novih grana. Kao što sam rekao, najosjetljivija je Europa upravo na ekonomskoj strani, pa ajmo onda ekonomiju na kraju krajeva osnažiti i ojačati upravo kroz obrambenu industriju.
Minister Budrys, defense minister, was just saying, focusing on Ukraine as the shield of Europe. You're right there on the front lines and cooperating very closely. Also, this question of political will in Europe to do the next steps. Tell us a little bit about, in an earlier panel it was discussed about European perspectives for Ukraine, roadblocks to that. How should we be thinking about the future of Europe and Ukraine without prejudging the answer of this? What does partnership look like, and what's the path forward?
To answer your great question in one sentence would be, there will be no EU without Ukraine. We need the European Union as a geopolitical actor, as a geoeconomic actor. That would be the agent globally setting the environment, setting the rules, how the world will look like. We all declare that, but we all understand that within the EU there are so many problems with decision making, with different interests, sometimes different values that we also don't share with some of the member states. And I'm happy that after recent some elections there are more common ground for shared values. But looking into the future, we see that we are the most effective when we are forced to be effective. And now the war is the most transformative geopolitical element. Why we are disengaging in the energy trade from Russia? Because of the war. Why we are now rethinking the role of the Middle East and new corridors? Because of the war against Iran. We were forced. What concerns sanctions, we were led by US leadership. That was within the G7 coordinated actions in the very beginning of 22 that led the European Union to those fast decisions. So without the external push, we are still not fast enough. We are still not in the position to deliver. So without Ukraine, and this is our interest, to have more security. Without Ukraine, EU will be weak, and we will go into the regional formats. I am sure about it. That's in our interest, not only on the countries on the front line, but also in Europe's interest. So we have more security. What is the main source now of power, military power in Europe? Of course, it is Ukraine. And we know what Ukraine needs from us. With all the reconstruction demand and all the economy growth needs and the others. So there will be new forms of integration. And if it is not EU integration, as I hear the skepticism, oh, what we will do with the transport, oh, what we will do with the agriculture and this and that, and our single market, you know, it still doesn't function enough to have this big country included, then we will go for some regional formats. And that will be really disintegrating process, because I'm sure that Ukraine will play its big role in regional defense as it is right now. We just signed the drone defense agreement with Ukraine, and there are others to follow on this. So de facto they will be part of this system. So of course the easiest solution is to get them into EU and NATO. That's what we said. And still now I believe that in the NATO membership, that's the clear, fast-forward way to all the an answer to all the challenges and questions. But if it is not there, we will look for the other options. And EU enlargement, that will be the biggest test. If it won't happen, if we won't open the 5 additional clusters for Ukraine, if it won't happen this autumn, I can tell you, we can count the days till EU is dead. And then there would be the need for another keynote speech, but without the different first sentence.
Mr. Primorac, maybe you can then talk to us a little bit about, you mentioned in in the last round, you know, the challenge of not duplicating and coordinating this kind of investment. How should Europe be thinking about, investing in Ukraine and integrating the very successful Ukrainian, defense base into the sort of larger European project? And what are the challenges there? And is Europe up to it?
Sure. I would just like to remind of a few numbers in terms of, contemplating about the support to Ukraine. Russia generates around 2% of world GDP. European Union in general, it's around 18%. NATO, it's slightly less than 50% of the world's GDP. So just to give you a flavor of what, relationship of powers, economic powers we are discussing here, and in terms of the defense spending and the capacity that we have, what we are practically contemplating. In terms of what Ukraine has succeeded by being so, diligent and brave and stubborn, so to say, at the battlefield, is that innovation in military doesn't come necessarily from a sophisticated, base, but from being quick, from being innovative, from learning quickly, from implementing what you learn directly at the battlefield into the production. And this is something that Europe in general can learn from. And if we do not treat Ukraine only as recipients of support or aid in any sense, but as partners that we can collaborate with, helping us, European Union in general, to develop this technological and industrial base based on their experience, building up on our capacities, financial capacities, internal market, etc. I think there are really a lot of opportunities there. When it comes to the European Investment Bank in general, our support to Ukraine has been visible from the day one, so from 2022, practically from the beginning of the unprovoked Russian aggression. We have deployed around 4.5 billion euros in different instruments, sources of support. There was only recently announced in Gdansk 475 million, together with partner countries, Poland, BGK, the development bank there, trying to support Ukraine. So we already do a lot of work as a bank, supporting the infrastructure projects, supporting the projects in border protection, but also housing projects, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, supporting the economy in general. And I think this is really a good way forward.
Jordan, maybe tell us a little bit, in your opinion then, the G7 meeting sort of indeterminate whether President Trump has turned again and is maybe a little bit more optimistic about Ukraine. Seems to me from the U.S. perspective, again, backing this miracle that's happening in Ukraine is a no-brainer. And again, it's good for Europe and the rest of it. Do you see, have you heard any sense that there's a pivot coming again, and that might be the best way to sort of, again, patch over some of these earlier shocks?
Sure, it's a good question. Obviously, I was heartened to hear the statements out of the G7 from President Trump concerning Ukraine and discussing the reality that we all know, that the Ukrainians have been willing to negotiate in good faith, to have these discussions as they have so bravely and heroically fought on the battlefield to defend their citizens and their territory. And that has really been Russia and the Putin regime that has been the stopping block for all of this, that has refused to negotiate, period, much less in good faith. Obviously, we've had cooperation in the midst of the discussion of shifting to Europe taking the lead on supporting Ukraine, which I think is only natural, it being a war in Europe, as our keynote speaker so eloquently told us about. There's been cooperation throughout on intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. There's been continuation of U.S. munitions sold through Pearl after extensive U.S. munitions transfers earlier. But I think there is a sense in which Russia gave up their opportunity to have a friendly voice in the White House, an eye in the White House, especially coming out of the Alaska summit. There was really an opportunity that seemed to be extended from the President Trump to President Putin that really did not go anywhere. There wasn't any uptake in the Russian system. They didn't take any actual steps towards conflict termination, towards negotiations with the Ukrainians. And that really frustrated the president. I think really has turned his opinion in favor of President Zelensky and the Ukrainians. Now, does this mean that suddenly the U.S. is going to return and take on, the majority of the burden for Ukraine support again and take it back from our European partners? I don't think that's the case. But I do think that there is an attitudinal shift by the president and the White House that I think is helpful in the context of ensuring that this next stage of the battle goes well, and also in thinking about how we integrate the lessons from Ukraine at the NATO level. Many of my fellow panelists have talked about ways in which bringing on Ukrainian capabilities and knowledge is important. I look, for example, to the Trophy Lab initiative that the Ukrainians just stood up, which will be excellent and really helpful as we go into the defense innovation that Mr. Primorac has talked about so much, to know exactly the vulnerabilities of these Russian systems that would be matching up against NATO forces and developing and redeveloping our kit that we're building out to defend and deter against such equipment.
Well, I want to let everyone soon go to have lunch. I know everyone's hungry. It's the challenge before the before lunch panel. But let's just wrap on a very quick lightning round. And really, when I mean quick, let's just wrap it like this. Many challenges ahead. I think we've laid them out well. But I personally feel a little optimistic. I want to just ask each one of you, and you can qualify it a little bit. Are you optimistic for the future, or are you overcome by the worries? Mr. Minister.
Ja sam svakako optimističan, drugačije ne možemo ni funkcionirati, moramo biti optimistični. Ali moramo shvatiti da određene promjene moramo raditi, one neće biti i nisu ugodne i već nisu ugodne, ali moramo se aklimatizirati ili prilagoditi okolnostima u kojima živimo. Optimizam je nešto što nas mora sve voditi, bez toga ne bi apsolutno ni trebali se baviti ovim poslom kojim radimo ako nismo optimistični, ako ne gledamo unaprijed da bi trebalo biti bolje i kvalitetnije za sve nas. Na kraju krajeva to je naša zadaća, stvoriti nas, politike koju je izabrana demokratskim izborima, to ljudi od nas očekuju. Stvoriti bolje, optimističnije društvo, prosperitetnije i sve ono što na kraju krajeva donosi jedan takav optimizam o kojem ste vi sada rekli. Ali, optimizam neće doći sam po sebi, on nije samo priča koju ćemo mi jedni drugima pričati i uvjeravati se kako je sve lijepo, mi se moramo uhvatiti ozbiljnog posla. Taj posao zahtijeva ozbiljne promjene, ozbiljne ljude, ozbiljne odluke i ozbiljne projekte. I ja mislim da je budućnost u našim rukama, ničim drugima, ali kako ćemo je mi stvoriti, kako ćemo je pripremiti, kako ćemo je napraviti, to isključivo ovisi o nama. Zato se moramo krenuti sebi, pogledati se u ogledalo ili pogledati jedni drugi u oči i reći ok, do sad nismo radili kako treba, moramo neke stvari promijeniti, te stvari moramo zajednički promijeniti i mislim da nas apsolutno ništa ne može ugroziti u smislu optimizma u budućnosti.
Excellent, excellent. So one vote for optimism and political will, Mr. Minister?
Of course, we proved so many times that we can be effective if we can deliver, and there is ground to be optimistic. But first of all, we have to start with the alignment of strategic assessment, and then what is our goal number one, and of course it is security and peace in Europe. What is our threat? The main threat, that's Russia. Direct, long-term, multi-dimensional threat to our security. So we have to concentrate on it. How we will deter it and how we will defend ourselves. That's keeping strong transatlantic alliance. That's increasing readiness of Europe and helping Ukraine. And only then, when we will do this, and it will take us some time, then we can move to another phase and discuss how we will have the relations with Russia. And I'm here reflecting a bit the discussion that we heard on the first panel, how to include Russia into the security system. How come? They are the main threat, and they're the main aggressor, occupying the territories of neighboring nations, starting from 2008 from Georgia, then 2014 Ukraine. We need security from them. We need effective deterrence and defense. This is the main task. If we agree on this, of course, we have the will and resources, and then we have to just decide how we will do it effectively.
Mr. Primorac, same question. There you go.
Like somebody doesn't want to hear that, but I'm very optimistic. Because if you see what's happening with all these geopolitical, geoeconomic challenges, it is just streamlining the process which has been underway in Europe for quite some time. And this is the necessity to make Europe more resilient, to make Europe take more care about our own security, about diversifying supply sources when it comes to energy, for example, about securing the supply chains which are closer to home, which are more reliable. And I think this will make Europe really stronger. And in this sense, it makes a lot of sense. I don't see this process as being something that would replace transatlantic partnership, but I think it will make it stronger, because if you have a more fair balance of power, and this is something that will definitely happen in Europe after we treat all our challenges and difficulties in the most appropriate manner, the partnership will be even stronger. So if you see the consequences practically of this exercise, to put it mildly, it will make Europe stronger, it will make partnerships stronger. It will be a painful process, like when you have children that stay home with their parents for quite some time. If there's somebody from Italy here, you are quite familiar with the term mamoni. Mamoni, they stay until their 30s with their families. So it's hard to get away. It's hard to live on your own. It's hard to make these changes and take care of your own future. But it makes a person stronger. It makes you better prepared for the challenges to come, and I think this is exactly what's happening to Europe, so this is why I'm so optimistic. Thanks.
Excellent. Jordan, you have 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
I'll try to be brief. I would agree with what the previous panelists have said, that overall I'm optimistic for the future of the Transatlantic Alliance, the future of the NATO alliance. With that said, I'd also agree with Mr. Primorac that we're going to go through, and are still going through, a bit of turbulence. I think about this sort of as the long bit of a hike behind a peak, where you don't see the nice view, you're just trekking up the elevation change, but then you get to the top and you can see sort of the beautiful vision. I think that's what we're working towards, is that vision of deterrence that's backed by credible capabilities by our European allies, that's backed by an American extended deterrent that has this fair and equalized burden sharing across the alliance, and a true sort of strategic depth and wisdom added from our European partners as well as they survey the theater. So ultimately, I am optimistic about where we go from here, about the possibilities for the alliance in the years ahead, as we move through sort of the struggle to get up to that summit.
Okay, great. Well, round of applause for the panel here. I hope you all take that optimism to lunch and enjoy, and see you back here after that.
You are Miss Tora Faust. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, correct pronunciation is Ima Tora Faust.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Great pronunciation.
Okay. Okay. And now we are waiting just. You need a translator. Dajte jedan, molim vas, ovaj. No, in English. Except Mr. Lu Shai will speak in Chinese. Yeah, when I start. Yeah, when I start. Yeah, when I start. Nice to meet you. Hello. Hello. Okay, thank you. Dear guests, welcome to our panel discussion, Universal Values in a Multipolar World. What can we learn from each other? And the panelists are, from my left side, it's Ms. Ima Tora Faust. She's Minister of Foreign Affairs of Andorra. Then it's Mr. Lu Shai, Special Representative of the Chinese government on European affairs. And Mr. Lu Shai will speak in Chinese, so please prepare your headphones before his discussion. Ms. Clara Breuer, she's State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hungary. Also with us is here Mare Bashimova. She is Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Turkmenistan. Also here is Mr. Nacho Sanchez Amor. He is member of the European Parliament from Spain and member of the Socialists and Democrats parliamentary faction. And also the last, Mr. Paul McCarthy. He is the Senior Research Fellow for European Affairs from the Heritage Foundation in the United States. So I'm honored to moderate a panel with such distinguished speakers. We have ambitious goals in this discussion, but I believe they are achievable. So I will start with first round of the questions, and you will all refer to the same topic. So the title of our discussion is Universal Values in a Multipolar World, and what can we learn from each other? So I'm wondering, and public is wondering, are all values universally applicable? Or maybe there are some values and principles that are incompatible with certain political, cultural, and religious traditions. Can there be alternative conception of fundamental political rights and freedoms? Ms. Tora Faust, floor is yours.
Thank you, and first of all, I would like to thank the Croatian authorities for inviting me to this very important forum. In Andorra, of course, we firmly believe in universal values, and these values, in fact, actually guide all our states' national and international action. In fact, the first article of our constitution proclaims, I quote, proclaims respect for and the promotion of freedom, equality, justice, tolerance, the defense of human rights and human dignity as the inspiring principles of the Andorran state actions. Andorra is a country founded in the Middle Ages in 1278. And Andorra became a state and joined the international community with this constitution of 1993, a constitution which also granted the country full freedom and independence in the exercise of its sovereignty. As a small state, Andorra places particular importance on dialogue, cooperation, and principles-based multilateralism. And let me remind that these universal values are not abstract ideals detached from reality. They are the outcome of a shared human experience and a political compromise. The multilateral system we know today, rooted in the United Nations Charter, was built precisely on the recognition that despite profound differences in history, in culture, in religion, and in governance, despite these differences, states could still agree on a set of fundamental principles enabling a peaceful existence. These principles emerge in response to the tragedies of the 20th century, when the international community collectively affirmed that certain acts, such as war crimes and crimes against humanity, were unacceptable under any circumstances. These principles serve as the standard for the universal values that must be upheld. And that is why we strongly believe in multilateralism as a means of fostering these values. I must, however, acknowledge that in today's multipolar world, and it's the main issue of this forum, the challenge no longer lies in reaching a consensus on the existence of these values, but in their interpretation, in their prioritization and implementation. It is precisely why small, like Andorra, and medium-sized states have a particular role to play. For countries of our size, international institutions are not merely diplomatic platforms, they are essential spaces where every state has a voice and where our differences must be managed through dialogue rather than through power. And in this regard, for us, for Andorra, fostering multilingualism and promoting cultural diversity are among our top priorities. And we believe that we should bear in mind this very important UNESCO Convention, which is the Convention on the Protection and the Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. This convention reminds us that cultural diversity must be protected, but it can only be protected and promoted, and I quote, if human rights and fundamental freedoms, such as freedom of expression, information and communication, as well as the ability of individuals to choose cultural expressions, are guaranteed. So we consider that political, cultural, and religious traditions cannot be invoked to infringe human rights and fundamental freedoms as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and guaranteed by international law.
Thank you. Andorra has a Catholic bishop as a co-head of state, so it reminded me to introduce myself. I'm Jakub Žižić. I'm a professor of political science at the Catholic University. Mr. Lou Chae, your thoughts about universal applicability of the values, or there are some special paths or special traditions of values. Please use your headphones.
谢谢主持人。这个世界各国人民和民族，他们所创造的文明都是有可取之处的，都是有他们的长处，因此，彼此之间那是绝对可以交流互鉴的。 所以中国领导人提出了全球文明倡议，主张以文明对话来取代文明对抗，以文明交流来取代文明隔阂，以文明平等来取代文明优越，就是这个意思。但是呢，在这个交流互鉴的过程中，我们认为应该遵循2条原则，一个就是要根据本国的实际有所取舍，是吧？就是按中国的老话就是说，取其精华，弃其糟粕。因为有很多外国的文明的东西不一定适合本国的，就像主持人刚才在提这个问题里边讲的，可能与本国的一些政治的、宗教的、文化的因素相冲突的东西，就不能够接受，是吧？比如说，在西方国家，你们已经这个废弃了死刑，但中国人就不会接受废弃死刑，这只是一个很简单的例子，是吧？西方的文明里边一直是有一种这种拉帮结派、搞这个集团政治的传统，从你们的古希腊的时候就开始，但中国是一贯反对这样的做法的。第2个原则就是要统一的标准，不能搞双重标准，不能说对一部分人采取一种标准，落到了自己身上就是另外一种这个情况。这是第一个问题。第2个呢，关于这个普世价值我觉得这个定义是一个很重要的事儿。谁来定义普世价值？它的标准是什么？是谁的普世价值？是吧？你西方国家，它有经常挂在口头上的、嘴上的就是普世价值。那中国呢？中国我们提出的是全人类共同价值。当然，我们的共同价值里边的内涵包括和平、发展、公平、正义，也有民主和自由。但是我们讲的民主和自由，我相信可能跟西方国家他们的民主和自由内涵是不一样的，啊，比如说民主，我认中国的民主是人民当家作主，真正是人民当家作主。但西方国家的民主这个概念，经过我的研究和思考，不过就是政治游戏规则，政治游戏规则，选票嘛，是吧？这个少数服从多数。那么在西方的这个所谓的政治价值里边，也就是说高于民主这个政治工具的之上的政治价值，恐怕就是金主，它不是人民当家作主，而是资本当家作主，是吧？我可能讲的比较直啊，你们也可以思考。那么中国的这个政治价值是人民当家作主，那么实现这个政治价值的手段和途径是什么呢？我们就是全过程人民民主这么一个制度。那么从我们的自古以来就是一种中央集权的国家体制，是吧？那么在这个基础上，我们现在又发展出一个全过程人民民主，那么里边有一系列的制度设计，是吧？包括民主选举，包括民主执政，包括民主协商，包括民主这个监督，就是整个这个国家治理的过程，人民都会参与进去，是吧？我就先讲这么多吧，就是讲所谓的普世价值，它没有一定的这个标准概念。如果想搞一个一定的标准，那么恐怕就只能请联合国出面，是吧？把世界各国招在一起，大家商量商量什么叫普世价值。谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Luce. Ms. Bashimova, my question is, universal values in a multipolar world, what can we learn from each other, from your point of view?
Thank you, dear moderator, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Croatia for the invitation to participate in this forum. The theme of our session is extremely relevant. Today we live in an era of multipolar world in which different countries, cultures and civilizations are playing an increasingly significant role in shaping the global agenda. However, an important question stands before us. Will multipolarity become a source of new divisions, disputes and mistrust, or it can serve as a foundation for more just, respectful and sustainable international order? This is where the issue of universal values gets special significance. When we speak about universal values, it is important to understand that they should not imply the imposition of a single development model or a single worldview. Universal values cannot belong exclusively to one region, one political system, or one civilization. They become truly universal only when different peoples, cultures, and states recognize in them a common moral foundation for harmony, cooperation, and the joint resolution of shared challenges. For example, the countries of Central Asia have for centuries stood at the crossroads of civilizations. The Great Silk Road was not just a trade road. It was also a space for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and cultural traditions. This historical experience demonstrates that diversity can be a source of strength rather than conflict. Turkmenistan consistently promotes the principles of peace, good neighborliness, and international cooperation. Of particular importance is the status of permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan, recognized by the international community. Neutrality demonstrates that dialogue and mutual respect can create conditions for stability and trust even in a complex international environment. What can we learn from one another? We can learn to respect cultural diversity while remaining true to our own traditions. We can learn from innovation and technological advancement while preserving humanistic values. We can adopt best practices in education, science, environmental protection, and youth policy. Most importantly, we can learn to listen to one another. Perhaps the ability to listen with respect is one of the most important universal values of our time. A special role in this process belongs, of course, to young people. Today's youth have unprecedented opportunities to communicate through education, scientific projects, international forums, and digital technologies. Young people become bridges between cultures and contribute to the creation of more just and secure world. When we speak about global challenges, climate change, security threats, inequality of the spread of new technologies, it becomes evident that no country can address them alone. We need solidarity, trust, and shared sense of responsibility. Therefore, universal values in a multipolar world are not an abstract concept. They constitute a practical foundation for cooperation, mutual understanding, and sustainable development. For my country, this approach is of fundamental importance.
Thank you. Ms. Breuer, your thoughts about universality of the universal values. Are democratic political institutions and political liberties, are they universally applicable, or maybe they depend on some national and cultural and religious conditions?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say at the beginning that I'm very glad that the Dubrovnik Forum decided to have this discussion, because I think that in our really multipolar world with so many surfacing new problems, it is very important that we are putting our actions on values, and we never forget values when we are doing something in diplomacy or in international relations. For me, and I'd like to say, this freedom or liberty is a very core value in the physical sense, in the spiritual sense, or in the conscience, and also as a form of expression. So freedom is very important for me, and I hope that it can be a core universal value, because I think we are in the same human race. We are part of humanity, all of us, and I think everybody deserves this. In Europe, I suppose we are quite fortunate that we can say that from the Greek philosophers through Roman law, then Christianity, later on Renaissance or the Enlightenment, they are layers of our set of values. And in the 20th century, I think for us in Europe, it's the common Europe, the acquis of the European Union, and all those values that we share in the Union are very important for us. Hungary shares these values, and as you know, we had recently elections, and I think these values are strengthened in Hungary with the new government in place. Now, I'd like to say that I don't think that such values are only built up in Europe or in this kind of Western civilization. All those values surely can be found in different mindsets, different cultures, and I think it is our common task to find the way how it is expressed, how it is surfaced in another culture. Again, I need to say that it is in our common future that we don't let the wish and the desire go, that we'd like to base our actions on universal values, even if the expression is different. We are, I think, in a very crucial moment in human history. And we do have the UN, which somehow sometimes I feel that we a little bit disregard, though we all belong to the World Organization, and I think it's very important to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez Amor, can there be different standards of democracy, rule of law, checks and balances, political rights and liberties?
Well, thank you, Jacob. I'm guessing I'm representing here the European Union. And the European Union, not of course, clearly representing the European Union, but coming from an European institution, I'll try to complete the picture. We are a very strange monster, the European Union, for many reasons. We are getting rid of the sovereignty. Sovereignty is clearly entrenched in the current way of thinking in the world, and we are getting rid of sovereignty in many aspects. You remember when we studied that the core concept of sovereignty is defense, currency, and we are getting rid of all of that. And other of our particularities is not only that we are funded in the values that has been mentioned by Clara and Iman and the others, not only we have been founded in this relation, it's a constitutional duty of the of the European institutions to conduct the foreign policy under the principles and values of promotion of democracy. Promotion means you have to do things actively. It's not to respect, it's not to interfere. On the contrary, we have a constitutional mandate to, let's say, interfere. This is a question. But that puts the European Union in a very particular position regarding universality of human rights. And we were on the verge of having fully fledged content of human dignity when we drafted the Declaration of Human Rights. And when I say we, I say what we call the Western civilization and the Chinese one. And something has been forgotten in the meantime, because the contribution of the Ambassador Peng Chun-chan to the Declaration of Human Rights, it was a key to introduce the Confucianism ideas and values in the Declaration. And it's true, even the abstentions of the Soviet world was instrumental because the lack of criticism of the fascists and Nazis and the lack of putting relevance on the social values. But even the Soviet world challenged consistently the core of the idea that we agreed at the content at that moment, in the 40s of the last century, in a content of what means human dignity. And we translate human dignity in a set of values and principles. And what happened later? This idea was started to depict as a colonialist, neo-imperialist, but the Declaration of Human Rights has many ideas coming from the East. It's the idea of Ren, conscience in Confucianism, empathy, the values of norms, the value of family. It's colonialist from East to West, because sometimes when we talk about transferable, we always think about Western to South and to East. It was not the case. The question is, are we able to agree again in a complete setting on values and principles and rights to feel the content of the idea of human dignity or not? Because we were on the verge of doing less than 1 century ago. And my idea is we have to try. We have to try to agree on another setting of principles and values really universal. And if they are not universal, they are not transferable. Meaning, if they are transferable, it's a cultural exportation. But if they are agree on the universal values, they have to be universally accepted, meaning not non-transferable, but accepted.
Just one remark: when you mentioned the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, people who created it were also proponents of Christian democracy, also, or in Confucianism, definitely, but also like the founders of the European Union. Mr. McCarthy, tell us your opinion. Can there be different standards of freedom of thought, of conscience, of freedom of speech and expression? Can it be dependent on some national circumstances, or there are some basic standards of these institutions and liberties?
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Croatia for inviting me to speak, to lend an American voice. I wish there were more American voices here, but there it is. I will shoulder the responsibility for all of the United States, past, present, and future as best as I can, but I know we have very limited time. When I look at universal values, they are real, but institutions are national. And what I mean by that is, for many years, the United States has been, as my friend Nacho just mentioned, promoting democracy overseas, which I think was viewed by many countries as an imposition of systems on their countries. And I think that was a wrong approach. And the Heritage Foundation, as the largest conservative organization in America, we believe that we shouldn't confuse universal principles with a one-size-fits-all system. America does not need to export its institutions wholesale, but as conservatives, we believe that free speech, religious liberty, human dignity, rule of law, and limits on state power are not cultural luxuries. They are basic restraints on arbitrary authority. So values are universal, institutions are national. If a government says culture or a system requires silencing its peoples, the issue is not culture or values, it is pure power, and we have to keep that in mind. What is also important is national sovereignty. Sovereignty is essential, but it belongs to nations and peoples, not just regimes. National sovereignty is the foundation of self-government. Without sovereignty, citizens cannot control their borders, laws, institutions, or future. But sovereignty cannot become a blank check for ruling parties wherever they exist, including my own. It protects nations from external domination. It should not protect governments from accountability. So sovereignty protects self-government. It should not shield repression. Non-interference cannot mean moral silence, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Ms. Faust, do you agree with this remark that the importance of national sovereignty and that values are universal, but the institutions are national, and this importance of national sovereignty? How do you look at this?
Well, Andorra, as you know, is a very small country, a country of 90,000 inhabitants. And our sovereignty is quite recent. It came with this constitution of 1993. So yes, we attach great importance to sovereignty and to non-interference. And now, at this moment, I must say that we are very concerned about foreign information manipulation and interference. About this new plague, this new kind of interference, technological interference that threatens not only democracies, as we have seen, particularly in this region, but also universal principles and values. And we think that the fight against this modern form of interference constitute really a global strategic challenges, because there is this question of universal values that can be threatened through this system. So non-interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state is a very important principle and a norm of international law. But at the same time, sovereignty and non-interference cannot be invoked to violate fundamental values. We consider that states' autonomy is conditional upon the protection of fundamental rights of the populations, or upon, for example, the risks of a war that could escalate and that could lead to a humanitarian disaster. We think that absolute sovereignty does not exist, and intervention against a state, of course, provided that it is carried out in accordance with international law, may be justified, for example, in cases of blatant violations of human rights and freedoms, of course, crimes against humanity and threats to international peace and security. Sovereignty is not a set of rights specific to a state. On the contrary, it is closely linked with the rights of the people of that state. So, in conclusion, I can say that sovereignty is therefore an important principle, but it is not a universal one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lou Chae, how do you see this national sovereignty and non-interference in internal affairs of other sovereign states? Do you see this as more important than some standards of political freedoms and political systems and institutions?
这个国家主权原则和不干涉内政原则是国际法的基本准则。这个应该说，至少从第二次世界大战之后，就是国际上普遍实行的。它确保了大小国家一律平等。 特别是确保了小国、穷国、弱国维护自身的主权地位，它是一道法律的屏障，不能够轻易的破坏掉。当然了，有的人说，如果一个国家的政权，它不民主啊，它这个腐败，或者是残暴，它压迫自己的人民，国际社会可不可以干预？可以，但是不能搞双重标准，还是我刚才这个意思。那么，可以，谁来评判某个国家是不民主的？是残暴的，是压迫人民的呢？谁来评判？不是由那些大国、强国、富裕的国家来评判，对不对啊？国际社会不仅有大国、强国和富裕的国家，还有小国、弱国和贫穷的国家。因此，我认为，如果做出评判的话，应该由联合国来做出评判，这是目前为止最公正的，联合国是吧？那么你做出评判以后，国际社会谁来干预？也不是说由某一部分国家来干预。目前来看，最公正的恐怕也就是联合国来干预。另外就是要不能双重标准。你大国、富国可以指责小国、弱国、穷国，这个那个的。那么反过来，如果你们这些国家内部也存在类似的问题，别的国家可不可以指责你呢？可不可以干涉你呢？是吧？比如说你这个国家的老百姓没有安全感，是吧？每年的枪击案死4、5万人，每年的毒品泛滥死10几万人，是吧？斩杀线导致中产阶级一夜之间这个一贫如洗，流落街头，这种情况是不是说明这个政权有问题？国际社会是不是要干预？如果大家是搞同一标准，不搞双重标准，我们完全赞成。这样的话，会使国际社会更加的这个和平、繁荣、民主、自由。中国提出了这个全球治理倡议，5条原则，或者是讲5个理念。第一条就是奉行主权平等，是吧？第二个叫尊重国际法治。第三是践行多边主义，大家商量着办。第四是倡导以民为本。第五是坚持这个行动导向，不能光说，你要做。所以我在这儿呼吁大家好好研究研究中国习近平主席提出的全球治理倡议，它里边的内涵是非常丰富的，它就是针对我们当今世界面临的问题提出的中国的解决方案，是吧？至于刚才讲的这种一些普世价值，我在座的有一些嘉宾非常强调普世价值，我还是觉得就是你普世价值的统一的标准是什么？我觉得有一些基本的评判标准，比如说一个国家民主不民主，你要看这个国家老百姓的日子好过不好过，是不是有改善，老百姓的获得感、幸福感、安全感是不是在不断的提升？如果是这样，这个国家是民主的。如果一个国家他的老百姓几十年的收入没有增长，他民主吗？他就是在选举的时候到投票站投个票，他的利益得到保障了吗？讲自由也不能够泛泛而谈，要具体，是吧？你在街上走路，有没有被偷盗的恐慌恐惧，被打劫的恐惧，被暴力袭击的恐惧，安全感，是吧？这个前一阵儿有一个法国的博主，他在找了世界几个主要的国家做了一次测试，安全感的测试。他把一台笔记本电脑放在一个公共场所，然后躲在一边去观察多少时间这个笔记本电脑会被偷走。在美国，30秒被偷走；在印度，12秒被偷走； 在他的祖国法国8秒被偷走，在中国，这个笔记本电脑他放在那儿放了3个小时，没有人去偷，最后他实在等不及了，只好自己去把它拎走。这就是自由，这是我们中国人理解的自由。谢谢。
Thank you. Ms. Bashimova, speaking about this national sovereignty and non-interference, can you maybe explain us this Turkmenistan stance of neutrality in today's multipolar age?
Thank you for your question. So I would like to draw your attention to the unique policy of neutrality promoted by my country. We would be pleased to share our experience in this regard. The permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan, recognized by the United Nations General Assembly, is not just a foreign policy status. For us, it is also a practical philosophy of international engagement. Neutrality does not mean isolation. It does not mean indifference to international developments. Turkmenistan's neutrality represents an active, positive, and responsible approach to peace. It means choosing dialogue over confrontation. It means building bridges rather than walls. It means recognizing that international relations should not be based solely on the logic of for or against. They should be guided by the principles for peace, for trust, for cooperation, and for a common future. This is the main lesson that Turkmenistan can share. Even in a complex and challenging world, it is possible to remain open to all, respectful toward all, and ready to cooperate with all. Today, as the international situation remains tense, such an approach is becoming increasingly relevant. We see a growing number of situations in which states no longer communicate directly with one another, where trust has been eroded and differences are perceived as threats. Yet it is in such situations that diplomacy becomes particularly important. From Turkmenistan's perspective, dialogue itself it's a universal value. Dialogue does not mean agreement on every issue. It does not mean giving up one's own principles. Dialogue means recognizing that without communications, respect, and willingness to understand the position of the other side, lasting peace and stability cannot be achieved. That is why Turkmenistan consistently promotes a culture of peace, trust, and preventive diplomacy. Ashgabat hosts the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia. Its work reflects a very important principle. Diplomacy should act before crises become irreversible. The strength of a multipolar world should not lie in making everyone the same. Rather, it should lie in enabling different states and societies to find common ground while preserving their uniqueness. From this perspective, Turkmenistan advocates an international order based on respect for sovereignty, non-interference in the internal affairs of states, the peaceful settlements of disputes, equal dialogue, and strict adherence to the Charter of the United Nations. For us, international law remains one of the key in universal reference points. Today, Turkmenistan is promoting the initiative to declare 2028 as the International Year of International Law, aimed at strengthening the international legal framework and enhancing the effectiveness of the principal organs of the United Nations. For this reason, Turkmenistan supports the strengthening of the rule of the United Nations and the further development of international cooperation based on law, trust, and mutual respect. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Ms. Breyer, so we spoke about this national sovereignty and non-interference. What do you think? Can these concepts, can it be misused maybe also for some countries that violate and breach basic political rights and civil liberties and checks and balances? And what to do then? Are there any institutions who could maybe judge it and make intervention in these kind of situations?
I think Europe's history saw endless number of wars over sovereignty during the different centuries. After the biggest carnage, the tragic Second World War, there were some wise people and started to create the coal and steel community, which now we call the European Union. All nations belonging to the European Union are sovereign nations, and if I take my own country, the Hungarians are very, very proud. Hungarians with their history as an independent state for 1,000 years. But I think there was a point when other countries, and later Hungary, were in the position that we wanted to join, and we exercise some of our sovereignty jointly or together. And I don't think it weakens us, it strengthens us. I think there can be other good cooperation forms in other parts of the world. And with the question of sovereignty interference, another important concept needs to be mentioned, and this is the resolution of conflicts in a peaceful manner. It is, I think, very, very important. And unfortunately, we can see negative examples over this issue. Where to turn in such cases? Again, I need to mention that, again, after the Second World War, we created the United Nations, and I think that should be a stronger body and a place where even real action is done in such cases when somebody violates somebody else's sovereignty. Now, it was mentioned, and I'd like to echo that problem as well, that interference with sovereignty, we used to think of other countries. And now I think at the technological level that our civilization reached, it is, I think, important to research what other actors can interfere into somebody's or some nation's sovereignty. It is a very, very important new topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, we opened this discussion about who will set the standards of universal values, who will judge if they are implemented, and how do you see this situation? Could the European Union be this institution, this organization that could judge about violations of certain political values and an institution, or this could be maybe taking responsibilities of some other institutions, or even breaching the sovereignty of their member states or other sovereign states?
No, not the European Union for sure. We would like to ban on international bodies like United Nations or other. But you mentioned who is able to judge. The only person able to judge is the person who decides what the word means. And I try to challenge the ideas of Ambassador Lu Shaye. If we conduct a kind of experiment similar to the laptop left in a park, and we put in New York a person with a banner protesting for whatever thing, this person protesting for whatever political reason is going to stay one day, another day, and for weeks. If you go to Russia, to Putin's Russia, and you have a blank, not one single word, sustained that way, it's seconds to be violently detained. And for that reason, when ambassadors say freedom is to have a kind of economic security, no, sir, freedom is freedom. We know it. We know, every one of us. We know what is mean freedom. Freedom is the possibility to express your personality. It's freedom of press, it's freedom of association, it's freedom to create parties, it's freedom to vote. We know what means political liberties and freedoms. Then other thing is the economic security. But if you pretend to pass the message that if you have a kind of economic security, this is a free society, this is not true. We have to come at least to agree on the language. And I know the rationale of many policies occurring in China, and I think that could be even defended. But don't mislead the people about words. Political liberties are political liberties. We know in Europe, we know what political liberties are because we express and we use the political liberties on a daily basis. Another thing is the economic security. That is very important for sure, and probably if there is no economic security, there is going to be some social clashes and social crises and so on. But don't use different languages, because if we use different languages, it's going to be impossible to agree what is the core content of human dignity everywhere in the planet. And this is the only thing we can agree is going to be universal. And there are many other things that are not universal. And sometimes we, the Europeans, we try to impose our standards as universal, clashing with other traditions. But at least during the 40s, we agreed on the Declaration of Human Rights. Later, we introduced another rights linked to sexual moral, sexual preferences, abortion and others that could clash with other society. But at least try to identify what is the common ground, what is the common denominator of human dignity, because these are universal values. Maybe are not the same that they were in the 40s. Maybe there are others that have been exaggerated in other parts of the world coming from the Western world. But my main motto is, let's try to agree on what is now the content of human dignity, because these are the universal values. And there are others. We are very respectful with homosexuality in the Western life. There are other societies, because many reasons, they don't consider this a right, but this is perfect. This is a cultural difference, and we have to defend the cultural difference, but at least try to identify what is the core content of the idea of human dignity. This is my motto. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Do you agree, as a conservative, with your social democratic peer regarding this issue?
Yeah, I have to pinch myself right now, because what you just said, sir, is quite close to what conservatives in the United States agree with perhaps a difference on the worth of the United Nations. That's probably where we would disagree. But absolutely, we're talking about national sovereignty. National sovereignty is rooted in the people's sovereignty. It comes from the person who has the right to choose his or her elected representatives in the hope that they will provide economic security. No system is perfect. However, we believe that systems like this are self-correcting through elections, even with our current administration. And if people do not like the elected representatives, they will turn them out of office. There is a self-correcting mechanism in systems protected by national sovereignty. And this is the foundation here. I'll use those terms, America First position, which is how I would describe where the United States is going under the second administration of Donald Trump. Even under Donald Trump is accused of being an authoritarian. However, we just had the Democratic Socialists of America sweep elections in New York State, and they're going from strength to strength. That is a good thing in my mind, in the sense of the sovereignty of the people and their ability to choose who their elected representatives are. The sovereignty of the people is rooted in the government's protection of their basic rights. Their right to protest, for example, if they want to. An experiment where you leave a computer out and see how long it takes to be stolen ignores the punitive aspects of the state in which you leave the computer around before it's stolen. For example, there may be a fear factor involved in this. We believe that an overweening state which crushes the rights of individuals is not a state worthy of the name. It is simply based on power, not on the people's sovereignty.
Thank you, and we are almost finished, so about, for everyone, 30 seconds maybe just for final remark and a wrap up. First year.
Yes, as a final remark, I would say that well, of course, from a historical perspective, universal values are rooted in the Western philosophy. The 18th century Enlightenment, the French Revolution, some concepts are even older, dating back to Greco-Roman antiquity, Judeo-Christian morality. But I do not think that these principles are unfair to non-Western nations. They are not a rigid model imposed by some upon others. Rather, I would define them as a common ground for a better humanity, a common foundation that enables cooperation among diverse societies and very diverse peoples. And as an Andorran representative, Andorra is member of different geolinguistic organizations. For example, International Organization of La Francophonie or the Ibero-American Organization. And in these organizations, there are member states from all the continents. And I think of course, there is the United Nations, but I think that these linguistic, cultural organizations, that they can help to the dialogue between civilizations.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say that, for example, some difficult issues in some countries, like excision of little girls in some countries, or early marriage, through or even the abolition of death penalty, within this dialogue, things can progress.
I will ask you just for brief, short,
sorry, I'm
final
sorry,
remarks.
but I wanted
Mr.
to say
Lushaye, the floor is yours.
这个刚才麦卡锡先生讲的关于偷盗的这个表述，我理解就是说，在西方国家偷盗也是一种自由。那么，由于国家政权对偷盗没有严厉的惩处，因此这些小偷们他免于恐惧，所以他们有偷盗的自由。第二，我认为自由不是绝对的。 这个西方国家呢，它是把自由局限在政治领域，只有政治自由， 然而，人类它的自由是方方面面远远超出政治的范畴，经济的、社会的、文化的，包括人种的。第三，就是刚才我讲的，自由不是绝对的。世界人权宣言怎么表述的？表达自由不是绝对的，它受一定条件的限制。公民在行使自由和权利的时候，不得损害国家的、社会的、集体的利益和其他公民的合法的自由和权利。谢谢。
Thank you. Ms. Bashimova, any final remarks?
Yeah, as a final remarks, I want to say thank you to you, dear moderator. Thanks to the government of Croatia for this very important forum, for this very important session. I wish all the best to you and to your country. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Ms. Brewer.
Thank you. I used to be ambassador in Helsinki, and I was in Helsinki at the moment when we were celebrating the anniversary of the Helsinki Declaration. And a young documentary filmmaker created a very good film on the process, and the title is The Helsinki Effect. I recommend it to everybody to watch. It's a lovely documentary. But why I'm mentioning this? When the document was signed, some people were saying that this is very weak and it doesn't worth anything. But it took several years to be created, and the film explains how important it became later on. And it was an important guidance for many countries on what we are agreeing on and perhaps what not, but rather the positive side I'd like to emphasize. And as you were saying, sir, that we might need to revisit this topic, universal values, I really think that we need to revisit it almost every day just to make sure that we don't forget them when we do need to do a lot of action because we are solving problems and crises.
Yeah, I also recommend the documentary. You can see it on YouTube. Mr. Sanchez, just a brief.
Thank you. I think the big obstacle to have a common understanding of the universality of rights is based in a very deep, different understanding of the societies. For us, for the Western civilization, the atom, the cell of the society is the individual. For other traditions and civilizations are the communities, the family, the ethnic or religious community, or the state. Anyway, I think we can encounter a middle way to try to agree on exploring the feasibility of a common standard on universal values, despite this big, deep divide. But we have to adopt, we the Western, we have to understand that we are very individualistic, for the Christians, for the French Revolution, for the Enlightenment, but we have to try to approach other ideas regarding society, the communitarism that is very frequent in Asian and Asian values. I think we need to encounter a way to come back again to what we did in the 40s of the last century, is to recreate a declaration of, again, universal values suitable for today's world. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy, very briefly.
Yes, very briefly. All countries, especially the United States, should respect sovereign nations. And I want to go back and say that the basic building block of this is the nation state rooted in individual liberty and not supranational institutions. So we should respect sovereign nations. We should reject reckless interventionism and still defend the principles that make free societies possible: religious liberty, free speech, rule of law, limited government, and especially the consent of the governed. The real divide in today's world is not West versus non-West. It is whether power is limited by liberty or whether liberty is defined by power. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we were able to hear very different but thoughtful ideas and remarks. I would like to thank you all, and I think that we deserve, the participants deserve applause. Thank you a lot.
dear ladies and gentlemen. We will start today with probably the most important panel. And it is not, of course, easy to have panel after the lunch break, but I'm sure when we are having the topic of Africa, Africa is a very important topic in the today world. I hope we will have very dynamic discussion. We have amazing panelists, and we have only 60 minutes. So in 60 minutes, I will try to be very short in introduction. And if you allow me, I will start with Honorable James Quaison, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ghana. He was previously elected to the Ghanaian Parliament, and thank you to be here with us. So, the second panelist is His Excellency Mr. Kare Diouf, Secretary General of Ministry of African Integration, Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad from Senegal. He is professional career diplomat. He served for his country in many different regions in Europe as well. So in Portugal, as a diplomat, he's in Portugal, Belgium, Luxembourg, but in many African countries as well, Gambia and Cameroon. It's really huge and very long list. Thank you to be here with us. Next to sitting here is Viviane Onane. She's an amazing activist. When I read your impressive biography, to be very honest, you know, I thought that you are much older because you have so many successes and you are so young. So it's really amazing. She's award-winning humanitarian. She's very deep in the question of position of women and position of youth. We will talk today about youth diplomacy and youth engagement. That is really important for us, not only about Africa, but actually how to engage young people, young generation around the globe. Thank you to be with us. We have here next to Viviane, we have Nzuka Waita. Nzuka Waita is Managing Director for Africa of Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. That is, of course, an organization based in UK and in Kenya. Mr. Waita served as Chief of Staff of Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta. He's in his advisory role, he served in many African countries and Caribbean as well. Thank you to be with us today. And last but not least, we have Luanda Muguse. She is Outreach and Partnership Manager from South African Institute of International Affairs. She is an expert in international relations and development policy with focus on South-South cooperation. That is really interesting for us, South-South cooperation, and BRICS, of course. So, only shortly about me, I'm Goran Bandov. I'm Professor of International Relations and Diplomacy, University of Zagreb. I'm visiting professor in different universities around the globe, so in Asia and in Africa as well. I'm the member of European Academy of Art and Sciences and the World Art and Sciences Academy. And here, maybe very important, I'm the member of Diplomatic Council of the Diplomatic Academy of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So, and I'm deeply in love with Africa. I have visited so many countries in Africa, and but I'm so glad to have the possibility to chair this panel today. So, if you allow me to start with one very direct question, and that is actually similar to all of you, and I will start today with Honorable James Quaison, Deputy Minister. What is actually the role of Africa in New World Order? Yeah. Thank you. So they are very worried that I didn't introduce Luanda, but I did. But thank you. So thank you. So I see actually the first row is very worried for Luanda. So you see actually someone cheering already for you. Yeah. So they are cheering for you. So that is okay. That's great. Thank you, guys. But to come back to Deputy Minister, what is the role of Africa in New World Order? How you see actually the role of Ghana, and how you see the role of African Union, and an additional is actually how Africa can contribute to the progress of global society. Please. Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's totally fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to my colleagues here. You have asked a very important question. One thing I need to express, even to set the stage, is that Africa, at this point in our global partnership, is no longer waiting for a narrative to be written for us. In fact, we are already writing our own narrative. Reason I'm saying this is that by 2050, Africa will be holding about 25% of the world population. As we sit here right now, continental Africa is 1.57 billion population. India is 1.47. China is 1.1. So it's about time we even start reckoning with it. Africa has the most youthful population. 60% plus of our population is youth. This is a huge workforce. And we all know what is happening in the West. It's very intriguing and important to know that we have been brought into such discussions, because looking at the current geopolitical order, a lot has been awakening by so many societies, including Europe. This is what Africa has been living with for decades, if not centuries, starting from slavery, colonization, extraction of our natural resources. We have come to a point where Africa wants to be part of the industrial revolution, even to say it mildly, because we have all the resources it takes, all the natural resources. We have the human capacity. We need just the technology and the investment. In fact, one of my arguments is always that the investment or the guarantee for investments is already existing in Africa. But due to technology, for instance, we got huge quantities of minerals, natural hard minerals. But this has to be brought out before its value is measured. What is more of a guarantee than knowing that, yes, with today's scientific knowledge, you can easily measure where there's existing gold fields, there's existing lithium, everything, to be able to use it as your guarantee for investment. But for far too long, we have been made to believe that this has to be extracted, exported to the West for some other ingenious companies to refine it and tell us this is how much gold you have in it, and before you can use it as your guarantee, which I think it has to be looked at. Looking at Africa, Ghana in particular, relationship with the rest of the continent. In fact, excuse my brothers and sisters here to say, we have taken a lead right now. We have what we call the AFTEC, African Continental Free Trade Area, which is headquarters secretariat in Accra, Ghana. The mandate of this AFTEC is to bring the continent together. No tariffs, as we've been hearing recently. Trade among ourselves. We have the consumers. Trade among ourselves. Bring some of the industries closer to us. do the manufacturing, and in fact, it's a win-win situation for a lot of Western companies if they want to come and invest. So at this point in juncture, we are building our infrastructures, our highways, our railways, our water systems, affordable electricity, which can feed industries. So that, and we also give them very big tax incentives as well. So this is all tied into what eventually will be the guarantees for investors to come in and also make a profit for themselves, as well as to be able to expatriate their benefits or interest. Our President Mahama, who is our current president, was sworn in last year, January, has set the stage for this. As I said, he has given very favorable tax incentives for investors to come in. This is not just restricted to Ghana. In fact, this is an industry where we want to push it throughout the continent. Even the West African corridor alone, we have about 450 million population, not even looking at the larger continental Africa. So it's a win-win situation for any investor to come in to try to engage and work. Some of the discussions have been whether we want to put the factories in Africa against putting it in the West. Take cocoa, for instance. The cocoa farms are right there in Africa, the producers are there. For decades, we've been exporting cocoa beans. And the chocolates are made in the West. Meanwhile, we have huge workforce. The farms are about 200 kilometers close to the industries if you bring it there. You get your finished products, you can bring it outside and sell, and in fact, you get a cheaper labor. It just needs to be a disciplined, technical labor, and by doing that, we are addressing a lot of issues for the West. I was sitting here listening into some panels, and they were talking about migration. Nobody wants, no society, no state wants migrants that are not skilled. If you have set up skill development in those communities, you also address migration problems, because even if they do come in, you know they are skilled and they can find, I'm sure every state is looking for skilled labor, whether it's in IT or software development or whatever. But we don't have these technologies. We have the resources, but the bottom line is that we are not going to remain as mineral or natural resources extractors anymore. It's come to a time that we have to have an equal playing field, and this is how genuine relationship for state to state has to happen, so that we can also give meaningful humanity lifestyle to our population. Thank you.
Thank you for this. This means actually, if I understood good, human capacity and natural resources are the most important for Africa, what Africa can offer the world.
That's right.
Thank you for that. That's really important message. For me, it's actually a very important message. You started actually to speak about unification one day of Africa. And I, you know, when I see actually the position, the ministry name, title is in Senegal, is Ministry of African Integration. For me, that is really, you know, when I read it first, then I read it again and again, and I thought, oh, that's so impressive. You know, you think on integration of Africa, and could maybe European Union be some, I don't know, some role model for that? You know, I don't speak about tomorrow. I speak, you know, maybe in 10, 15, 50 years, you know, because European Union is a role model for example, for ASEAN, for example, and maybe it could be for Africa too. But allow me actually to start with another question, but we will come to this because I think that's really interesting how Africans are thinking about Africa. So what is the position of African nations in today's world? Could you play some maybe more important role than you played in 15 or 50 years ago? can you play a more important role?
Yeah,
the world is changing. What is your position?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais tout d'abord saluer mes collègues et frères et sœurs africains qui sont sur le podium ainsi que tout le monde et remercier tout d'abord la Croatie de nous avoir associés à cette importante rencontre. C'est la première fois pour le Sénégal d'y prendre part alors que cela fait plus d'une dizaine d'années. Nous organisons le Forum international de Dakar sur la paix et la sécurité où nous discutons également sur les questions internationales avec des partenaires qui viennent de partout à travers le monde. C'est pour dire que l'Afrique n'attend pas. L'Afrique est en train de prendre ses responsabilités et d'essayer de jouer le rôle qui doit être le sien dans le nouvel ordre international qui est à venir. Cela veut dire quoi? Cela veut dire que...
Sorry, only to check. Do we have actually translation? Do we have it? Sorry, 2 seconds, because I'm not sure that we have actually translated. Do we have it? Do you have maybe your translator?
No.
So 2 seconds? Huh? No, it's fine, but it's only the question. Do you? No. Oh, we don't have translation.
Okay, I will try to
please
make
try.
my
please
speech in English.
Thank you.
And that
Thank
is
you.
a testimony of how asymmetric the word is here.
Yeah.
You know, French is one of the 5 official languages of the United States. And since the morning, we are imposed English as a language because English is one of the language that is spoken in one of the main superpower in the world. That means that we are speaking of the word as a multipolar word, but still it is very unipolar in some way.
Sorry,
I
once
do
again,
remember
thank
being a diplomat in Japan and in the African Diplomatic Corps, we had 36 countries, half speaking French and half speaking English, and it happens that we had in a subcommittee 15 countries speaking English, French, and just 1 country speaking English, and we had to have our meetings in English. That is significant of how disbalanced the world is now. Yeah. Coming back to your question, I would like to say that Africa is ready and keen to play a major role in the new international order because we have suffered a lot. The international order has been set for centuries without taking our position, our interests, and our views on what the world should be. Right now, we have to say it, and to say it clearly, if you see what is happening in Africa, what the young people of Africa are asking for, we know that we are not ready to let the world continue as it is now. What we know is a more balanced world. Coming back to the title of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of African Integration, International Affairs, and Senegalese Abroad. The name came 2 years ago, and it is very important because we place as Senegal the African integration as a pillar of our diplomatic action in the world. We do believe that Africa needs to be more strong, and to be stronger, we have to be integrated. We have to work together as African country. We have to collaborate. My brother from Ghana already put it. Today, more than 30% of the crucial resources are in Africa, are located in Africa. still Africa is facing many challenges, poverty, and many other challenges. So we have to change the situation. And to change the situation, we have to change the narrative on Africa. We do not have anymore to let people talk about Africa in the way of their own interests. We have to, frame our own narrative. We are facing many challenges, like some internal conflicts, even some transborder conflicts. But in the same time, we are having young people, very dynamic people, or growing population. Is not only a challenge for us, it is an asset in which we have to build our own future. We have more and more young people who are well educated. We have students all around the world. We have people who are coming from abroad, y compris freely, to come to invest, to come to try to set up startups in Africa, because we believe that the future lies in some part of Africa, Africa. So we do not want Africa anymore to be just seen in the lens as a continent where you can come and pick up natural resources, take it abroad, in Europe mainly, to process it and to send it back to Africa to send us manufactured product. We need to process our natural resources in our country to add value and to commerce, to do business with other countries in a more balanced way. That is what we are advocating for, and we do believe that it is possible now, in the coming years, to build a new Africa which will play a more crucial role in the world order.
If you allow me, actually, when I read your biography, and that's really inspiring biography, I saw that you work not only once, actually you worked twice on Directorate on Asia-Africa cooperation in your ministry. Can you tell me more which Asian country are the most important partners for Africa and for Senegal in particular?
I think that we have in Senegal many important Asian partners. We used to have very good cooperation with Japan. I served in Japan for 3 years. I stayed there for 9 months to learn Japanese language and culture, and I quite know all the country. But we have having strong ties today with China, with India, with Iran, with many countries. What we are advocating for is freedom to choose our partners. Not to choose between some of them, but to be partners with everybody in a very balanced and win-win, cooperation. That is what we are advocating for. And I think that that is what young African people are asking. We do not want to shift from one dominant power to another one. What we want is to have more equal and balanced relations with all the partners in the world that are ready to work with us in a win-win deal and win-win cooperation.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You mentioned actually a couple of times the youth. We will come to youth question, that's for sure, because we have actually participants of youth forum, Dubrovnik forum here with us, and they are mostly interested, with the question of youth. What is the future? So, but allow me actually to start again with the youth, with young generation. Vivienne Onano, please, can you tell us what is the position of Kenya in this multipolarity world? How you see the future of Kenya? Can Kenya play some more important role? Kenya is a very important African country. It's not only African country. Kenya is actually a very important world country. How you see actually the Kenya position in new world order? Yeah, it's fine.
Fantastic. Good afternoon.
Oh, wow, okay. That is the power.
Good afternoon. I will talk about Africa. Africa is the youngest continent, so I need to feel the energy in the room. Thank you so much, Professor. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to participate at the DUBROVNIK Forum, and many, many thanks to His Excellency Gordon Radman, the Minister for Foreign and European Affairs, who is a good friend, but also has been very, very supportive, and is the reason why I'm here today to be part of this important forum and the discussion that we are having today. I'm not going to give a Kenyan position because I don't work for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but as a Kenyan, as an African, and as a global citizen, I think Kenya continues to be a strategic partner with a very strong convening force. We saw just the other day, we had the Africa-France Summit in Kenya with more than 30 heads of states. Kenya continues to become a hub for diplomatic corps. We have the UN expansion in Kenya and other multilateral organizations. Young Kenyans are a force. I'm sure you've read about them for both the good and the bad, but young Kenyans continue to be a force. And just the other day, our president, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, was representing the African voice at the G7. And in his opening statement, and I'd like to quote, he said, "For too long, Africa has been seen through the lens of need. Its risks overstated, its opportunities understated, its future decided in rooms where Africa had no seat. The era is ending. Africa has made its choice." End of quote. And for me, listening to Honorable Harry share about changing the narrative of Africa, I think Africa's position, Africa is now a strategic force when it comes to the multipolar world. And as Honorable has just said, that strategic force doesn't come from just Kenya speaking for the global continent, but it's from the 55 countries as a whole coming together with one strong voice, with one bargaining chip, you know? And I think also the Honorable Minister from Ghana also talked about the intra-Africa trade, Africa trading with itself, creating those jobs, creating those opportunities, building stronger infrastructure, stronger institutions. That is our power as a continent, and that's what we bring to this table in the multipolar world and when we are negotiating on behalf of Africa. But when you talk about Africa, you're really talking about the young people of the continent. They're not just leaders of tomorrow, they're already leading right now in the AI, in agriculture, in climate resilience, in job creation. It's the young people who are leading the continent, and they are demanding a new kind of leadership, a leadership that listens, a leadership that allows them to sit at the table, a leadership that allows them to provide solutions to the problems that they are facing. And that, for me, is an exciting journey and an exciting phase for Africa. And I think even when our leaders come to these conversations and to these tables, they're not just talking for themselves, they're talking for the young people, because there's a lot of demand. Why is my president constantly traveling to Croatia, to France, to Japan? What is it for me? Make me understand why that trip to Japan is important for me as a young Kenyan who is left in Nairobi or in Kisumu. So that level of accountability, I think it's a shift in our leadership, and I think it's an exciting time. And for somebody like me who's, yes, I'm Kenyan, I studied in France, I studied in Lisbon, I studied in the US, so I consider myself a global citizen. I think that it's an exciting time to be a young African, but it comes also with a lot of responsibility, and that's why it's important to continue to invest in the education, in expansion of civic spaces for youth participation, in access to quality healthcare, job creation, which is very, very important. As I said, Africa is a youthful continent, but if these young people don't have access to proper opportunities for jobs, they could also become a big, big liability to our economies, but also across, because we've also seen the number of lives we've lost of young people trying to cross the Mediterranean to Europe for access to new opportunities. So we don't need that to happen. And that's why I think the Europe-Africa partnership is very, very important, so that we can create those opportunities for young Africans to stay on the continent and to be able to thrive on their continent rather than risking their lives crossing the Mediterranean to come and seek for greener opportunities here in Europe. Free movement is important, but you don't want people to move in such dire situation because then it defeats the purpose when we are losing a lot of lives as a result. So I think there's a win-win opportunity for Africa and Europe to work together when it comes to addressing the needs for the young people, but also when it comes to creating opportunities that will allow both continents to thrive. Because if Africa thrives, the world at large thrives because we are the youngest population and also we are the second largest population. So when Africa thrives, the world thrives, and that's why Africa's voice is very, very important in the multipolar world, and we deserve a seat at the table. Yeah.
Thank you. You know, so we will come back to the youth, but thank you for this moment and this thought. The young generation, you know, when we are discussing about them, we're talking always, you know, about the future leaders. But actually, there are today leaders as well. So we forget, you know, sometimes we forget that. Mr. Waita, you're advising a lot of African and Caribbean countries. What is actually advice to them? How to manage the future? Who are the key partners around the globe? Should they look more to Asia or more to Europe or more to, I don't know, America? Or maybe to be concentrated in Africa?
Thank you, and thank you for having us on this session. It's an extremely beautiful city. I hope to come back one day when I don't have to wear a suit.
After this panel.
So I have slightly different perspective. You know, my guidance to heads of state is typically around posture and how they posture in this new world of competing interests from various powers. I associate myself with the comments that have been made earlier, but I also take comfort in what was said earlier around the time zone politics and what Africa could potentially contribute to the world. And one is to understand the leverage. You know, we do hold the most critical mineral resources in the world. We do have a population that could either be weaponized for good or become a good human capital for the world. We do have the potential to have a middle class that becomes the consuming engine for the global economy by the time we get to 2050. We also have 54 votes in the UN, which can be quite useful when you're dealing with the kind of world order that we are seeing at the moment. So when we talk to governments, we ask them, you know, where do you see yourself and how would you want to use your leverage at the moment? Lots of discussions around who to align to. We are not really keen on alignment. You know, Kenya, for one, and many African countries are members of the non-aligned movement, and it works for us because we see different values in different relationships. You know, if I want to build roads and I want to build complex infrastructure, I'll talk to the Chinese. If I am very keen on dealing with countering violent extremism, I'll talk to the Americans or I'll talk to the Israelis. If I'm keen on developing my petrochemical sector, you know, I'll talk to the Europeans. So there are many different conversations that happen in parallel. We don't have a straitjacket view of how the world functions. And more so now, because we would like to be part of reform of the global multilateral system. What the Europeans are experiencing now is what we've been going through for a long time. You know, in Kenya we call it character development. You know, you're being tested, your fortitude, your ability to withstand unilateral decision making, the use of force and might is right. You know, that is not a sustainable world. But also they require some wisdom in how you approach it. And where Africa can be a strong partner to Europe is dealing with the common issues. You have a problem with immigration, which is only going to become worse unless you change your worldview on Africa. So if you see Africa as an investment destination as opposed to an extractive destination, then you solve your immigration problem and you solve our economic challenges. If you see Africa as a role to play in geopolitical stabilization, you know, you've just come out of a scenario with the Strait of Hormuz, which could very easily be replicated in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, all of which are adjacent or part of the African continent. You have instability that is growing in big parts of the continent that will severely impact Europe if Europe does not take a view at the moment of what's going on in the Sahel, what's going on in Sudan, and in the north, in what we call the Horn of Africa. So we have a lot of common denominators that could be strong opportunities for cooperation. Cooperation on peace and security, cooperation on green energy transition, cooperation on economic diversification. You know, we would not be keen, for example, to become the providers of critical minerals. So when I see the European strategy on the Lobito corridor and the global strategy, I keep asking myself, are you still not understanding what is going on? You know, you really ought to take a step back and ask yourself, would you benefit more from investing resources in the beneficiation of critical minerals on the continent by investing in infrastructure that points inwards and not extractive? So the obsession with ports and rail infrastructure that takes things out, as opposed to bridges between East, Central, and West Africa, North Africa, South Africa corridors that allow Africans to trade, corridors that open big markets for Europe going forward, big consuming markets, high-spending middle-class markets that will provide relief when a lot of the other global economies are saturated. So I see my worldview is slightly different. I think we are a critical partner if leveraged now. Other geographies have realized that, and they've realized the power of two voting blocks. One is Africa, and the other is the small island states, the CARICOM. So if you combine the Africa and the CARICOM vote, you can win anything in the UN or in the global multilateral system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really important to know how to make decisions in international organizations, and I see you know how to do it, and that is great. Luanda Mpungase, you are concentrating your research on South-South cooperation, and you are very concentrated on BRICS. What is the future of South Africa? What is the future of South-South cooperation, and what is the future of BRICS? Is the BRICS our future?
Thank you very much. Firstly, allow me to congratulate the organizers of this event for one critical thing that they managed to get right, whether it by chance or intentional. I think it's been mentioned by all the speakers that Africa hosts the youngest population. And I think what the young people of Africa have been calling for, if not a seat at the table, then an opportunity to have an intergenerational dialogue. And the multiplicity of the voices you hear on this stage currently represents exactly that. So I just wanted to kind of congratulate the organizers for that, especially as this forum in itself tries to bring in a multiplicity of the voices. Secondly, I think it's also important to emphasize, I think I spoke a lot about the BRICS yesterday, I'll circle back, but I just want to focus on Africa for a little bit. We've spoken about continental kind of stature and positionality. I just want to take that and bring it to kind of global fora for one moment. And it's important to kind of highlight that the world is changing. Yes, we did inherit a system that we were not integral in creating. Nevertheless, we embraced it and we are operating within it. But it's important to flag that, you know, we are not bystanders in this change of the world. It's not happening to us. We are actually actively shaping it. So in my intervention, I want to highlight the agency, because we're seeing a lot of agency emerging from Africa. But I also want to use this opportunity where I'm with my leaders to also highlight some of the challenges that I think constructively we can then take forward to really enhance this position of agency. And I think just to highlight some practical steps of how we are demonstrating agency in global fora as a region is possibly in the way in which we are advancing our own issues. I think maybe staying on the issue of critical minerals, because it's been raised quite significantly in this panel, to provide probably an illustration, an example, is that critical minerals and the beneficiation of critical minerals has been a topical issue, has been the center of debates in the region, and has been the center of coordination among many African heads of state and government. But what we saw as a practical step to take that forward is that when South Africa hosted the G20 presidency last year, that was actually front and center of the agenda. But not just that, but it was about to get this coalition of developed and developing countries to endorse an actual framework on critical minerals. And what that pushes is exactly what has been called for on this panel, is that it's the beneficiation of these critical minerals in the continent, so that we're not taking our minerals out and exporting them and importing finished goods, but to actually be in a position where Africa is moving up in the global value chains. I think for me, that's a practical step of agency. It is also in the way in which we're able to coordinate on issues that matter to us and then go on into global fora with one position. So I think the issue of climate change, which is an area that we cooperate with Europe quite significantly on, is but one example. Africa actually has a common position on climate change. And it's important to flag that we're not a homogeneous continent. There's so many countries with so many diverse histories and backgrounds, and yet when it matters and on issues that are critical, we're able to come together and have these common positions. And then possibly why we have this leverage, I think it's been expressed by the previous speaker. You know, we are a 55 country strong region. And sometimes when other regions want to advance an issue, we are a practical partner to come and engage on like-minded issues. I think the issue of the demographics has been spoken enough. The issue also of the fact that what we need for this energy transition lies really and heartfully in Africa. Africa has the solutions to that. So we become a very strategic and important partner in that regard. But also, even if you look at how we are positioned in the Security Council, the important coordination that happens between the A3 countries, the 3 African countries that hold a non-permanent position. So having said that, I think with all the good things that we are able to attain and exercise in terms of agency, I think the challenges persist, and unless we are able internally to fix those issues, we will be in a bit of a pickle. So one example I will provide is that we've got the AFCFTA, Honorable Minister has kind of reflected on that and the important role that Ghana plays within that. And I think the whole premise is that we are pushing for integration, but also to be the strongest and biggest trade bloc. And it also comes back to how we're able to industrialize as a continent, to be able to kind of export our products. But if we are calling for beneficiation of critical minerals in the African continent and taking strides to move towards that, and then you have singular countries such as the DRC that has just signed a deal with the US on critical minerals, which ultimately counters what this AFCA tries to do, how then do we advance and advance strongly as an African continent? Those are some of the challenges that we seriously have to grapple with. Another challenge is how we finance our own institutions. You know, you find that the commitments to an organization like the African Union really leaves us wanting. And yet when we get partners such as the EU providing funding, there's a lot of questions around, you know, agenda. And I believe that's correct, but then shouldn't then we be taking the active steps to be the greatest funders of our own institutions? And if we are calling for reform of multilateral fora, surely we should be exercising those types of reforms and what we're calling for at home. But I'll leave it there because I think those are also the types of problems that we probably need to talk about when we are on our own back home. But nevertheless, I think there's lots to be said. If I have the opportunity to come back later, I might also reflect on the need for the reform of the international financial architecture, because then that lies squarely on how Europe can actually partner with Africa to bring meaningful change. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. But only, only short something. You said actually you can do that actually maybe back home, to talk about that. But, in reality, Dubrovnik is an amazing platform. Dubrovnik Forum, but not only Dubrovnik Forum, actually Dubrovnik is the city of diplomacy. In the time of the Cold War, we opened here discussion between the East and the West, especially in academic community. So we are trying now to start to open space, open the field to communication between the global South and the global North. So you are here home, and please talk with us. But allow me actually now to be focused on the youth. All mention youth. I feel actually you are talking about youth from your heart. Vivian, in your career, you are mostly concentrated on youth. And you are, when I see your biography, it's actually you are advocating for youth position. I see only 15 minutes, so if it's possible to be short in 2-3 minutes, I know it's a huge topic, but if you can tell us what are the main challenges of young generation in Africa or globally? Because I saw actually you are very active globally in many different organizations. Nizami Ganjabi, for example, it's very impressive, very, very, very impressive. But please, what are the main challenges of young generation?
Thank you so much.
Thank
you so much for that question. As you said, it's something that I'm very passionate about, and I think we could go on and on about it. I think for us on the continent, one of the biggest challenges is access to opportunities, so jobs. Job creation, I think it's one thing that keeps all heads of states and ministers here awake all night, because it's a big, big issue that needs to be addressed. We have millions of young people who enter the job market every year, but the number of jobs that we are creating is very minimal. So I think job creation is one of the biggest issues that we continue to grapple with, and I think there's need for creative ways of addressing that. And the creative economy is now growing on the continent, but it still needs a lot of investment, and it's an area that Kenya and France are really focused on and investing in right now in the creative economy to create jobs for young people, apart from just the blue-collar jobs that we've always focused on. And then more and more young people are impatient. They want a seat at the table. They want their voices to be heard. They want things to be done differently. They want to be part of the solution. So they don't want to be bystanders, because these are their issues. They live with them every day, that their struggles, right? So they don't want solutions to be dictated to them, but they want to be part of the solutions. They want governments that listen to them, governments that work with them and for them. And for me, this is very exciting to see young people holding their governments accountable. It's very, very important. And it's a new shift in leadership, and the governments are actually watching now. The presidents and the prime ministers and all the leaders, they're paying attention. Kenya is a good example. Senegal is a very, very good example too. And it's a wave across the continent. So I think job creation is very important. And then having a seat at the table, so opening up the civic spaces for youth participation and youth voices to be heard, and investing in young people, in education, in entrepreneurship, in innovation. Yes, I know there's a lot of innovation happening in Europe, but the innovation that's happening on the continent that's being led by young people is completely different. In agriculture, in tech, it's completely different. So investing in them so that they feel that they're part and parcel of the system is also very, very important. But yeah, some of it had already been addressed by the other panelists.
Yeah, thank you. Luanda, can you add something? How you see actually position of young generation, how they can change this world? When I see, for example, young generation are so deep in artificial intelligence, my generation actually, the more senior guys, we don't understand artificial intelligence, we are not sure, we are maybe afraid.
Yeah.
But I see actually young generation is not afraid at all. Is this actually positive or negative?
I think it can be both. It can be both. And I think it lends back to the point that my fellow panelists made, is that it depends on how much you invest on these issues. You can be on either side of the spectrum, depending on how you approach it. So I think the value of young people and having young people at the helm in spaces that matter is that they are able to bring innovation in an unprecedented way. And without fear of change, that can actually bring about really, really positive change. I mean, the embracing of technology in public service, for instance, can really bring about greater efficiency than what we see now, which is something that we greatly need in our African institutions. I think if we are able to harness the leadership and the intellect of young people in constructive spaces, then we don't have to worry about young people if they protest, because they are engaged in every way possible. I mean, if you look at where we are in the world now, sometimes the easiest way to consume news or knowledge is through social media. And if you look at the people who are leading the charge in terms of content creation, it's young people. So they know how to innovate and embrace change in a very meaningful and positive way. And I think if we are increasingly engaging young people in such forums, and congratulations again to the forum for the youth element of this program, because ultimately that's what you need. You need the young people to be hearing the various perspectives coming from around the world and to be actively engaged rather than to be in the peripheral.
Thank you. I will have the question for Your Excellency. When I'm thinking on Senegal, you made it amazing success with young generation. And allow me actually only shortly about your career. You know, I spoke about you as a diplomat, and you are a diplomat. But next to diplomacy, you are very successful in science. And you made it an amazing dissertation. I'm professor, so I read your dissertation as well. It's really great. Thank you, thank you. It's on Jürgen Habermas, so it's really impressive. So that means actually you can feel it, your society. Tell us more how Senegal see young generation. It's the future, or it's today leaders?
Well, actually, in Senegal, we do already have young leaders. Our president is just 44 years old. We have very young ministers, parliamentarians, and so that our youth is very active youth. And since the 1980s, we have invested a lot in education, and more than 40% of our GDP went to education. That's why we are having now thousands of young people coming in the work market, and one of the main challenges we are facing is to give them opportunity to work and to express themselves in the adult world. So that's why you are seeing in many parts of Africa young people taking boats and so to migrate to go to Europe to seek for opportunities. So that's why we have to look into migration in a deeper way, just to see migration as a liability, but as an opportunity for both African countries and European countries who also need workforce and who are facing today very challenging situation due to the aging population. And we have to find out a good way to make sure that people who are leaving some African countries to go to Europe, to Asia, and other part of the world are just there to find opportunities. And their dream is to come back to their country, to invest in their country, and to impact positively in their countries. And Senegal, we are seeing more and more young people freely going back, coming to educate, to help, and to work together with their brothers and sisters, and trying even small businesses, because they have seen what is going on around the world, and they know that they can make it Africa. So I think that it is a huge potential we have, and we are experiencing with some countries like Spain, what we call the circular migration, that is a legal framework that enable young people from Senegal or from Morocco, for some countries, to go to Europe for 6 months to work and come back to Africa and so. So I think that we have to think that way to make sure that all the young people, whether they are in Africa or in another part of the country, have their own place in the world. Because more and more young people are seeing themselves as citizens of the world, not just from their countries.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorably, Deputy Minister, in your career, you studied actually not in your country, not in Ghana, you studied in Canada. You work in Canada really long period, but always connected with Ghanaian community, deeply connected. And then in one moment you decided to go back to your home country. So I have a lot of questions, but we have only a few minutes. So my question is actually, could diaspora be the bridge between domestic country, home country, and the country, the person living in the moment? That's the first. The second, how you attracted new generation of Ghanaians living abroad in Canada or in Europe somewhere to come back to Ghana. That is actually something what we are doing in Croatia. We are trying to somehow to support Croatian living abroad to come back to Croatia. Could you help us? Could you give us advice?
Thank you. Thank you. I think you've spelled it very right, and Vivian has given me a momentum to raise my voice a bit now. So I'm usually a very soft-spoken person, but I learned her enthusiasm, and that's going to help a lot. Yes, I saw the cheer for Croatia when they were going to play Panama in Toronto.
Okay.
There was a sea of Croatians.
I didn't want to mention that, but
So-
we are
so
playing today, you know? We are playing today.
Yes, I asked myself, I said, is this in Croatia or is it in Canada? I mean, it was humongous, like a lot of cheer.
Yeah.
And I didn't imagine that they all flew from Zagreb down there, but obviously, as you said, there's a lot of immigrants there. Now, let me go back to even my own experience. Like you said earlier, I lived most of my life in Canada, and at some point in life, both my mother and the current president encouraged me to come back and help with the rebuilding of our country. Maybe he saw some potential in me, and I said, Mother, she probably thought my son is lost, so he better come home. But anyways, the issue here is that, as my brother here just touched on, migration, if it's done properly, benefits both sides. I did my education, postgrad, everything in Canada. Ended up serving the government of Canada for 29 good years. And today I'm back in my home country. I've been a member of parliament. This is my second term, that's 6 years, and a deputy minister of foreign affairs. So we can learn from both ends. And I think during my earlier presentation, I mentioned something about sensible migration. We don't want unskilled labor migration. Skilled migration, professional migration. And today in Ghana, aside from gold, the second largest financial contribution GDP is from remittances coming from migrants outside, almost 8 billion. Last year, 2025 alone. So you see, there's always already the potential for them to be part of it. But what we're asking here is that if we can, Croatia, thankfully, you've set up a lot of, principles and institutions that should be able to, but again, I guess the new world has a little bit more to offer than the old European societies. Now, I want to shift this from Europe to Africa. Africa, we have been very genuine partners with Europe. even though we were always shortchanged at the end. Today we are looking for genuine partners. The donor-recipient aspect is no longer. That is not what we want. The population is growing, as they have expressed already. And sooner or later, they'll find their way. The world is together now. African boundaries are no longer restricted. Ghana, as we speak right now, has 1 month visa-free. This is to start. 1 month visa-free for every African who wants to come to Ghana. Next year, our president is going to be the chair of the AU, and he's going to promote this so that our sister brother countries can emulate the same. Gradually, we will come to a point where Africans can travel through our continent freely, just like the EU does. I made a comment yesterday at a dinner with one of our Croatian counterparts that Africa started the Organization of African Unity even before EU. Our earlier forefathers had a thought that Organization of African Unity will be the most important thing to unite the continent with our resources, possibly even one language for media instruction. We have been fragmented. And even though we got the political independence, we never got our economic independence. The colonialists still wanted to put a hold because they knew they needed our critical minerals. So it created a sense of hopelessness for a lot of the youth. And then following the 60s and 70s, they took out all these visionary leaders of Africa and brought in military dictators at their own benefit again. This is why most of us left and went to, for better opportunities. But looking at what we are going at, Ghana, I would never have come back to Ghana if the system of democracy was not very, very effective. For the past 40 years, almost, Ghana has been very successful with our democratic institutions. Government comes in and leaves. So we are here to partner with our European, friends to see how best they can also bring the technology and bring the investment so that we can work together and equally benefit from each other's contribution. We've got the minerals, we've got the resources, as I said, all of them have mentioned that. What is holding us back? I think it took Uncle Sam's jerk for us to all wake up and say, hey, yeah, I know you know who I mean by Uncle Sam. Yeah, so if he if he has decided now suddenly Europe is awake, look at what is happening in Russia, Ukraine. We don't want all these leaders, powerful, so-called militarily powerful leaders, to take control. Europe has a culture and value to protect. All these countries were born, like I said earlier, you said earlier, Russia is even part of Europe. We have to increase our dialogue, communication. When we came to office, we started to engage our Sahel nation countries, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, because if you distance them, it's only going to escalate. So today they find comfort, and meanwhile they're just at the northern border of Ghana. But thankfully, with all this Islamist terrorism, none has entered our territory as yet, thank God. But we don't want to sit for it to happen because one attack alone can destroy a whole economic effort. But to your question again, I'll meet you privately. We'll draw a timetable for Croatians to come back home. And hopefully.
Thank you, Deputy.
We are doing the same for Africans to come back home.
Thank you.
So long as Europe wants to work with us on an honest basis, a nation-to-nation basis, as I said, we will sit down this time together to make that decision and not the decisions to be handed to us. Thank you.
Thank you. So that would be an amazing end of the panel, but allow me only shortly to end with Mr. Waiter. So please, only shortly, we are already over, but you are advisor to many governments. Could you advise our youth, young generation, what they should do to make the better world for the tomorrow and for today? What they should do? Sorry to misuse you here as advisor, but you are on so high level, and they're here, young generation, listening for you. Advise them, please.
I'll send you my invoice. I think to the words of the Honorable Minister, Africa and Europe share a lot of common denominators. We have a shared history, some of it extremely painful, but some of it creates opportunity for us to grow and build a new relationship and reframe that relationship. So in Africa, you have a number of language groups. You have Francophone, you have Anglophone, and then you have Lusophone. All those are European languages. So it follows that we, first of all, communicate very well together. And number two is the young people should view Africa differently. So not from the lens of the Berlin Conference, but from a different sort of lens, to say that a shared prosperity between Europe and Africa is one where a rising tide will carry all ships, one where you say, aid is dead, but investment isn't. We are a big and a strong investment destination. We have human capital potential. We are a wonderful place to live. So the security in Africa and resolving some of our challenges on violent extremism gives everybody a different geography to live in. I come from a country where we have a huge European population, and none of them are looking to come back to Europe. They're all quite happy where they are. But that's the kind of world we see in. The democratic project for us in Africa is safest in the hands of Europeans, to be very honest. The democratic project is under a lot of pressure on the continent. We see the rise of autocracy, we see the rise of military coups, and we see the solution in communities that have shared values, and the values of democracy, to my mind, are highly safeguarded within the European ecosystem. And young people have a lot to share in terms of just trying to make sure that we maintain some of those shared values between Europe and Africa for our mutual progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Vivian, we are already over,
30
but okay.
30 seconds, sorry.
Okay.
When you talk about the Africa-Europe win-win partnership for mutual prosperity, also, I think this is my call to action to the audience. Take time to learn about Africa. You know about the US, you know about Japan, you know about China, but then when it comes to Africa, you're like, okay, what are you talking about and where are we headed? So for us to start building that relationship for a win-win partnership, I think it starts with appreciating cultures, the different values from different continents. So take time, educate yourself about Africa, 55 countries, beautiful cultures, beautiful languages, apart
amazing
from the
food.
English, yeah, amazing food. Well, your beaches are beautiful, but yeah, you can still come. We also have, but I think it's very, very important. And also the language is important. When you talk about Africa, it's not just help. Africa is not a problem to be solved. Africa is part and parcel of the solution. So the language too, also, it can be a language that diminishes a conversation or a language that opens the conversation. So let's not just think about Africa as a problem to be solved and help all the time. No. Africa is there for investment. Africa is a strong partner. Africa is a strong voice. And Africa-Europe partnership is very, very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you actually to make my closing words. And no, that is the closing words, and I accept that. So thank you to be with us. I'm sorry that we don't have time for the questions, but if you are lucky, you can catch the guys and the girls, of course, and you can ask them. Thank you once again. Thank to my panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will start in 1 minute, so please, if you want to remain in the room, take your seats. If not, you can have a coffee break. Okay, I think we can start. So others will join us, I think, in a few minutes. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you on the panel titled Asia Pacific in Motion, New Powers, Old Rivalries. My name is Jana Lusha. I'm from the Faculty of Political Science, and it is quite challenging to moderate a panel after panel which was dedicated to Africa, which was very positive, optimistic, and very, very entertaining and informative. But I was so thrilled to receive an invitation to moderate a panel on Asia Pacific because at first glance, it sounds like we are speaking only about the region, but actually we are speaking about the future of the international order itself, because when you speak about Asia-Pacific region, the power shift is going on right there. When you are having any kind of discussion about the international order, about the polarity of international order, whether we are witnessing multipolarity, bipolarity, unipolarity, or any kind of transition of power, we are coming back to the Asia-Pacific region as the epicenter of international relations and international order being shaped. We will be speaking about the transition of power. However, I designed this panel and discussion around three thematic parts. The first one will be more general about the international order in general and the transition of power which is going on in the Asia-Pacific region, particularly related to the role of great powers. And then we will go regionally on the role which middle power, small power, and regional organizations are actually having within the Asia-Pacific region. And at the end, like in the previous panel when we spoke about the future of Africa and future of young generations in general, we'll try to predict or give advice what is actually the role of the Asia-Pacific region in the future, and how can we, as a small middle states, regional player, actually affect the development of the region. If we go a little bit back to the past, 2,000 years ago, Thucydides observed that when a rising power challenges an established one, can become as influential itself. So we can definitely witness the fact when one power rises in its power, it produces fear, and this fear actually defines the relations not just in Asia-Pacific region, but in international relations. More recently, Graham Allison said that asked whether great power transition lead to the conflict. So if one power takes the place on international stage, the other powers or the other states are trying to balance it. And then we are actually trapped, we are in some kind of Thucydides trap in terms that every single power is feeling vulnerable and trying to balance the power which is gaining on its influence and on its weight. Speaking about the Asia-Pacific region, we can definitely say that this is a region simultaneously faced with competition, but also with cooperation. This is the region of military modernization, but also of economic integration. This is a region which is full of strategic mistrust, but also remarkable interdependence. There are several authors, I will quote one, Professor Amitav Acharya, who argues that we are moving towards what he calls a multiplex world, which means a world shaped not by the single dominant power, but by multiple centers of influence, multiple regional voices, and multiple visions of order. This idea is particularly important for the panel I'm chairing today, because Washington or Beijing, they will not decide the future of the Asia-Pacific region. The future of the Asia-Pacific region will be shaped in Bangkok, in Phnom Penh, in Jakarta, in Seoul, in New Delhi, and so on and so forward. These all are regional but strong stakeholders. They build institutions, they build regional norms, they build confidence, they build trust, and they are very much aware of the role which they are having not only in Asia-Pacific region but in international relations in general. Speaking about the international relations in general, never before we have witnessed that states competed so intensively, but on the other hand, we are also cooperating so intensively. And I think this would be the message, I hope this would be the message which will come out from the discussion of our distinguished speaker today. So the main question of this panel is not who will become the dominant power or who is the dominant power in the region, because history has always produced powerful states. We are going to address several questions. The first, can we actually build an international order where competition remains compatible with cooperation? We will discuss it from the lenses of the Asia-Pacific actors and Asia-Pacific region. Can major power in the region actually compete responsibly? Can middle and small powers, as well as small states, preserve this strategic autonomy? And what is the role of regional institutions? What is the perception Asia-Pacific region has from the European Union, from the other actors which are making this global stage so interactive and so complex, and we are witnessing that in this period of international relations. So I'm very thrilled to present our today's distinguished panelists who will, I'm sure, give very, very important input to the questions we have raised here. And they are coming from different backgrounds, which makes this discussion even more ritual and productive. With that in mind, let me introduce our distinguished panelists. First, we have His Excellency Lee Thach, who is a senior minister and first vice president from Cambodian Mine Action and Victim Assistance Authority. Our first panelist brings a perspective shaped by one of the most important lessons of modern history, which that peace and security are not achieved only through diplomacy between states, but also through protecting community and rebuilding society after conflict. This is a very strong message which I think will come from this discussion. Mr. Thach, it is a privilege to have you with us. Our second panelist is His Excellency Viavat Isarabakhadi, who is a Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Kingdom of Thailand. Our next panelist represents a country that has long occupied a unique position in regional diplomacy. And as a Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, His Excellency brings this perspective of a country that understands perhaps that most the regional order is not shaped by only major power, but also by the states which are capable of building bridges between different interests. Then we have Mrs. Željana Zovko. We are very honored to have you here with us. Ms. Zovko is a member of the European Parliament and, of course, coming from Croatia, a country which has its own historical experience of transition, sovereignty, and European integration process. Ms. Zovko will definitely bring an important European perspective to our discussion. And her perspective will definitely help us to explore the growing links between European and Asian strategic realities. Welcome, Ms. Zovko, to our panel. Our next panelist is Ms. Mabel Lu Miao, co-founder and Secretary General of Center for China and Globalization. Our next panelist brings an important perspective from China's policy and research community. She's the co-founder and Secretary General of the Center for China and Globalization, which is one of China's leading think tanks focusing on global affairs, international cooperation, and China's role in the world. So definitely we have China's view represented here. And at the end, the last but not the least, Mr. Jordan Embry, who is from the Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom and the Heritage Foundation. His work focuses on international security, strategic competition, and the role of democratic values in global affairs. And I think with his role, we will get an important perspective on how strategic competition is viewed from the United States and what challenges may define the coming decade. So after I presented our panelists, I suggest that we start with the discussion. I will start with one general question, which is which will take 1 or 2 minutes of your reflection. It is more broadly, it is more broad because before we are going to discuss different roles of your states, of organization, we first need to understand the transformation of Asia-Pacific region in itself. So my first general question is, which actor or what do you consider to be the fundamental driver of change in the Asia-Pacific region? Or what is the most significant development that is reshaping the region's strategic landscape? I know it is very broad and general, but this is the reason I will give you just 1 or 2 minutes to name one development you think this is the fundamental driver of the change. So we will start with His Excellency Touch, so please.
Thank you very much indeed. Pleased to be here. Over the past 60 years, our Asia-Pacific region has transformed itself into a very strong and powerful region. The rise of our region is not left to any continents, any groups of countries, but Asia-Pacific has transformed itself to be a positive driving force for the rest of the world. We have to be proud of our regions. There are a lot of positive, opportunities that's been created for all of us, and cooperation, partnership, building partnerships among all our region member states is key to our present and future development. I think Asia-Pacific region will continue to grow, and we have, as in any groups, you have always leading members of the groups. So we have China, we have India, we have, of course, many other countries that are leading the future of this region. I think what we can say is that we are really living in a region that is transforming the way we live, the way we work, and this growth will also provide opportunities for the rest of the world.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we are heading to Ms. Zovko.
In the last decade, we have seen these maritime routes, security, infrastructure, and the industrialization of European Union, and the whole focus that has turned towards Asia Pacific, which has become raising in a sense of the production and also strategic dependencies that we are seeing European Union has felt throughout recent crises, like starting with the COVID crisis, has brought to us attention that we have to do our Indo-Pacific strategy. I'm a rapporteur for Australia, and we have recently concluded, the European Union has concluded that this crucial deal, trade deal with Australia, urged with the fact that tariff trade war has put on us that we have to start making the deals with middle powers that still are in respect of rules-based order. Making connections with Pacific and Asia-Pacific states, middle powers, that are also keen to follow these rules-based orders, are making and turning attention of European Union also towards this area. It does not mean that European Union wants these countries to choose or to go with some, that we are offering them some strategic or military alliances. It means that they don't have to put themselves in this time in a camp of choosing between certain rivalries that are that were being imposed in the new narrative on what is geopolitical situation at the moment. And I think this choice that European Union has offered many years ago, starting with election observation mission. I was chief election observer in Nepal, bringing development aid. We are the biggest investor in development aid, with our global gateway projects as well, has shown that European Union as a project of peace is an alternative, and also to this very tense and polarized world at the moment, and is trying to offer some middle ground or midway in order to at least lower the tensions, but also to preserve the security and for our citizens, because we all are dependent on the trade routes, on new technologies that are dependent on cables, maritime and maritime routes, and sea is and diplomatic ocean diplomacy is something that for nowadays is of crucial importance as any other diplomacy. So if you are going to attend to international and regional commissions where you are distributing fishery quotas, you can see how these islands also want to be included in improving their conditions, working conditions, and also and access to European markets and to all the markets, and in the meantime to improve their life of their citizens, bringing their standard up to medium level, and this is I think the best what parliamentary diplomacy and European diplomacy can offer at this moment of time, where this situation geopolitically is not very certain.
Thank you very much. We had also this European perspective. Your Excellency Sarbahadi, please, what is Thailand's view on the fundamental driver of the change in the region of Asia Pacific?
Thank you very much. What is the single most significant development reshaping the Asia-Pacific strategic landscape. I think that so many answers could be given, but if I had to identify just one development, I think I will be the first to be bold enough to say that it has to be the intense strategic competition between the United States and China, both of whom are represented here on this panel, so we would be interested to see what they say. But I think it's clear that there has been, in recent years, in recent decades, increased great power rivalry between the US and China, and this has become apparent in all fronts. We first talked about geopolitics, then geoeconomics, then we took a step further to geotechnology, and who knows what other geos there will be in the future. The rivalry between the two great powers is not confined only to military power anymore, but it now encompasses trade, technology, supply chains, critical minerals, infrastructure, semiconductor chips, and so much more. It seems to be increasing all the time. In the US, we see MAGA, the Make America Great Again, America First. In Asia, we see the rise of China as a political power, military power, economic power, and so much more. AI power, technology power also. So with this competition between the two major powers, we see that countries across Asia and the Pacific are facing a more complex environment, and we see an environment in which economics, security, geopolitics are all interconnected, and there's so many choices, decisions that have to be made. Countries are increasingly being compelled to take sides if they have to. Thailand tries not to. We try to be a friend to all. But we also see the formation of new partnerships, new alliances that we haven't seen in the past. So I would leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While still the question remains still the same, but I will just broaden it a little bit, just in order for you to reflect the role of China and the misperception people are having about the role of China in Asia Pacific. Especially, many countries are trying to answer difficult questions, how they can simultaneously benefit from China's economic importance and investments, while managing concerns about strategic independence. So can you also reflect on that? And I will also pose the similar question to Mr. Embry at the end.
Yes, thank you for having me. Regarding this question, I agree with what you said, that maybe the minister from Thailand mentioned that the biggest transformation in this region for reshaping the geopolitical strategy and the landscape is that I think the competition between US and China. The moderator you mentioned about Thucydides' trap, which is funded by Graham Allison, Professor. Graham Allison is our close friend, and we published a book for him from my center is How to Escape Thucydides' Trap. So I think how to escaping Thucydides' trap, it's a theme for our today's topic, and just now the panelists mentioned a lot of problems created by the competition between US and China, forcing them to pick the side to standing. So I think in the future we should how to balance the competition and the cooperation is problem. We know that right now US-China relation identified by two state leaders from the so-called strategic rivalry into the right now the new item is that the strategic stability constructively. I think it's a peaceful coexisting situation right now, and a lot of potentials for all of us to feel in this region. And Asia Pacific is economic integration place. So APEC, we know that is going to happen in Shenzhen very soon. All the members in APEC, I think, is waiting for that integrated cooperation on economy. Look forward that. We know that there's another big transformation for me I have to mention is that there's clear gap between the deeper economic integration and the growing geopolitical division. So that gap is more and more clear. Economically, we can see that the APEC, we mentioned that's a mechanism which is very, very important for the economic integration, account for like 16% GDP of the world and 40% of the population of the world. Another arrangement is very important, RCEP, which is the largest trade and investment mechanism on the earth and covers 30% of GDP of the world and 30% of the population of the world, which is largely promote the integration on economy. Right now, this new model is that China produced R&D and ASEAN countries locally manufacturing those goods and together export to the rest of the world or offer to the global supply chain. So the new supply chain reshuffling and the restructuring, like we work with Thailand on the EV full BYD EV cars, work with Cambodia with tire manufacturing clusters, a lot of the investment from China. And the other side is that in geopolitics, the big tension is that exclusive military blocks building and technology controls and the value-based decoupling. The minister mentioned already that those contradictions between economy and the geopolitics it's wider and wider. We should feel that and do something for that, and that one forces all the the members inside it to take the side and have to carefully balance the so-called economic benefits and the security risks. That one reshaping the basic rules of this region governance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Embry. We have heard from your panelists. The main words are strategic rivalry, great power competitions, regional actors. In your opinion, after you answer which is the major development in the region, is there enough institutional and diplomatic power to manage these concerns we are speaking about, this strategic competition between great powers which is going on in the region of Asia Pacific?
Thank you for the questions, and thank you, of course, to the Croatian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for setting up this conference, inviting us all to the panel. I'm breaking no new ground, as I expected. Several of my fellow panelists have noted that the U.S.-China strategic competition lies at the center of drivers of the Asia-Pacific dynamics, but not only. The Asia-Pacific, both at the security and economic levels, reverberates across and around the globe. Obviously, bringing Washington's perspective, we see it as driven by China's assertiveness in its rise. We see this in multiple areas. We can see this with the recent the trade truce between the U.S. and China that was provoked after some back and forth over trade that included the Chinese leadership deciding that they would announce a ban on critical minerals, not just to the United States, but to a broad swath of the world. This was then halted in a recognition of this sort of mutual interdependencies in different areas that both sides are trying to overcome. Which brings me a bit to your second question that you posed about the power to manage these concerns. There's always hope. There's always the possibility that we can come around and manage these concerns. I think right now we are in the most stable period we've been in a while after the summit between President Trump and President Xi and the discussions of continuing the trade truce and sort of having a period of strategic stability. I think, however, that beneath that, the drivers remain competitive and unstable, that both sides are trying to get rid of when I say both sides, meaning China and the United States, are trying to get rid of their dependencies on the other and then reestablish dominance in that relationship. So it's not a long-term thing. It's a short to medium-term thing.
Thank you very much. Now we are coming to our second level, where we are actually making comments and discussing the role of middle, small states, and also regional actors. So my question goes to Minister Touch. Of course, small and middle powers are experiencing geopolitical changes quite differently than major players in the region. So can you actually offer Cambodians' view or Cambodians' experience which you can offer to other small states? So you are in the region where this great power competition is going on. So how to position yourself as small or middle power?
Well, we accept, witnessing a reality that there is rising powers and existing powers. As a small country, we had to navigate all these appropriately. Of course, we are open to partnerships to every country that share our interest, that respect each other, cooperation over confrontation. I think there's a reality that small states, small countries have to navigate our relationship with the rest of the world. Of course, the independence, the autonomy of a country is important, but it doesn't mean that you disengage from others. You have to be involved, to be engaged, and then you open to all who share your interest and respect your decisions. I think for a small country to live in this emerging, uncertain world, we have to be, maintain our own decision, our own sovereignty. Decisions made by us should reflect our principles, our values, and partnership to anybody could be built through dialogue, through cooperation over confrontation.
Thank you very much. Going to the experience of Thailand. So, Your Excellency Isar Barkadi, my question is, Thailand has historically always maintained relationships with multiple partners and actually conducted pragmatic foreign policy. And we all know that small and middle states have different foreign policy strategies of balancing, bandwagoning, hedging, sheltering, and so on. So my question is this strategic flexibility becoming a strength or vulnerability within the Asian Pacific region, coming from your experience?
Again, please, is it a strength or
vulnerability?
A vulnerability of
your foreign policy and cooperating with multiple partners.
Okay. Well, if it's our foreign policy, then I would definitely not say that it's a weakness, because we have to choose something that we feel is a strength.
Okay.
And I think to be able to maintain strategic autonomy, to be able to be flexible is always good. And I mentioned earlier in my comments that we try to be able to be friends with everyone. US, for example, we have a very long-standing relationship going back almost 200 years. China also is in our region. Many Thais, business sector of Chinese ethnic origin. So we have maintained close ties with all the major powers, and we prefer not to be able to be identified as in any one camp or another, but to accommodate, to go with each power based on the interests and the principles that are involved. And I think that should be viewed as a strength, I think. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Zovko, you already spoke about the role of the European Union. Of course, Europe has historically viewed the entire Asia-Pacific region through the lenses of trade, connectivity, multilateral cooperation. However, as we can hear, geopolitical realities are changing. So what is the role of the European Union, or what unique contribution can European Union make to regional stability and prosperity of the entire region? What is the role of the European Union here?
What we are offering, starting with all middle-sized countries, is cooperation with European Union in re-establishing this rules-based orders, because this rules-based order suits middle and small-sized powers, as we don't have a strength or neither we have a will to engage in this polarization. And I think this is the best way also to move away from strategic dependency, starting from critical raw material, and the signing of the agreement with Australia has given a great opportunity also to Australia not to export this critical raw material, critical minerals, to China, and then to get them back already refined, and to be blackmailed on certain occasions when they have issues that are concerning their strategic and sovereignty. We don't pretend to be superpower like United States of America, but also we have a new mechanism which is called SAFE mechanism, that we are offering to our partners, and we are signing strategic partnership in security and defense. We have signed that with South Korea, we have signed it with Australia, we have signed it with Canada, where we are engaging our partners to also to get involved in procurement and building our defense and building our strategic defense material, in order to also prepare ourselves for possible menace, and also to be not to be so security dependent on solely on United States of America to provide for our security, which is not moving away from also our cooperation within NATO security structure, but we are in a sense building strategic alliances around the common democracies, countries. As I said earlier, we helped democracies to thrive in our election observation missions, which we heavily financed since I think 90s, and it's some of the best tool for all these mid-sized countries to establish the society in which every citizen has opportunity to thrive. And I think that's the best investment for present and the future, where we have to also unite around the idea that we want rules-based order. We don't want to be threatened or menaced by anyone. We don't want to be taken hostage by anyone. And we want also to invest in our common future, but taking on board all mid-sized countries and powers, and starting also from Asia and from Indo-Pacific, and all those countries that try to live in a world where they can be safe and secure and live in peace. So I think this is the narrative that many of the citizens around the world want to hear. And they don't want to live, coming back to your start, in this atmosphere of the fear that we hope belongs to a mid-age period, but it's very easily used to gain votes or to gain, I think, to gain at least a certain tension in the area. So this is what the European Union was built on, and this is why we are having this strategy in our in the future, and in order to preserve our way of life that we are still having, and our citizens are still enjoying.
Speaking about the European perspective, we cannot neglect China's and US perspective in the region. And when we are discussing the international order we are witnessing right now, there are several authors which are saying we are witnessing the transition to multipolar world order. Some are saying the world order is bipolar. Someone even saying that it is unipolar, with United States still having the lead. Someone is actually thinking or making China as the main power. So if we look at the focus of global attention, we can definitely say that in the last 2 or 3 years, the epicenter of the attention was on the European continent because of the war in Ukraine, and now in the Middle East because of the war in Iran. And when we look at the US national security strategy, they are still firmly focused on Asia-Pacific region, but they are also, started to be more focused on Western Hemisphere, or to make their priorities being heard, and this is very vocally expressed by President Trump and MAGA movement. So my question is how this actually reflects on the power balancing in the Asia-Pacific region, from your point of view. So is United States being engaged in Ukraine war, in the Middle East, and focusing more on the Western Hemisphere, still a great player in the region, or is still pretending to be to take the role of the great player in the region? So first, the question goes to Ms. Miao, and then to Mr. Abri.
For me first?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for your question. It is as intensified competition in many fronts, but I think China is actually located in this region. We are the partner. We are part of this region. Maybe some countries or other regions are partner of this place, but we exactly located there. Honestly, I think sometimes the international observers simplify the regional dynamics as the geopolitical powers rivalry, and misinterpreted China's economic and diplomatic moves as effort to build exclusive blocks or the reshaping some so-called regional rules. Indeed, China is the big power in this region, but China doesn't seek the regional dominance. This is the basic judgment from my observation. Usually, China's regional economic engagement just based on the market-driven one. This region needs China, and China's movement just pro the economic, commercial, investment, trade, those well-being or livelihoods cooperation with this region, and didn't force any country stand the side or pick the side to stand. So I think in this region, I don't think we have, especially China plus ASEAN. Just now I saw the stage, the African panel with a good atmosphere.
Vibrant energy, yes, positive energy.
When I get along with the ASEAN friends in this region, I feel the similar atmosphere, their emotion, full of our occasion. But sometimes if the occasion there's interference from outside, I feel nervous and I feel uncomfortable, not just from me. I can observe from the faces from our neighbors and ASEAN countries. I know they feel that there's a strong force from outside to push them to pick the side. So I think honestly, from this region, China plays the role is that we are not seeking the geopolitical position. or the dominance in this region, just the economic integration and driven by the market forces. And another issue is that, in history, for long times, China is a big power in this region. We get along with the neighbors very well, and there's no such big powers. And the Asian, 2 centuries ago, it's not battlefield for those big power competition or that some wars happen here. But we can review the history, what happened the last 2 centuries. So I think, we should learn from the history and look to the future. So even there are some dynamics or the geopolitical exclusive mechanism happening here, the Quad, AUKUS, those mechanisms. One is more focused on the geopolitical competition, another is focused on the underwater nuclear. So those factors, of course, so-called the geopolitical competition or rivalry arrangement, but those are not close to the people's well-being and the livelihood in this place. We are in this place. China depends on this place very much. China's development depends on this region's prosperity. 50%, more than 50%, China's foreign trade happen in this region, and over 60% China's foreign investment flows into the developing countries of APEC and the Asia-Pacific region. So how important this place is stability for China's prosperity and development. So we need this region. Why? There's no reason for China to disrupt the order of this region. So we need the stability and to get along with all the neighbors very well. We locate here. The other partners, maybe you are the international observer, you can point out, China, this problem, blame China, that problem. It is, there are a lot of disputes happening in this region, but we can deal with this region by the consensus based. Like I appreciate ASEAN consensus building style is that it's, ASEAN centrality style. ASEAN is always a leading one, and other factors just the positive factors to inject into their negotiations. So I think this is a good style for our region. This is my judgment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Embry, do you agree with that position, or do you perceive the role of the United States and China differently than Ms. Miao?
I think we have differing perspectives on this question, I fear. Perhaps not surprising to anyone in the audience, there's quite a different view of the region and the regional dynamics and what's driving them from Washington. To answer sort of your initial question first, at least as it pertained to the U.S., it seemed to me that there was a question you were posing as to where is America's focus these days, given the NSS, the NDS, all the statements that have been made, the actions taken in many different regions across the globe. The long-term focus, the pacing challenge, pacing threat remains China. This isn't because of ideology, but it's because of actions. And that's where the U.S. is engaging. But as I talked about in my opening remarks, things that happen in the Asia-Pacific, be they economic, military, or otherwise, don't stay in the Asia-Pacific. They reverberate around the world. As a result, and as a global power, regardless of whether or not we argue over unipolarity, bipolarity, multipolarity, the U.S. is a pole in any of those systems we want to argue about. The U.S. has to engage in a global manner, and recognizing these interconnections has to engage a number of different topics. I'll go through a few that I think will present a little bit of a contrasting perspective to my panel colleague, Ms. Miao. So, for example, to take one of the examples she cited of AUKUS. Obviously, this is something that we see very positively from Washington, D.C. This is an extended cooperation between the United States, UK, and Australia, tying together the European theater and the Asia-Pacific theater with the United States of America. We're building partnerships, we're building capabilities, and we're strengthening the Navy of a partner nation. Now, if there's no fight, which I think is in all of our interests, both Beijing's and Washington's, I think it's in our interest that there is not a war that breaks out in the Indo-Pacific. If there isn't a fight, we never have to worry about any of these capabilities being used. The problem is if there is a fight and the capabilities aren't there, it becomes very one-sided very quickly. We'll look at another thing. You talked about Ukraine. Obviously, there's a lot going on in Ukraine. I won't take what little time we have to dive deep into that issue. We don't have enough left as it is. But I'll point specifically to a series of exercises the United States has run for many years, known as RIMPAC, or Rim of the Pacific. This is a massive naval exercise, and we had many partners that we haven't had before, who are obviously feeling a threat, feeling like they need to be part of this alliance, need to increase their interoperability, not just from outside the region, partners in Europe and elsewhere, but inside the region, from Japan, from the Philippines, and others, from Australia, increasing their contributions. So I think we see that. To end, again, on a global note, you can look at something like Pax Silica. We look at the dominance, 98% roughly, of critical mineral refining exists within China. It is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. In seeking to diversify, to stop that being a single source dependency, we're working with partners around the world, those outside the region and those inside the region, but it remains the critical theater in the Asia-Pacific.
Thank you very much. I have so many questions left. Unfortunately, we just have 7 minutes to go. So there are so many young participants who are here for the Dubrovnik Youth Forum. Maybe instead of the questions I prepared about your advice for the future generation and the future of the region, maybe we can open the floor to the young generation, so maybe they can ask 1 or 2 questions, because we have 6 minutes left. So is there any interest? There is one here and one there, so you can come up at the stage and ask, why not, so that we move faster, okay? We are so flexible. We are always flexible, so please, come on and ask your question. This is your unique opportunity, so please.
Ladies first, right? Thank you so much.
Okay, great.
Thanks. Yep. First of all, thank you so much for your great insights. I'm part of the youth panel, youth forum, and also a junior lecturer in security studies. So my question is about maritime security, since we've earlier talked about how we cannot separate trade and maritime security from each other, and especially in the Asia-Pacific region, that's incredibly true. So especially looking at the panelists from Cambodia, Thailand, and China, who are driving a lot of innovation when it comes to maritime security, what are some of the developments or investments that you're currently pursuing that you think are going to be dominating the developments in maritime security in the region, but also globally?
We can take the other questions, so then you will respond.
Hello, thank you for the panel. It's been very interesting. I'm Iñigo from Spain. I wanted to go back to a point that was kind of raised at the beginning of the discussion and that has come up at the end, which is this idea of relations with China. The EU for a long time has been struggling to come up with a clear policy on China, partner, rival, strategic, something. So it's not very clear what the policy is. I wanted to ask the participants from the region their experience of dealing with the conflict or competition between China and the US, what their perspective is on what is the best policy and how the EU could come to such a policy, but also to our American colleagues and our MEP, how can Europe act when China supports countries like Russia that have an impact on our region and it doesn't contain to the Indo-Pacific? How should the EU respond, and how can we ensure that that doesn't destroy our relationship with China? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And very shortly, the last one.
Hello, Nicholas from Canada. Very simple question. As the world continues to be driven by the China and United States relationship, where are opportunities for constructive dialogue and peaceful, sustainable future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we have a very bright future here. So please, if you can address, we have 4 more minutes left, so we can start with Minister Touch and then go around the table, around the panel.
I think what we have learned from our region through over decades, I think, is about peace and cooperation and dialogue, which are the foundation of our transformation of the region. Of course, small countries try their best to move around when the giants, the superpower having a problem with each other. But I think we have to look at how our region, our small states contribute to peace, to dialogue, to diplomacy. We are the foundation of our peaceful coexistence between nations and regions. I think that each superpower is influencing on us, but we don't have to take sides, but we have to manage how to help to contribute to peace, to development, to a betterment of our humanity. I think that's what we want most for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zovko?
Right. I will address this question, what EU can do first to respond to this neutrality or not condemning Russian aggression on Ukraine in China case, and what is our answer also to some of the measures that were taken and what China represents for us. It's very difficult to come to agreement in European Union on the clear answer on some issues, but there is a strategy that is at place, and that is for global overcapacity of steel. We reacted with Overcapacity Act. With United States, we have Pax Silica in order not to be blackmailed on critical raw material or critical mineral, and we have this Critical Mineral Act. We are building our defense, as I said previously, in order to strengthen the European pillar of NATO and to be prepared. And also we are strengthening our maritime security and the regional organization, and we are trying to offer the alternative to mid-size countries and powers, and also we are investing heavily in Global Gateway as alternative to some other investments. But I think that the best act to how to show how preventive diplomacy can work and can function is a meeting between that we have seen between President Trump and President Xi, and good and positive messages. But also the common agreement. I mean, we're all dependent on trade, and Asia Pacific has risen because of the trade and because of our efforts to give alternative and opportunity to the citizens who live there to have a better life. But we cannot be blackmailed. So the straits like Hormuz that we are seeing now cannot be an example that in the future we can be blackmailed and we can be taken as a hostage of any superpower on this situation. So we have to work on preventive diplomacy, we have to work on international rules-based order, and we have to work on diplomacy and meeting and discussing together, but not, the previous crisis have warned us that there might be even worse crisis in the future, but that we are prepared and we have an answer to that.
Thank you, Your Excellency Savarhaldi. We have a few more, maybe 2 minutes for your interventions.
Thank you. I see that I'm in overtime already, so I'll try to be short, but let me deal with questions 2 and 3 in one go. And when I'm asked about competition between the US and China in the region, I often like to say that my dream, which still remains a dream, is for the US and China to be able to join together to pool their valuable resources and capabilities for the benefit of the region. And there's so many ways in which they can do this, areas for cooperation, like our Canadian friend mentioned, are immense. We could talk about the environment, we can talk about public health, education, development of infrastructure. All of these are so valuable, human resources development, very valuable to the people. And it's something that the US and China could easily do, which they can compete to do more, I think, for the region. And that would be very valuable for all of us.
Thank you very much. Final thoughts, Ms. Miao?
Thank you for the question from young leaders. My center and myself initiated Global Young Leaders Dialogue, which is a very well-known and popular program in China and in this region. So I cherish the young people's questions. Regarding to the identity between EU and China, the three identities. One is a partner, and another is a strategic, systemic rivalry, and a competitor. So why I mentioned those three words just now, the young leader mentioned that, it's linked to the new identity right now between EU and China. So many words similar, like overcapacity, imbalance. I admire, you people always created our new words to the geopolitical context. But still, those so-called systemic rivalry and the competitor and the partner, I think those three words are, there's big tensions between those three words. How could you, make those three words together prevailing? For me, it's not easy, But I think we should have the clear direction to send the message to both sides people and business people, how to work together, how to compete. We should have the healthy competition. So I think right now, between EU and China, we have a lot of complementary development and cooperation, especially on the trade. We need each other. I visit Germany for many times every year. I participate in Munich Security Conference, and a lot of commercial circle people told me that we need each other. If we just focus on the market-driven, we need each other. But right now, a lot of the disruption because of the ideological blocks and exclusive mechanism on the rare earth, like we mentioned, on the critical minerals. Those things block and decouple our cooperation. I think we should avoid that ideological block, especially what is systematic rivalry. If you should be the partner in the future. So I think we should identify our relation in the future clearly. Another issue is that regarding the US-China relation, I think, I still pro that US-China should have more cooperation rather than competition. Of course, the big powers, we have competition. That is reality. But on the other hand, we still need cooperation. Is that like the world needs more public goods, and we should promote the people-to-people exchanges between US and China. We have to coexisting in the future. We have no other choice. Right now we have nuclear weapon. It's not like Second World War. Before Second World War, we don't have that weapon. This is reality. We should accept it. We have to coexist with each other. So how to do that? Of course, there's AUKUS, Quad, a lot of those mechanisms. We should view those things with a long-term vision. If in the, like US-China, we really had conducted several rounds competition recent 1 decade. So what's happening right now? The reality is what? Everyone knows that. China is still there, rising again, and still rising increasingly, gradually. But US is still there, it's still superpower. So in the future, we should look forward, look ahead with
Thank you very much.
attitude.
I need to interrupt you.
Thank
We
you.
just have 30 seconds for the
sorry.
final intervention of Mr. Embry.
30 seconds it'll be. I can explain the answers to the young folks if they want to come find me afterwards. So the first question, trade and maritime security. Modular shipping for trade and pervasive persistent imaging and sensing on the security end of that. As far as the EU forming a policy, you've got to move from statements and reports to action. We've heard some good examples of that, Pax Silica, some of the trade deals. There's more to do on that file. Finally, on the third question, obviously, discussions and dialogue continue to reduce the risk of global armed conflict between the United States and China, which, again, is in neither of our interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists for their brilliant insights. Very well done. Thank you very much. For you in the audience, thank you so much for staying with us, and also to our young colleagues. They have shown that this Dubrovnik Youth Forum is something we need to cherish in the future. So once more, thank you very much, and the next panel starts in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yes. If it's okay. I think we have enough time, yeah. Excellencies, dear guests, my name is Alexander Rothert. I'm the moderator of this panel on the Western Balkans. I'm a political advisor and analyst specialized on the Western Balkan region. This is the first part of two panels, the EU and the Western Balkans resolving unfinished business together. I would like to thank the Croatian government and especially Minister Grlić Radman for organizing this event and this special conference, a very important conference in beautiful Dubrovnik. Let me introduce today's participants. To my left, Ervin Ibrahimović, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro. Welcome. Then Minister Ferit Hoxha, Minister of European and Foreign Affairs of Albania. Welcome. Then Minister Elmedin Konaković, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then our host, Minister Gordan Grlić Radman, Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of Croatia. And next to him is Mrs. Jana Zovko, member of the European Parliament. And next to Mrs. Zovko is Mrs. Ulrike Hartmann, Special Envoy for Southeastern Europe and EU enlargement of the Federal Ministry of European and International Affairs of Austria. Welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Amer Kapetanović, Secretary General of the Regional Cooperation Council from Sarajevo. Welcome and thank you very much all for coming here. Allow me a few words at the beginning to illustrate some of the challenges and problems the region is currently facing. If you look outside, it is hard to believe and to imagine that just a few dozen kilometers from here to the east and also to the north, tensions have been rising for years. Just prior to the recent EU Western Balkan summit in Montenegro, a few weeks ago, a Serbian plane with 87 so-called activists landed in Tivat in Montenegro and was instantly returned by Montenegrin law enforcement. This could have led to a serious incident had Podgorica not intervened swiftly. Vijesti quoted Montenegrin Prime Minister Milojko Spajic as follows, quote, "For the first time in Montenegro, we have a mix of foreign factors and organized crime groups that are acting together against our country's European path. It's been like this for about 4 or 5 months, and the EU is helping to fight it. As I mentioned already, the tensions have been rising, and rising especially between Serbia on one side and its neighboring states, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Montenegro, Kosovo, and even Albania. In June 2024, Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić, together with Bosnian Serb ultranationalist, genocide denier, and secessionist Milorad Dodik, held a so-called all-Serb assembly in Belgrade, advocating for a Serbian world, Srpski svet, or Svijet, to be established following Slobodan Milosevic's plan for a greater Serbia in the 1990s, which was based on the Memorandum SANU of the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts, which is exactly 40 years ago in 1986. President Vučić said in an interview just a few weeks ago, had Belgrade not radically built up its armed forces, Serbia, quote, would cease to exist within 48 hours. We would be eaten and swallowed whole if that weren't the case. One could argue the contrary, that Serbia has started an arms race in the Balkans in 2012 that leads to instability. Most recently, Belgrade received Chinese hypersonic missile systems that could even reach Zagreb from Serbia. Belgrade is still ignoring the EU sanctions against Russia, thus refusing itself to align with the EU's common foreign and security policy. 2 examples, the flight connections from Serbia to Russia, and also issuing Serbian passports to Russian nationals. To add to this, in March this year, Vučić accused Croatia, Albania, and Kosovo of plotting against Serbia and preparing a joint military attack on Belgrade. And of course, this all undermines the good neighborly relations as the Montenegrin foreign ministry issued. 2 years ago, the Croatian foreign minister Gordan Grlić-Radman called President Vučić a satellite of Russia. Since then, Serbia has been drifting even further towards Russia, but also especially China now. Minister Grlić-Radman, what do you think are Belgrade's and Vučić's intention, and what can Zagreb do to calm down this relatively tense situation?
First of all, and thank you very much and for having my colleagues from Western Balkans here. And what the foreign minister of Montenegro, Ervin, is here, and El Medin, who just bought tickets and for the Dubrovnik Forum, and such a joke. But so you mentioned then during your speech and 2 years ago, and so that Ferit Hoxha was not minister last year, but however we had an representative for Albania, and he is Željana Amerika Petanović, and whom I met also in Sofia, where we celebrated 30th anniversary of CECP and the process in Southeast Europe, and actually a 30th anniversary there. And remember, as I was number 2 in the Croatian embassy and in Sofia, and I was the only participant who just attended this SCP anniversary, and of course the lady from Austria. What I said last year, I can repeat it, and nothing changed in Croatian position in general. And Croatia is a member of EU, Croatia is a member of NATO, and we entered the Schengen zone, Eurozone, and we are on the way to achieve the OECD membership. What we need here, what we want to see, that's a stable neighborhood, and neighborhood to live in peace side by side, despite, of course, the legacy of work, which affects steadily and still the countries in the region. However, but I think so that we are ready, and as politicians, as also foreign ministers here, and your topic and your question is very interesting one. And so Croatia and me, who just also visited the Croatian minority in Vojvodina in Serbia, and who also visited, I had the opportunity to meet my counterpart and foreign minister of Serbia, and Marko Đurić, and we had a good talks, and so the diplomacy and the open channels of communication must be open steadily. Even during the Homeland War, and my president, former President Tuđman, and so the President Milošević, who led, who was in Croatia, was a victim, and great Serbian aggression led by Milošević, and they were culprit. But however, we had talks, and we should have to have talks. And but in this regard, back to your question, so that rather than calculating about the intentions and of the politicians and their statements in Serbia or everywhere, so we just to be in the focus, and it's more useful to how to find the observable policy and politics to be in the focus to find a common ground and cooperation and communications. So Croatia sees, we established actually our tool, or politician tool, diplomatic, is just so to be resilient and to calm down, so such as inflammatory rhetoric, and never from which side it comes. Because Croatia is in a focus on the European principles, on our security, on our the social life of our people in Croatia, and to be really a part of international community, and to show solidarity with those in Ukraine, and of course to also to take part in how to to solve the problems and negative implication or repercussion of the situation in the Middle East. First of all, that affects our citizens with the prices, how to reduce prices. And when it comes to the Serbia, it's our interest to have, first of all, it's the interest of both sides, Croatia and Serbia, despite the legacy of war, which also Serbia also should face the history. And we mentioned about, we discussed about the open issues, which are not only bilateral natural. First of all, as I mentioned, it's a legacy of war. And there was a willingness from the Serbian side to start with negotiations in the return of archive from Serbia, with the establishing the commission, so to start actually, although they are already established from both sides, and commission for missing persons. Croatia still is searching for 1,742 missing persons, and to start negotiation on the border and open border issues. And of course, it was good news that Serbian side proposed to hold this intergovernmental committee on minority issues. So they are good news. And Croatia, despite all the situation and what the other tell and talk, so that we just show our resilience, and we not to be introduced in such rhetoric and also battle wars, and no matter where these wars are coming from. Well, as you mentioned also, for example, declaration, and I also explained that so many times, declaration is just on the paper or statement between the Albania and Croatia and Kosovo. course, Croatia and Albania are members of NATO, and so we stick to our NATO principles and conditions, and just in the declaration, and having in mind that Croatia also has there are soldiers in KFOR and in Kosovo. That's a declaration on which is actually a positive way. But on the contrary, with Serbia, we signed a very comprehensive agreement in 2009. We defined all the matters of the cooperation in military and so on. It's 5 or 6 pages, and very, very, very detailed, and explained the form of a framework of our cooperation. And it's not just something that could make a concern about it. It's only a declaration, as everywhere is declaration could be. In Serbia, there is a large Croatian minority, and about 60,000 people there, and they are happy when the Croatian government, so be it the foreign minister or others, are there, and to encourage them. And it's also a good opportunity if the Serbian minister is there, because they are citizens of Serbia and but of Croatian nationality. So I see that we have to have an open channels of communication and to invest politically, diplomatically in our relations. And we want to see, and also not only in Serbia, but also the other countries in the Western Balkans, all the 6 countries, the Western Balkans, to be part of the European Union, but so differently, and it's merit-based approach and according to the individual achievements. And we really commend the progress made by Albania and Montenegro, and of course we want to see Bosnia and Herzegovina very soon to start negotiations with European Union. And North Macedonia, for example, it's paradoxically they started negotiations even before Croatia started, and unfortunately later on happened what happened. And of course we wanted also the European perspective on both Kosovo and Serbia.
If I may, since you just mentioned the situation or the talks with Bosnia.
And Herzegovina.
In Herzegovina, yeah. I'm sorry. Bosnia and Herzegovina. The EU just stalled investments or payments from the Growth Fund for the Western Balkans, for Bosnia and Herzegovina and also for Serbia. But what do you see, what could unblock this? I mean, it's €1 billion that is at stake for a very small country like Bosnia. It's a lot of money. What could, if you could answer this quite quickly, what could unblock this?
So it's up to the leaders and the political leaders, political actors in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We support, of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina, but we cannot interfere in Bosnia and Herzegovina affairs, because it's up to them to find a common solution in the interest of the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We want to see in Bosnia and Herzegovina as a member of EU, probably if they want to be a member also of NATO, to in prosperity, in peace, in stability. Stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina is also in the interest of the Republic of Croatia. We share the longest border with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Even on 8th of June, we signed a very agreement, my Prime Minister and the lady, the President, the Chairwoman of the Council of Ministers, a very historical agreement on the border controls and in both points in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
1,009 kilometers.
You
share.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. And for us, it's very important to have to improve traffic infrastructure, to be connected well with Bosnia and Herzegovina. You know that 2 months ago here, even in Dubrovnik, the Croatian Prime Minister and Borjana Krišto, they signed an agreement on the South interconnection. Also the Foreign Minister Almedin Konakovic was also there. For us, it's energy diversification, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, very important, and just not to be dependent on Russian gas and oil. So it's our task, it's our homework, and having in mind that Croatia is an energy hub, and so given our geopolitical position, it's very, very important, and so that we do see that very responsible and for us and for our region.
Thank you very much. Minister Konakovic, since we talk about Bosnia, the German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius said in the context of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, quote, "Without security, everything else is nothing." The Russian ambassador to BIH, Igor Kalabukhov, threatened BIH twice on BIH TV with a Ukraine scenario, should BIH get closer to NATO. Of course, since recently, there's also growing problems with regard to the international community's engagement in Bosnia. High Representative Schmidt is leaving, as we all know, and so forth. So the situation is, one could say, getting less stable. For the last 20 years, as I said, the genocide denier Milorad Dodik is threatening even BIH's existing by repeatedly passing legislation that would lead to secession of Republika Srpska. What do you think is now needed to counter these challenges and problems with regard to security for your country?
First of all, it's really needed that European Union, USA, and other partners and allies, that they understand what is really happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Like I will start with the growth plan, with the fund. Like it's blocked by secessionists. It's blocked by the same people that are blocking European path of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's easy. If you want to see, just open your eyes. It is Mr. Amidžić, Minister of Finance, controlled by Dodik, who is, by the way, controlled by Moscow, is blocking this fund. They don't want to take the money. Dodik went out publicly and he said, I don't want European money. I will take some loans and I will pay like 6-7% of rates, but I don't want to take European money and I don't want to go to European Union. That's the first fact. The other one, he's the most dangerous guy, not only for Bosnia, he's the most dangerous guy for the whole region. He's still calling for secession, and if he thinks that he can take the bones from Srebrenica with him, like in some new country in the region without conflict, that's impossible. So we're going to have a war again in Bosnia-Herzegovina if he goes officially for secession. It was an attempt from USA administration to de-escalate. They had some agreement with Dodik, and it's true. Like he deleted all these illegal laws, non-constitutional laws. He was in only one day. Actually, he deleted all these laws, and he traded actually this agreement for his financial freedom. And then they actually removed the sanction on Milorad Dodik. But he's doing the same thing again. He's calling for secession. He's officially going for secession, and it is really dangerous. I will underline this, not only for Bosnia-Herzegovina, but for the whole region. This is, now we have a crisis. It's not an ethnical crisis at this moment, and it is a different crisis than before. Now it's geopolitical crisis. It is a guy completely controlled by Moscow. It is a guy who participated in the last parade in May, and he had official meeting with Putin. This is the 8th official meeting in a year and a half. And he went out publicly announcing that Russia is the strongest partner of Republika Srpska. That's the entity inside of Bosnia-Herzegovina. And if you close your eyes, it will say, okay, go guys and agree about this growth plan, about these laws. That's impossible because of Dayton Agreement of Bosnia-Herzegovina, which actually allows to anyone who wants to block easily. It's easy to be destructive in Bosnia-Herzegovina. We have this Russian proxy blocking European future of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and it is still like call from you, okay guys, go and deliver. How? Someone needs to tell us really how. The stability is really important. We defended our country in '92. We were left alone. We were left to die. The genocide was committed in United Nations protected zone, and we defended our country. We will defend country again. But really, now to talk about war or to talk about conflict when we have at the same time, this is the the situation is not so easy to explain. On the other side, the biggest opportunities ever. Finally, European Union is, let's say, correct regarding enlargement. Growth plan is excellent story. Gradual integration is a great story for our economy. And now we have also Serbs in Bosnia-Herzegovina promoting future of Bosnia-Herzegovina inside of European Union. They propose these two European laws that we need to adopt before we start negotiations, and we have them on the other side. They don't follow Dodik anymore. It's complex, so that's the reason why I call, again, European Union to action.
I'm sorry, you are referring to other parties in Republika Srpska, not Dodik's SNSD.
Not Dodik's SNSD.
But from politicians, Serb politicians from other parties.
Two strongest opposition party, they proposed 2-3 months ago European laws that we need to adopt before we start negotiations. They were at the same time, actually, the one of them was beaten in the front of his house. They are suffering also together with all of us. The other one, they burned his car for the second time, Vukanovic. Borenovic was attacked in front of his house. This is a Dodik's regime supported by Moscow, still surviving in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Also on the other side, we have elections now. It is a time for populists and radicals. I need to say this also, we have these people in Zagreb also. We have some people drawing new maps in Bosnia-Herzegovina. We have some people calling for the third entity in Bosnia-Herzegovina, raising the tensions before the elections, and I understand them. They don't know how to deliver. They don't know how to help to the citizens. They go before the elections and promising everything. When they cannot deliver, then they are hiding behind these, let's say populist or more radicalism curtains, and they're actually raising the tensions. This is really dangerous, because you know what happened 30 years ago in Bosnia-Herzegovina. It's possible again if we don't control this situation. We need to control it all together. We have serious messages from Serbia. We had some small talk, debate in Antalya during the panel when Mr. President Vučić was talking about the strongest army in the region. On his left side was convicted criminal Milorad Dodik. On his right side was Željko Cvijanović, member of the presidency of Bosnia-Herzegovina. And he was sending the message about strongest army, and we know that actually we suffered a lot from the same army 30 years ago. So it is a time that we need to align ourselves all together. These, let's say, progressive people, progressive parties, progressive politicians, but we need the support from European Union in the first place. Americans, of course, they should stay with the region.
Thank you. You had a number of pretty heated debates with your Serbian counterparts, for example, in the Security Council of the United Nations. When you talk to them one-on-one, to the diplomats and also to the politicians, is that different, or is there any room for reconciliation between Belgrade and Sarajevo?
Reconciliation means that you need to accept the facts. If you want to talk about reconciliation, you need to accept international court decisions. I will say again the example of my people, actually, because we never celebrated war criminals and crimes. If anyone is convicted for the war crimes and criminals, you can never see politicians from Bosniak side celebrating those war criminals and crimes. That's the way to reconciliation. It's not like, you know, you need to accept some other reality and then we can continue. We still have, like, Serbia protecting war crimes and criminals, hiding them, and celebrating them. One of them is the worst criminal in the region, Novak Djukic, who is responsible and convicted for the death of young people in Kapia and Tuzla. And let me be honest, they're the same. They don't talk behind the scene differently. They don't recognize that genocide happened. They don't recognize they killed a lot of people. Ratko Mladic was a general of Yugoslav army at that time, not of the army of Republika Srpska. So I don't know, something is happening, something is bad, but I'll go back. Now in Bosnia-Herzegovina, this conflict, this crisis, probably the biggest crisis after the Dayton, is more geopolitical than ethnical. I have another example. I have a guy, I was soldier during the war. I was defending my country. I was minor, but I was on the front line. It was a guy on the other side. He's now a president of the House of Representatives. He's coming from SDS party. He was on the other side. We're literally trying to kill each other for 4 years. Today, we are trying to find solutions for our kids. and he's looking into the future, and he was the one proposing these laws, so it's possible. It's possible, but we have these players like destructive, let's say, players still calling for conflict because they cannot deliver. They cannot deliver what they promised during the campaigns. But not only that. Of course, we know about the plans about big Serbia story, about some dangerous plans in the region that actually are threatening to the whole region, and we are still sleeping with one eye open.
Thank you very much, Minister. And it's nice that you also that there is some positive changes on the Serb side. I mean, in
May
the
I just
Republika
comment?
Srpska.
Just small, important one,
Yeah, well,
positive
it's
momentum
important.
from Croat side also. We have done 3 big things in the last few months. The first one was Southern Interconnection, which is a great project between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The other one is this border cross agreement, which is excellent agreement for Bosnia and Herzegovina. It opens the space to Izačić and some other parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina blocked before. And the third one is this one law on foreigners, which allows our truck drivers actually to stay longer in European Union. This is a official communication, institutional cooperation, but on the other side we have a people proposing some bad ideas, let's say, at the moment. But finally, we are waiting official positions of Zagreb and Belgrade to have our own position. But I want to underline these 3 positive examples. It's possible. Also, on the other side, it's not okay to threaten to constitutional order of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's not legal at the end.
Thank you very much. Minister Ibrahimovic, we have something positive, more positive than conflict and tensions in the Balkans. Your country, Montenegro, has opened all 33 negotiation chapters with the European Union for accession. Just some days ago, 2 additional chapters have been closed, which brings the total number of closed chapters to 16. Can you please elaborate on this process, especially when do you foresee all the remaining chapters to be closed, and what are the main obstacles? Which factors could accelerate and which could slow down the accession process?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be in beautiful Dubrovnik. It's a great honor to be on this panel. And dear Gordon, thank you for your warm hospitality. Montenegro has demonstrated throughout the accession process that it is capable of adapting to evolving circumstances while maintaining a clear strategic direction. During almost 14 years of negotiation, we have successfully adjusted to different enlargement methodologies, aligned our internal policies and institutions with the evolving requirements of the accession process, and consistently delivered reform despite changing political context. One thing, however, this never changed: our strategic priority. There has always been a broad understanding that there is no alternative to European Union membership. The European path is not merely a foreign policy objective. It is our overall societal transformation agenda. The recent closure of the 2 additional negotiated chapters, bringing the total to 16 provisional closed chapters, represent another important milestone. Our objective remains clear: to complete the negotiation process within the established time frame and become the next EU member state in 2028. This ambitious is realistic, provided reform momentum is maintained on both sides. The message delivered by EU leaders at the recent summit in Tivat were particularly encouraging. They sent a clear political signal that enlargement is a strategic priority for the European Union, and Montenegro is recognized as the front runner in this process. Such encouragement also brings responsibility. It requires an even stronger engagement of the entire state administration, institutions, and political actors. Montenegro is fully determined to deliver on all remaining benchmarks and complete its obligation with credibility and efficiency. Looking ahead, the key factors that could accelerate our accession are continuing reform implementation, preservation of political consensus around the European agenda, and sustained credibility of the enlargement policy itself. A predictable, merit-based process remains the strongest incentive for reforms. At the same time, we should remain aware of the potential challenges. This includes external pressure by third countries seeking to undermine the European perspective of the Western Balkans, as well as the unnecessary introduction of bilateral or politically motivated issues that do not belong to the accession process. The enlargement process should continue to be guided by objective criteria, merit and Copenhagen principles. Montenegro's membership is not only in the interest of Montenegro, it is in the strategic interest of the entire region and of the European Union. Successfully completing Montenegro's accession would demonstrate that enlargement remains a credible policy, that reforms are rewarded, and that the EU continues to be a transformative force in Europe. Finally, Montenegro can serve as a model of successful enlargement policy, as a proof that commitment, reforms, and partnership with the European Union deliver concrete results. By completing Montenegro accession, we would create positive momentum for the entire region and reinforce the credibility of the European project at a time when Europe needs unity, resilience, and strategic vision more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you too, Minister. With regard to the issue or the incident that I mentioned in the beginning at the Tivat airport, is there anything you can tell us about it, some background? Is your law enforcement agencies, have they found out something? What was intended, or what was the purpose of this?
It's important that the EU Western Balkan Summit succeed. And we got with high-level president and prime minister deliver a great message that enlargement policy is alive, and Montenegro is most advanced candidate. Unfortunately, we live in a time when European values and democratic institutions are increasingly challenged. Across Europe, and particularly in our region, hybrid threats, disinformation, attempts to undermine democratic processes have become part of our everyday reality. Western Balkans still faces political and ideological structures that promote division instead of reconciliation and cooperation. Through various methods, including hybrid activities and coordinated influence operations, these actors seek not only to weaken Montenegro institution and its European trajectory, but also to undermine the credibility of the EU enlargement policy itself. The incident you referred to should be viewed in that broader context. It represents another attempt to slow down Montenegro's European progress, and I share Prime Minister Spajić's assessment that this development cannot be analyzed in isolation from the wider political environment in which they occur. The competent Montenegrin institution reacted promptly and professionally. Measures prescribed by law were implemented efficiently, demonstrating that Montenegro has both the institutional capacity and the political will to protect its legal order and public security. From the perspective of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it was equally important not to allow this incident to overshadow the strategic success of the EU Western Balkan Summit in Tivat. There was an obvious intention to divert attention from the positive political messages that emerged from the summit and to create unnecessary disruption. We did not allow that to happen. The focus remained where it belonged, on Montenegro's European achievements and on the renewed momentum for enlargement. As for the reaction for the Serbia, it came primarily through statement by the highest official addresses. In overview, this statement we convinced that did not contribute to strengthen mutual trust or good neighboring relations. Montenegro remains committed to maintaining constructive dialogue with all its neighbors, including Serbia, on the basis of mutual respect, sovereignty, and the principle of the international law. Looking ahead, I sincerely hope that the future will bring progress for every country in our region. The Western Balkans deserve a future built on European cooperation rather than our division. It is time for political actors to leave behind the illusions and projects they have for decades, product conflict, suffering, and instability, and instead fully embrace the values of peace, reconciliation, and European integration. Thank you.
Thank you too, Minister. Minister Hoxha, as I mentioned, the trilateral military cooperation agreement of 2025 between Albania, Croatia, and Kosovo has been criticized by Serbian President Vučić, first as a provocation and lately as a preparation for an attack on Serbia. Exactly 2 years ago, the Serbian newspaper Politika accused both Sarajevo and Pristina of planning an assault on Belgrade. What has been your response to these accusations, and how are the actual bilateral relations between Albania and Serbia?
Thank you very much. First, Gordon, thank you very much for this invitation and for this hospitality. It is indeed the first time for me to be here, but I recognize that this is really one of the platforms for discussion, sharing thoughts, analysis on the current trends in the region, Europe, and the world. Now, it is not an agreement. It is a memorandum of cooperation. Okay. It's a 2-page document. And it deals with 4 specific areas which have to do with training, interoperability, cybersecurity, and of course accompanying Kosovo as the youngest country in the Western Balkans to really build their institutions, including in the area of defense. Now you have 2 members of NATO who are predictable, whose policies are open and transparent, who deal with the rules of NATO that are established, that are known. So I don't see where the provocation is there. Now, I don't see how that document that is meant to accompany the youngest country in the Western Balkans to really improve institutions, just like others have done for Albania. We have been very thankful and grateful to everyone who helped Albania in the last 30 years. It is our duty now to do the same for those who are probably a little bit behind. And as I said, Kosovo being the youngest country in the Western Balkans need this help. This is all it is about. Now, calling it as a provocation, calling it as a threat, I think this is absolutely overblown. Because, I mean, I don't want to go back in history and say that in the history of Albania and Albanians, there has never been an attack on others. The opposite is already established, but still, let's not bring history because otherwise we don't get out of it. But what we are doing with Kosovo, as Gordon mentioned, is trying to see how we can really join forces in trying to help and be as cooperative as possible in every area, including on defense. So, frankly, we do not respond to those accusations or statements. We think that they are not worth responding because still we need to find the shred of proof that this is really a threat to anyone. That agreement is not a threat for Serbia or for anyone else. It's just a framework of cooperation as it can be in other areas. And we will try and do our best really, not only to explain all the time, to be cool-headed, because it's very easy to have those inflammatory rhetorics. And of course, our region doesn't need that kind of language. Our region needs something else. Our region needs understanding. Our region needs cooperation. Our region needs that every does its piece to reinforce bilateral, multilateral cooperation, and of course, move the whole region towards the European Union. This is our approach, and we will stick to it. Now, on the relations with Serbia, there is one fundamental issue on which we disagree profoundly, and that's Kosovo. And we meet with the Serbian representatives at all levels, and of course, when we discuss on this, we have totally different views. But then we do not let that issue be the only issue between us. So we, while we disagree on this, while we disagree on other issues as well, because we are aligned 100% with the common foreign security policy of the European Union. So we impose sanctions on Russia. So we have a vision of the cooperation. As I said, we have the best possible relationship, bilateral relationship with every country in the Western Balkans. We try to really have also the best possible relations, normal relations with Serbia. There are areas where we can cooperate, and we explore those areas. There are areas where we probably join in terms of connectivity in the region, in terms of tourism cooperation. 5 years ago, nobody would have imagined that 135,000 Serbs would come to Albania, enjoy this hospitality, see that there's absolutely no animosity towards them or anyone, so that everybody is welcome if they really come to enjoy and behave by the rules. So this is extremely important, and what we are telling to everybody, including to our Serbian counterparts, is that we need to invest into people-to-people contacts so that we move and look at the future, and that we cannot build by looking at the past. This is our approach, and we will stick to that. It's their choice to conduct their policies. Where we agree, we will continue. Where we will disagree, we'll make it very clear.
Thank you very much, and also thank you very much that you bring up this positive example. You meant 136,000 tourists from Serbia, yeah?
Last year only.
Wow, I didn't know.
Yep.
Thank you. One quick question, if I may, with regard to the relations with the United States. I mean, we all heard about what is happening or what is planned to construct in Albania, the tourism resort, and the demonstrations, of course. And of course also that Kosovo, Albania and also Kosovo have joined the President Trump's Board of Peace as one of a few European nations. And of course you are an accession candidate and you are negotiating with Brussels about full membership. How do you balance these two factors?
Well, good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
We heard this morning by Minister Tajani, and I will repeat it, that transatlantic relations and European policies, in our case European accession path, are absolutely two sides of the coin. We have excellent relations with the United States, and we have absolutely excellent relations with the European Union, member states, and of course institutions. Our national goal is to join the European Union. And just like Montenegro, we have opened all the chapters, the 33. We have met the EBARs. We are now in the final phase of closing chapters. And we will continue to follow that path. This is our national goal. And it's our intention, it's our plan, which is supported by the European Union, to possibly close. This is our ambition, all the chapters by 2027. And of course, to be able to join the European Union in the horizon of 2030. So this is our policy. Now, on the other side, the relations that we have with the United States are absolutely relations that we have had historically with them. And of course, I mean, if we had more time, I would have explained how important it is for us to have those relations, because the United States have been always supporting Albanian independence. Of course, they were crucial when the time was needed for NATO intervention in Kosovo, and of course, I'm sure you're absolutely familiar with that. But also, they have been supportive of our European Union drive as well. Whenever we were doing reforms and we were complying with the requirements and commitments in the European Union path, the United States were always supportive. So we don't see them not supporting that path, and we are in touch with them. And of course, it's absolutely the same vision. Now, on the very specific issue of the investment, this is a foreign investment like any other one. We would have been a European country. It comes this time. Actually, it's not really a U.S. investment. It is because the real investors are from another country, from the Gulf country. But of course, European interested parties are associated to that. But we see that absolutely as part of the development needs and plans of Albania. If you want me to enter into that and to say that it is absolutely one of the best examples, that we will make an example of that by harmonizing the need and the hunger of my country for development in general and for development of high-end tourist installations, given the very important part of tourism in our industry. You certainly know that we had last year 12.6 million tourists from everywhere in the world.
That's remarkable. Yeah.
This year, for the 5 first months, it's 8% increase. So the need is huge, and we can respond to that need by doing what we need to do, meaning that by providing capacity, by providing better services, by maintaining hospitality, by making sure that everybody who comes to Albania enjoys, and they come back with friends and family and everybody. But also we need to also balance a little bit about, massive and popular tourism with that niche that is also needed, and of course that requires a lot of investments. So we're not going to refuse any investment that comes and is done by the laws, by national and international, in this case international being the European commitments that we have taken. So this is what we're doing, so that we want to make that as an example of the best balance of development and protection in Albania.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. We are now moving a bit to Brussels, to Mrs. Željana Zovko from the European Parliament. The Parliament has been, in its reports, pretty critical of the situation, what is going on again in Serbia. The last reports were pretty extensive and painted a rather dark picture of what is going on there. Now also the Commission has for the first time, criticized the Serbian government, namely High Representative and Vice President Kaja Kallas, but also Enlargement Commissioner Marta Kos, due to the situation, what is going on in Serbia, especially with the judiciary, the so-called Mrdic laws. And the European People's Party, also the European People's Party, launched an investigation into the SNS in Serbia. What do you think, Mrs. Sofko, should the EU do to put, let's say, Serbia back on track to the back on track on the negotiation access negotiations with Brussels?
Right, thank you very much for this question, and thank you for accepting me to replace my colleague Stier, who was supposed to be on this panel as a head of Bosnia and Herzegovina delegation.
Thank you for joining.
So, so I would go back to unjustly undermined Bosnia and Herzegovina on this panel. And this is just to answer the question as a member of Western Balkan Investment Framework, and I'm also co-rapporteur for IPA funds and for Reform and Growth Plan mechanism. I would like to just reply to the previous question that you asked, what is needed in Bosnia and Herzegovina to unblock the money that will be taken away. If it doesn't happen, these are two crucial laws that can pass in this moment before it's too late, before Bosnia and Herzegovina is punished, and it's incredible situation that we still don't have appointment of a negotiator for IPA funds.
Exactly.
And Bosnia and Herzegovina has already lost 100 million euros because of the failure of ruling partners to make the agreement. We are not talking about opposition. Opposition in any country is opposition. They are there to criticize, but we are here to call the government and the ruling parties to reply why they have not agreed on an IPA negotiator, and why is this the issue of discussion until the last moment because of the personality issue. We are hoping that at this moment we will have this procedure done through at least one of the houses, because you cannot change the players at the last moment before the elections. So this coalition needs to do this in order to show to their citizens that they need European path, and they need to also open negotiations with European Union. I will just remind you that last plenary session in Strasbourg, we had a mishmash of discussion on Western Balkan reports, where Montenegro, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo were all put on pile, and I was really furious that we had to discuss in the same time electoral law reform in Bosnia and Herzegovina with flamingos in Albania. And it was so ridiculous. And I mean, even now, Serbia is taking a part of the discussion. Serbia is left for the second panel. Serbia is not the case, and they're discussing Serbia to have a separate discussion. So I would not give so much importance on what is going on in Serbia. I would say, like, each country should do their own soul searching, and should do also their part of the duties, at least while they're in the government, especially the people who are in the power and who are running the show and in foreign relations as well. So Bosnia and Herzegovina is in critical position to lose much more than any other country.
I think 900 million at stake.
Yes, and the problem is, you know, we have to call the spade, that Bosnia and Herzegovina is because of this actual composition. that has to approve this law to the Council of Ministers, and we know who is in the Council of Ministers. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, there's no love or between the politicians. There's only interest. So they have to find interest among themselves and not to choose.
But not only in Bosnia, I would say.
No, but not to choose suitable partners. Because suitable partners will be chosen by the people. I mean, their representatives. But what we need there is politicians who will be responsible of the decisions that they did not take. And this is the case that we have to really address here at this panel. So I would say Marta Kos is doing her best at this moment, as well as us in European Parliament, to help to unblock this situation, and also Croatia is doing that with Prime Minister Plenković. He was yesterday here with Borina Krišto and with Dragan Čović, and they were addressing this issue, how to save in the last minute Bosnia and Herzegovina, not to lose this necessary money and to start open negotiating process that for Bosnia and Herzegovina is a crucial issue. Not war rhetoric, not glorifying of war criminals that we have seen Željko Komšić is doing with Alagić and financing the monument that he has done in Vlašić. And, so many undiscovered war memories in Bosnia and Herzegovina that we are not addressing here. This is not the place to discuss war memories. This is the place and what is at stake. This is a place really to see how we can help this country to find its way forward, to use this money to strengthen its capacity, administrative capacity, and to finally catch up with Montenegro, with Albania, with even North Macedonia, because Bosnia and Herzegovina is in dire need of common sense.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sofko. Mrs. Hartmann, the Franco-German non-paper on the Western Balkans named A New Momentum for the Balkans speaks about gradual integration before EU membership, full EU membership. How promising and realistic is this? What do you think?
First of all, let me also thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here and represent my country as an EU member. We in Austria, we very much support these ideas of gradual integration, because the concept of gradual integration isn't new. I mean, we've had this integration already for a couple of years. It was our previous minister who came up with the idea. But we have seen that we proceed relatively slowly with this. So with this new non-paper, there is the idea of extending this gradual integration into areas of the internal market. And I think this is exactly the right thing to do. So we are definitely discussing, not only discussing, but we of course will discuss in Brussels about this. Mm-hmm. Let me say one thing clear. Gradual integration from the very beginning has never been thought as an alternative to full membership. So this is sometimes at least a misunderstanding. So this is exactly what it is. It's gradual, but it's of course full membership, which is the goal. Why do we have this concept? Because let me remind the whole process for the Western Balkans goes back to Thessaloniki. So it's 23 years. Yep. And the methodology we have in place, it means, it's a very long process, and the real benefits of EU can be enjoyed only at the date and the day of accession, not before. So the idea is that whenever in certain areas the candidate country has aligned to the EU acquis, why shouldn't then already the citizens of the candidate country already enjoy the benefits? So they also get the feeling what the EU really means. But it's not only for the citizens, it's also for the decision makers. We have hundreds of council meetings, of ministers' meetings in various areas. And decisions are taken there in various areas how the EU should work and function in the future. So why not also include ministers of the candidate countries to give their voice without voting? Because of course they're not the members yet. But why shouldn't they also discuss? Because they will be affected by the future decisions in these areas. So all these ideas we completely subscribe to. But as usual, it's one thing to have a good concept, and the second thing then to make it operative. So we hope that together with the support of the Commission, to take out areas where we can have good examples, so that especially citizens really feel the benefit, what EU in reality means. And one more thing about this, I think it's extremely important to have the proper communication. The communication from the EU side, but also from the candidate country side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hartmann. Secretary General Kapitanovic, we heard some positive examples and also some negative examples of the situation in the region. The aim of the Regional Cooperation Council is the European, or advancing the European Atlantic integration. Can you tell us a bit about your work and problems and also positive examples that you encounter?
Well, thank you very much. I would like also to use the opportunity to thank Minister Gerlich Radman for inviting me to the Dubrovnik Forum and for great hospitality, of course. I'm not a big fan of singling out all regional problems to one country or one individual. It is really complex, and we have to be aware of that. When it comes to our role, to be as plastic as possible, I would compare it to river delta. It looks like a dead water, but it is flowing. There are sediments, there are some channels, some of them are blocked, some of them are open. Our role in that river delta to manage it somehow is to build, to actually remove clogs, to remove the barriers, to keep everyone on board. And this is exactly because the question here is, what is the cost of non-cooperation in the region? Cost is not only absence of cooperation. Cost is our inability to shape our future. And that is a dire cost, let alone economic one. That's why I'm comparing it with, so that people can understand that we have a movement with some clarity, we have ambiguity without collapse, and we have progress without acceleration. This is our state of play, because we could have heard that there are some open problems. But our role is there to keep it flowing, and to keep it flowing to European Union ocean. And that's why we came up with the Common Regional Market Action Plan. That's why we've been pioneering gradual integration into EU single market long time ago. That's why we have managed to come up with the roaming agreement in the Western Balkans to meet the preconditions for roam like at home between the Western Balkans and the European Union. That's showing concrete people-oriented deliverables to the people so that they can see that what we are doing all together is not abstract. There are some results. SEPA as well, green lanes and so on and so forth. This is actually our achievement, but not only ours, thanks to governments, thanks to all 6 governments in the Western Balkans. And we have managed to establish this cooperative mode against many odds, many disagreements. Some of them we could have, we hear constantly. The title of this panel is, I think, very important. Unfinished business in the Balkans. First and foremost, what are the unfinished business in the Balkans? I will take it from the side that we have not finish the accession of the region into the EU. If we want really to do that, we have to move from open-ended process to structured completion, to replace ambiguity with sequencing, conditionality with delivery, and waiting room politics with gradual integration. I think this is something that we have to structure the sequence. That's why we see, and I see, this offer of, through different non-papers. Probably we have too many non-papers these days, but okay, I mean, probably it's good to have good ideas and fresh ideas in order to move the process forward in a very sensitive geopolitical moment. Mm-hmm. Because previously we have been, when it comes to enlargement, in someday mode. It will happen someday. We cannot wait someday. We have to act now. The best way to act now is actually to have this incremental approach which starts now. But there are a couple of difficulties that we have to take into equation. First, I think that the EU should start treating the Western Balkans as the third countries. B, we have to also, when we speak about gradual integration into EU single market, there are some obstacles in legal architecture that we have to be aware of, that we need to remove. I can tell you even examples if you want through roaming, but we don't have that much time. And of course, what is also very important, it is important for my organization, but it is important for every single government that is sitting in the board of my organization, to maintain the level playing field in the regional cooperation. If Montenegro joins by 28, we still need, because Montenegro is not leaving the region, they are joining the EU, but they will remain. Geography, you cannot change. We have to continue having regional cooperation, and the regional cooperation cannot be only reduced to technical issues of enlargement, but also geoeconomy, strategic autonomy of European Union, and so on and so forth. So this is, sorry for kind of putting so many things at once, but this is how we see the challenges, and how we see that we need to kind of embrace this new reality and embark on the new dynamic together, of course. And that's why it is important to have all governments involved. It is important. That's why RCC is a platform that can accommodate everyone. Despite the differences, there are many differences about the history. Probably some of them will never agree about some historical facts. But still, that does not necessarily mean that we should not sit together and cooperate, because when we did so, we managed to have some concrete results, and we have it as the fact.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. Excellencies, thank you very much for your participation. Thank the audience. I thank the audience for the interest. Apologize for being 10 minutes late. Just to wrap it up in one sentence, I think today we learned a lot. I also learned a lot, that not everything is black and white. There are a lot of challenges and problems, but there are also solutions. And we heard, I'm really glad that we also heard some really encouraging and positive examples today. Thank you all very much, and have a great rest of the weekend. Thank you, bye-bye.
Moon. Okay. So shall we start? So ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, dear colleagues, the discussion we have just had and has demonstrated that many of the challenges facing the Western Balkans remain interconnected, and I also took part at the first panel, and there is in the second part. Questions of security, political stability, institutional functionality, and European integration cannot be addressed in isolation. This is precisely why the title of this panel, Resolving Unfinished Business Together, is so timely. Probably next year in Dubrovnik, we will be very happy and to proclaim that all the unfinished business already is finished and solved. For that, we have to work together, to be engaged, to be partners, but however, partnership is built on trust and mutual respect. The geopolitical changes triggered by Russia's aggression against Ukraine have fundamentally transformed the debate about the future of Europe. Today, enlargement cannot longer be viewed solely as a technical accession process. It has once again become a strategic investment in Europe's security, stability, and competitiveness. The European future of the Western Balkans is therefore not only in the interest of the countries of the region, but of the European Union as a whole. For Croatia, advancing the region towards the EU membership remains a long-standing foreign policy priority, and we will continue to support a credible, merit-based enlargement process. The enlargement remains, from our point of view, a merit-based process. The European Union has demonstrated its readiness to move forward. The responsibility now lies with candidate countries to deliver reforms, strengthen democratic institutions, uphold the rule of law, and fulfill the commitments they have undertaken. As a member of EU Med 9 and an active participant in the Three Seas Initiative, Croatia believes that stability in the Mediterranean region, stronger connectivity across Europe, and the successful integration of the Western Balkans are complementary elements of a broader effort to strengthen Europe's resilience and long-term competitiveness. Like many parts of Europe, our region continues to face unresolved bilateral issues and political challenges. These issues should, however, be addressed through dialogue, mutual respect, and good neighborly relations. We should promote regional stability together. They should not prevent cooperation, nor should they overshadow our shared strategic objective, the European integration of the region. In that regard, we strongly support the EU-facilitated dialogue between Serbia and Kosovo. And of course, the European perspective. Kosovo wants to be a member of EU, to be a member of NATO. We support it, older and ambitious, and call for the full and timely implementation of the agreements already reached as an essential contribution to a normalization and regional stability. We also want to see North Macedonia firmly anchored in the European Union and moving forward with its accession negotiation as soon as possible. I just mentioned, and paradoxically, actually North Macedonia started a negotiation even before Croatia started. And I am very happy to see my dear friend and Timcho Mucunski, who just, after appointment as a foreign minister today, 2 days after his appointment, he accepted my invitation and came to this Dubrovnik forum. And also the minister of Kosovo is also here for the first time. And yes, Former Minister Pizzula, but he is not more minister. He's here, and all the other colleagues are there. They are aware in the first panel. We also want to see, for Croatia, we also want to see progress of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and of course, first of all, political stability there. And its continued progress towards the European Union is of crucial importance and of the country, and it's our strategic interest to have the country and whom we share the longest border, and to have it also in our European family. We believe it is necessary to strengthen the functioning of its institutions while respecting the Dayton Peace Agreement and the real equality of the constituent peoples. We just 2 weeks ago, my Prime Minister signed the cross-border agreement with Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a creation, a great contribution to open, to be to get just to have more borders, and in order to have more citizens and others to inform the business community and to work together, to be close to each other. The Western Balkans should not be viewed solely through the prism of challenges and unresolved questions. It's a region of opportunity, talent, entrepreneurship, and strong European aspirations. The current enlargement momentum presents a historic opportunity for both the European Union and the Western Balkans. The question before us today is not whether the region belongs to Europe. The real question is whether we are prepared to seize the opportunity and advance together towards a future that is more secure, more prosperous, and more connected. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Welcome to the last panel of this year's Dubrovnik Forum, again dedicated to the Western Balkans. Allow me one short remark to all the panelists here. You see, we have 52 minutes, we have 6 people, but that gives you an idea of how much, or rather how little time each of us, of you, will have to answer, and this is without any question being asked. So what I would try to encourage, let's try to be crisp and short and sharp so that we entertain the audience, which after a long day might also be tired. The good thing is if they leave, we won't really see it because they can see us, but we can't see them. But let's try to not lose the audience so that people will not consider this a waste of time. And I'm very optimistic that this is what we can do. In order to be short, I will not go into the detailed biographies of everyone here on the panel. We don't need that. You know everyone here anyway. Let me just mention the names. Peter Sørensen, European Special Representative for the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Edward Joseph, Senior Fellow for International Studies at Johns Hopkins University. Toni Pizzula, MEP and Rapporteur for the European Parliament for Serbia. Nevena Jovanovic, State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Serbia. Timčo Mucunski, Macedonian Minister of Foreign Affairs, not North Macedonian Minister of Foreign Affairs, which is something I think we should explain later, because that I think tells you a lot about the conflict with Bulgaria that your country unfortunately has, and Glauko Njuvca, Foreign Minister of Kosovo. With Kosovo, I would like to start, and I would like to start with asking a question to Mr. Sørensen, which I asked exactly in the same phrasing 2 years ago at a conference in Delphi to your predecessor, Miroslav Lajčák. But I'm not going to tell you what he answered. Under the mediation of Mr. Lajčák, your predecessor, Serbia and Kosovo are said to have concluded an agreement in Ohrid in February 23 to normalize their relations. Serbia refused, and refuses to this day, to sign the agreement, and several Serbian politicians are on the record having publicly said there is no agreement. Now, as a layman who's not a lawyer, I'm wondering, is an agreement that is not signed valid? Did the Ohrid Agreement ever enter into force? Is it a valid document?
Thank you very much.
that I didn't hear the answer to, so now I'll try and answer. But the question and the answer today is probably also slightly different from what it would have been 2 years ago. But
I would hope so.
Yeah, but before that, first of all, let me thank Foreign Minister Gerrit Bratman for the invitation, and thank you for the kind words and support for the work that we are doing. Now, in resolving unfinished business together, of course, the dialogue is one of the instruments that we are using. And to your question, the answer is yes. ICJ jurisprudence is very clear. You don't need a signature to an international agreement that is entered into. The only question where that can be a question mark if it's only 2 parties in the room. But the dialogue had 3 parties in the room. And we were there when it was done. We were welcoming it when it was done. And what has happened since you asked Miroslav the question has been that we, in repeated council conclusions, has referenced the agreement. Of course, taking up the position, this was the first thing I checked out myself. What's the status of the agreements that has been made? And we are around 90 agreements between the parties by now. And I consulted the lawyers not only in our own orbit in Brussels, but I also consulted the lawyers in New York. It's very clear the Ohrid agreement is an international commitment. It's not a treaty text. That's where the confusion often stems. And I'm a lawyer, sorry for that, but it's not a treaty text. There are some clear specifications that needs to be met there, but it's an international commitment. And we as European Union have welcomed it. So it's very clear, if you are either Kosovo or Serbia and you deal with us, we consider this agreement a valid international agreement that has to be honored. Now, the fact that it might not be exactly as some of the politicians have seen it is also showed by the fact that implementation actually has started on some parts. There's parts especially on missing persons, but there's also big issues that are left unimplemented. But to your question, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. This was a crisp and sharp and short answer. This is in this spirit we should continue. I'll get back to this. I think we can make a second round if we go in this tempo. So I'll jump to the Foreign Minister of Kosovo, Mr. Konjuvca. What's your comment on that? Are you happy with the document that is not signed, or would you prefer it to be signed? What is your take on the agreement and its implementation generally?
I cannot go directly to your question without first thanking Croatia and our very good friend Gordon for gathering us in the wonderful city of Dubrovnik. Thank you, Gordon. We're having a good time here and very important discussions, and I'm happy to be together with such distinguished panelists here. Regarding dialogue with Serbia and the agreement, I think that we hoped we had an agreement. For sure, it was not signed. We were ready to sign it. Our Prime Minister Kurti was explicitly, expressing his willingness to sign this agreement, but it was refused, I think, by Serbia, and this was the precise turn, when also, mediators thought how they would adjust with this new situation, because I think that originally, genuinely, it was not conceived like that. It was transformed later within this status as an agreement. So much more as a kind of it had the form of a kind of a gentleman's agreement, but it was, of course, in the written form, not signed, but commitments, as Mr. Sorensen is explaining. We were not happy with that. We thought that it should be an international agreement which puts on you a specific obligations to fulfill. At the end, mediators just put it in the official web page of European Union External Affairs, and they said that this is agreement. And you have to fulfill it.
Sometimes you have agreements that are signed, but they are not worth anything because both parties or one of the parties does not want to fulfill it. And sometimes you have maybe agreements that are a gentleman's agreement, or think of the European Turkey Statement, which was also not a contract in this way, but it worked, at least for a while. So if we move away from the formal question of it being signed or not, how does it work?
It is not working, to be honest. These parts that Mr. Sorensen was just mentioning is just it is not the core, I would say, of agreement. The core of agreement and how all of us understood it, it should be named properly. And how we should name it, it's a kind of a de facto recognition of Kosovo by Serbia. Not a legal de jure, but it's a kind of a agreement with which Serbia accepts that Kosovo is an entity which exists. Even not accepting it, it has all of the elements of the state, because from the starting of accepting membership in international organization, not excluding here also United Nations membership, because it is said in all of organizations, when you apply there as a country and you get the membership there as a state, Serbia should come in terms with that and accepting that.
Which didn't
all
work.
of documents which Kosovo produces, from administrative documents up to the certificates of the goods which move between border of Kosovo and Serbia, all it was accepted by Serbia. When it comes to implementation, then the idea was, because the contradiction were so high, that the mediators thought that in order to have trust, to build trust, and to have an implementable agreement, we have to sequence it. And they went to a kind of a, let's say, annex of the agreement, which was sequencing plan.
What step in the implementation comes after the other? That's what you mean by sequencing.
Yeah, no, it's like 11 points are there in original agreement, and 11 points. What comes first and the starting point, and then in what we move in later stages, it was conceived in the sequencing plan. Now, our interpretation and our idea is that Serbia didn't like it, because Serbia, I think, they thought that the agreement was reducible to the formation of the Serbian municipality, Association of Serbian Municipalities in Kosovo. It's not like that. It was first. We found a new register. We found a new register in this, and this is a self-management of interests of Serbian community in Kosovo. It's the 7th point there in the original agreement. But you have there also, you have to bear in mind also that in let's say, in the preamble, which is very important of this agreement, it is stated that Kosovo and Serbia will relate with each other as countries through this United Nations Charter of sovereign rights, of equal sovereign rights as countries. Of course, country is not mentioned there, but it's implicit in all of this.
Thank you very much. So we have heard from the European Union that the agreement is valid even though it's not signed. We have heard from Kosovo that it's not really working. What, Mrs. Jovanovic, do we hear from Serbia about this agreement?
First of all, I thank you, Mr. Moderator, and actually I have to start my remarks on this panel saying that actually after the last panel that we could hear, I would say that there are some reasons for optimism for this region, because one could conclude after the discussions that we had during the previous panel that there are no any unfinished jobs for this region except Serbia. And trust me, at one moment I even thought that maybe the organizers switched the papers and gave the wrong title of the previous session to the moderator, because having in mind that according to the messages that we could hear, it seems that the title supposed to be Serbia and its president Vučić, who was mentioned for the 5 times only in the introductory remarks by Mr. Moderator.
Okay, you were the first one mentioning him. In our panel, but okay.
In our panel, because I think it deserves. Coming to the answering your question, I'll also have to say that for the last 2 days, within the framework of DUBROVNIK Forum, which we are very grateful to be invited to His Excellency Minister Grlić Radman, we could hear a lot of messages about mutual trust, constructiveness, cooperation within the partners in the region. And somehow the last panel showed that we are still witnessing the messages that demonstrate that this region is still stuck in the past, with lots of confrontations, with lots of strong messages that definitely do not contribute to the building of that mutual trust. And maybe we should all ask ourselves if these kind of messages is the only thing that we can deliver after these kind of gatherings and discussions. Maybe we should ask ourselves where do we stand, and maybe we are wasting our time and the precious time of our international partners. Preparing myself for this presentation, I was about to speak about the necessity for more cooperation, for more connectivity among the partners in the region, which is something that's firm position of Serbia and something that's above the high priorities of my government, because we are the ones strongly advocating for the more economic connectivity among the partners in the region, seeing this as one of the prerequisites for building mutual trust and cooperation that would be based on a mutual idea for the future of this region, that's going to be based on our joint vision for this region to become part of the European Union and to build better future for our citizens. But somehow I am very concerned after the last panel, and I have also to apologize to my entire team for preparing me for have these kind of discussions, and now we have to reply on something completely different. Answering to your question about the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina, which is definitely one of the most complex processes that we have currently in the region, and probably one of the most sensitive. I'm just using this opportunity to say that, of course, we still believe that the EU-led dialogue is one of the best mechanisms that we have for finding sustainable solution for this very complex and very sensitive issue for us. We appreciate the work carried out by the special representative so far. Of course, we highly appreciate the work done by his predecessor, Mr. Lajčák, of course. You somehow referred to the Ohrid agreement. I would just say that when we speak about Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, we should be aware that the things did not start with the Ohrid agreement. This is a long process. We, prior to that, reached Brussels agreement back to 2030, which was on that time something that we thought that can bring some sustainable solution for not only Belgrade and Pristina, but for the entire region, and bring us closer to some mutual objectives of this region in order to create better future for our citizens. But unfortunately, the last 13 years showed a different picture. We are still very committed to this format of dialogue. We are acting as a constructive side in this process, but I also have to say that there are many things that are under the provisions of the so-called Brussels agreement that have not been implemented yet. So basically, just for all the audience to have a clear picture, the Ohrid agreement is not something that neglects all the previous reached agreements. And when we are discussing about some possibilities to move forward in this dialogue process, we also should discuss about the implementation of all already reached agreements, and Ohrid agreement is only One of them, fun fact, is that I served as ambassador of Serbia to North Macedonia on a time when this agreement was discussed. These kind of meetings, these kind of discussions are never easy for the participants. I remember those times. I remember how difficult it was for our delegation to have these conversations and how difficult it was to make some compromises that were made in order to find some mutual solution. And unfortunately, we couldn't see some positive steps for the last couple of years that could make us closer to some sustainable solution. Also, one important fact, very often in these kind of gatherings, we can hear word of recognition. And I'm very glad that Mr. Sorensen is sitting today with us, so he can also confirm that recognition is not something that we have been discussing under the auspices of the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue led by EU. No one even thought about it. Neither you will find anyone in Serbia who will be ready to discuss this. We are discussing the possibilities to find some agreement that will normalize relations between Belgrade and Pristina, that will enable conditions for the protection of the rights of the Serbs living there, which is something of our biggest concern at this moment. So just to be clear on this, because from international fora to international fora, somehow I have impression that we have been misusing this dialogue process, and because of the clarity, it's very important to mention this.
Okay, thank you very much. I would say, I think people who follow this would never say this is about recognition. It's just about international recognition, but it's more about recognition of the fact that Kosovo is not part of Serbia anymore, but we can discuss this maybe in a second round. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Pizzula, and if you feel, Mrs. Jovanovic, let's say, if you are tempted to answer, of course you can do that in the next round. Mr. Pizzula, you have a very critical view of many things in Serbia, which has earned you the respect and praise and love of the Serbian government media. May I ask you what you think? We have elections coming up. A Serbian president has told me on the record and off the record that elections will come up this year. He has also said it on other occasions, and that's going to be a really interesting moment, because we will finally be able to find out whether this student movement is a political factor or just some social media phenomenon. Because I honestly don't even know what the student movement is. Do you? It's working.
Yeah, it's working now, of course. It's very hard to be sharp and crispy like a bacon fried in hot oil, of course, if you try to give extended answer on your question in a way, but I do my best. In a way, it's not us to decide whether elections in Serbia will take place and when.
Of course not.
Place. It's up to the Serbian government to decide about it. But what it's up to European Union is to decide whether Serbian government is respecting standards. It obliges itself and progress on its path to membership of the European Union. It's under the auspices of the European Union member states and the European Union institutions. But of course, a glance on the internal Serbian situation right now, a state of play, it's not easy to detect. If you want me really to be sharp answering your question, I would say this. Next coming elections, wherever they will take place, are important for the government, for institutional opposition, and of course for the student movement. Two of them, government and institutional opposition, want to survive. And student list, completely unknown. At this moment, we don't know political capacity. They need to prove themselves on these elections. And of course, there's a fourth factor in the Serbian affairs, that's the international community, because it's not happening in a vacuum. Serbia is a candidate for the European Union membership, and it's a declared ambition, of course, from its leadership, that they will, even in the course of the current year, will conclude everything needed for the major breakthrough. I don't know how realistic it is, because at this moment Serbia is coping with itself since tragedy in Novi Sad, when Canopy, of course, killed 16 people. And it's, in this moment, it's not easy to forecast what will happen in the Serbia next. But, of course, let me just say something as a scene setter for this whole debate. We talk about enlargement. It's not only Serbia there, in a way. But Serbia is the single most important country in the Western Balkans right now because of it's a large country, largest in the region, and because its capacity. And we would all like to see that capacity utilized in the right direction. But instead of opening chapters, Serbia at this moment is opening all kinds of dilemmas where it's going there, because during the last 4 years nothing happened between Brussels and Belgrade, no open clusters, nothing. When we check the other countries, it's a very seductive coincidence that like 23 years ago, there is also 10 countries in the waiting room, like during the Thessaloniki conference. But I don't think that new Big Bang is possible, because 10 countries right now in waiting group before the European Union doors are too different, and situation within them, internal affairs, are so, different that we cannot find a common denominator between this fact that the European Union is trying to get rid of this enlargement fatigue which reigns for 10 years. Of course, beside Serbia, there is, for example, North Macedonia, which is blocked from outside. On the other span, it's Bosnia and Herzegovina blocked within, inside. There is a clear front runner, Montenegro, and Albania is trying to catch up. We got Georgia, which practically ceased to be a candidate country. There is a Turkey, which is in deep freezer for a number of the years. And so this is a very blurred situation, but I think the situation in Serbia is determined, because, as I said, it's a country with a certain level of influence in some other neighboring countries, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and of course, Kosovo. We are trying from Brussels to stimulate with half a dozen of different initiatives right now. But for me, I must be very frank and say, I'm not sure what will happen in the course of the next year in Dubrovnik Forum when it takes place in the same in the same part of the year next year.
Thank you very much. And allow me, because you just said Macedonia is blocked, North Macedonia is blocked. Yes, it is. And that's actually perfect for my next question to Minister Mutsunski, who is Macedonian foreign minister or foreign minister of North Macedonia, but not North Macedonian foreign minister. And you had a diplomatic conflict about that after your new counterpart in Sofia, at a conference, I think, on European level, spoke about our North Macedonian partners. And this didn't go well at all in Skopje, for reasons that I very much understand, but people who do not really closely follow it might think this is a linguistic detail, which it is not. Could you maybe explain what this was about and why it is important?
So first of all, at the get-go, allow me to take 30 seconds of the time to thank our wonderful host, my colleague Gordan Grlić-Radman, as well as his entire team. And this is not lip service, but this is one of my favorite events for exactly 2 years and 3 days on the job. And why I say this 2 years and 3 days, because Gordan mentioned it in his opening speech that a bit over, so I would say 2 years and 10 days ago, I was a candidate for foreign minister, and the first colleague to call me was Gordan Grlić-Radman. And he said, we are doing an event in 2 weeks in Dubrovnik. I want to invite you. It ended up being my first international event as foreign minister. And here I am for the third time at the Dubrovnik Forum, sitting at a very similar panel, speaking with the same moderator. This is our third year together.
Yeah, we are a team by now.
We are a team. This is what I consider. So we're talking again about the Western Balkans. We're talking again about the EU's unfinished business. And of course, it is naturally a German asking all of the difficult questions, as it naturally should be. You know, the first thing that I will say, and I will come directly to answer your question, is that I think we have had enough on both sides of an elegant diagnosis of the issue at hand. What we need now is more discipline. And by that, I mean much clearer standards, much clearer timelines, and much clearer outcomes. We also need to understand that the processes within our continent, but on a global level. And Gordon, again, in his speech, mentioned the Russian aggression against Ukraine, how that opened avenues for enlargement. I think that this gives us a very clear opportunity that in itself was addressed in Tivat. And I come back to something that was said this morning as well by Alain Berset, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. He mentioned that we have become very short-sighted to challenges. And here, allow me to answer your question very directly. There is no North Macedonian language, there is no North Macedonian people, there is no North Macedonian identity. There is, sadly, by some retrograde forces within the region, an attempt to force forward this type of narrative of a North Macedonian people, of a North Macedonian language. There is only the Macedonian people and the Macedonian language. And any retrograde attempt, whether it be by state actors or non-state actors, to force something onto us that is not natural and is in defiance with our self-consciousness and self-awareness as a nation, will be reacted to. Because this is not just contrary to international agreements and international public law, it is contrary to the basic moral standards that we hold as societies. And I especially say this when referring to the specific incident, when it comes from the representative of a country that understands and knows this. We will always react, but the reaction may sometimes be different because sometimes that mistake may not be purposefully made. Going now into this question, which naturally you led me to in our relationship with Bulgaria, I think with Bulgaria we have an opportunity in front of us. After almost 2 years, we as a government where we saw a consistent change of actors, I think within the first 2 years of my mandate, I had 4 different colleagues in Bulgaria. Now we have a strong and legitimate government in Sofia that we can sit down with, have the difficult conversations with, but also speak about our common European future. And as Mr. Pizzula very rightly noted, we are blocked from the outside. From within, what I can tell you is, and my country, we spoke, front runners were mentioned a few times. We dislike the term front runner. We've had the status so many times and then lost it. We don't need it. But what I can tell you is we are delivering very strongly on the reform agenda, have one of the strongest portfolios there. We are not just 100% CFSP aligned, but I say CFSP alignment plus, because there are many things that we do on the multilateral fora that goes beyond CFSP alignment, which means we have created a portfolio of the best candidate possible. But we also need a willingness from European institutions and from member states to provide us foreseeability.
Can I ask you, can I add a very short question, also asking you to answer it in just 4 or 5 sentences if possible? The so-called compromise solution negotiated by the French at the time basically is not a compromise, it's a trap for your country, at least the way it is being handled now. Why was it signed by not your government but the then government? I'm wondering, did they really believe it's going to work out in the end? Because it's easy to walk into a trap, it's not so easy to get out of it.
Can you give me 4 or 5 sentences to explain the trap and then 4 or 5 sentences to answer why it was signed? I'll take 10 sentences.
I'll count the sentences.
Please do. So why is it a trap? 26 member states and EU institutions tell us you have 2 essential criteria. 1, constitutional changes. The second, so-called opening benchmarks. One member state says, apart from that, the European consensus is also a set of other agreements that apparently exist between the 2 countries, including, among other things, a revision of our national history and areas such as intervening into the domestic media affairs of the country and other issues as well. So the issue is, even if we do what 26 EU member states and the EU institutions are telling us to do, one member state, once we do this, will say, now that we're here, let's start with these other aspects that are important to us.
This is 5
So this
sentences?
is the trap.
Perfect.
This is the trap, the very obvious one. Why our predecessors decided to make this decision. Our predecessors in government lacked any delivery on domestic issues. And they had the view that the sustainability of their government was dependent exclusively on appeasing the international community. And that is why when representatives of the international community sometimes unofficially tell us maybe this was not the right decision, it was our fault, we tell them it was the fault of those who accepted without thinking about the long-term strategic repercussions. Just to finish with one final sentence, the intention of our government is without a doubt firmly anchored within EU values. But our intention is not just to start accession negotiations and then a few months later be in exactly the same position we are right now. Our intention is to start accession negotiations, but also be in a position to finish them on the basis of the acquis and on the basis of the Copenhagen and Madrid criteria. Nothing more, nothing less.
Thank you very much. In a very liberal interpretation, this were 10 sentences with a lot of commas. But actually, I like the idea. Maybe we should count sentences. Edward, could you, in 12 sentences, answer a very easy question? I just came here yesterday. I just returned from Bosnia, where I was 10 days now, and then also in May. And wow, what's going on there? If you look a little bit behind the scenes, you see that what used to be a given in the Balkans, American-European cooperation, is not a given anymore. From partners, we have become rivals, and other people would even use stronger words than that. You can see it now in the case of the OHR, where the Americans say it's my way or the highway, you accept our candidate or we walk out. Now, I don't know whether the French have already withdrawn their candidate or whether they will, but they are really playing hardball there. And Bosnia is just one example. Have Americans and Europeans really become rivals in the Balkans? And if so, what does it mean, especially for the Europeans?
I'll get to that, Michael, but your question was more than 12 sentences.
Okay, then did you count?
Yes.
Use as many.
I stopped counting at 12.
Okay, then do 12 plus.
I'll tackle it. Samo da kažem, čast mi je opet nastupiti ovdje na Dubrovnik forum I zahvaljujem ministru Goran Grlić Radmanu za pozivnicu. Hvala puno. Hvala. So, Michael, you ask a very important question, and Gordon, if I can congratulate you also on the theme, and look at this. This is really remarkable that this forum, originally the Croatia Forum, has graduated from just a regional focus to truly geopolitical, and it has relevance to the region. And Prime Minister Plenković noted this morning, pointed to the compass. And this is really the question for the EU and the EU-US relations, which, and in the Balkans, Michael, which you're asking about. Look, everyone knows, it's called the rupture. We don't need to dive into it. We don't need to take time on that. But for the European Union and dealing with the Balkans, you're going to need a strategy. And everyone is in Europe, the buzzer, strategic autonomy, building the defense industrial base, developing defense capacity, great. And we heard about that here this morning. But where's the Balkans in this? So Europe at the same time talks about strategic autonomy from the United States and yet is still dependent on the United States in key places. And we know in Kosovo, KFOR, the US presence in KFOR, and the NATO backing and the US backing to NATO. So this is, Michael, this is where the question begins. It's in Brussels, really, to understand that it's unacceptable to talk about strategic autonomy and have the Balkans in this unresolved state 30 years on with Russian interference, and we have a malign Chinese agenda. So that's really where we begin in terms of interpreting. And you don't have any U.S. officials here, and I'm not a U.S. official, but in at least interpreting what is the position of the Trump administration. And of course, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to navigate with an administration that is at times hostile, openly hostile, as you wrote, and often inconsistent. But that's the challenge. And the answer to it is not to do as Europe did in Iran, there with that, and just say, well, we're going to, you didn't consult us, so we're going to obstruct you, as some countries did. Not to do that, or to march off and get into a battle supreme over the high rep, but to understand what is constant in the US position and what's encouraging and positive. And one of those is this energy agenda. And this takes us to Serbia. And I agree completely with Tonino, and with all respect to State Secretary Jovanovic. Serbia has a unique position because of its size and because also of its position. Fundamentally, Serbia is the only country in the region formally rejects NATO membership and does not accept the Western order for the region. So Serbia is in a different category. And we have a surprising position in the Trump administration on NIS, the state oil company. This is quite surprising. They are implementing sanctions that the Biden administration put on at the end of its term. But these are Biden administration sanctions that the Trump administration has activated to get the Russians out. And that's quite significant. I've talked to them, and I believe them, that they are very serious about this. And let's look at quickly Serbia. You know, one option to get the Russians out, Serbia could have and could still buy NIS back. It's not that much. There's financing they could find. And yet they don't do that. We have the Southern Interconnector. And here I'll quickly address this, because this touches on High Representative in this dispute. What could Europe do about this? Very clearly, instead of being passive and saying, oh, you know, or getting into this loggerheads, what is the strategic challenge here? This Southern Interconnector, okay? It could get the Russians out, which is very positive. It could have a positive effect, obviously some very dubious aspects of it. And one of the concerns in BIH is state property. So where is the EU? Present an initiative on resolving state property in BIH. Don't be passive, and it doesn't have to be forced down by the High Representative, but present ideas to do that. Take some initiative, and I just quickly, because I don't know if I'll get another sentence, but I have to just support what Timcho, Foreign Minister Mutsunski, was saying, and thank you for your good questions, Michael, on that, and say that this is also another mistake of the EU to pressure Skopje to implement an agreement that has absolutely no guarantee that Sofia will honor it in its spirit and not make more identity demands. And there are solutions. They can hold meetings at the council and so forth. And guess what? Bulgaria can step out of the room the way Hungary stepped out of the room. And there are other solutions internally in North Macedonia. But
yes,
thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. About the Southern Interconnector, let's see. I mean, Schmidt will be leaving probably in some days. Let's see how he leaves. Will he maybe leave with a big bang? I'm only asking a question, because bond powers can be used until the very last day. Let's see. And I think we have time for a last round, because we have 10 more minutes that we can take about this. So if we are even sharper and crispier, we can do one last round, and maybe concentrating on the European Union enlargement and the Balkans. Mr. Sørensen, and the big question, of course, recognition is impossible to reach right now between Kosovo and Serbia, but there have been successes on the practical base, like recognition of license plates, personal documents. Do you see any other practical terms that could bring those countries closer together on a level that is not unachievable?
Well, thanks for recognizing that actually in the 90 agreements there's quite a bit that has been implemented, and implemented in a way that it matters, that the citizens living there actually can feel it. And I referenced the number before, the overall commitments there's been. You're right in pointing out that all those that have to do with freedom of movements, of course, were the important ones. They were the hard ones. We know that. But it still remains to be core of the business that we are doing. What we've proven this year is that we can find solutions on two difficult issues. We did that on the 14th of March, when we have time to sit and when we have parties that have the agency and not busy with other things. So it is actually possible. When it comes to what can be next on these on these agenda points, it's clear that we don't need to invent new commitments. They are there. What we need to do is to implement what has been agreed. So any new one like license plates, there are no new ones like that because these things were done. But it's they are of course getting a smooth operation to work, and this is what we're there for: helping the parties, facilitating them. They are called, they determine the agenda, not I. But that's it. I see. That's Chris.
Thank you very much, Minister Konjuvca. Serbian President Vučić and Albanian Prime Minister Rama have published an editorial at the end of February in Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, which I'm not hiding, I was very much supportive of, saying that, you know, if there is no full membership right now because Berlin and Paris don't want veto-yielding countries, then at least give those countries that qualify, that's a big if, allow them membership in the single market. And your Prime Minister actually has offered something very similar. I got it yesterday from his office, actually. He said, let's have a South European Free Trade Agreement. He calls it CEFTA with an S. And then let the European Union take all these members of the CEFTA in or enlarge the four freedoms to all these four members. Do you think this is a way to go, especially for a country that, because of the recognition problem, will not anytime soon be able to discuss membership?
Yes, this is our idea, idea of government of Kosovo, and our Prime Minister explained it very well. And there were also, from the level of, let's say, different initiatives like French-German non-paper presented by Chancellor Merz also about the new creative ways and projects how to move forward with enlargement. We see, to be honest, I'm talking from the perspective of Western Balkans, what we saw these last 2 years, it's a kind of a new language and some, let's say, atmosphere of new momentum, of enlargement maybe. Commissioner Kos said in one gathering that we had, Timcho was there also, that she hopes that EU within her mandate will be at least 29, if not 30, 30 EU member states. That was very optimistic, and that is good to hear, to be honest. Because for now, you know, 14 years that EU just explained this kind of merit-based approach. Every country is pretending that it is doing what we owe to do. You know, all of the reforms, growth plan.
We have to cut it a little short.
European reform agenda.
Single market membership would be a good deal for Kosovo?
Yes.
So you would strive for that?
Yes, it's why not taking it? You
Perfect.
know, we can. It's a starting point. You know, we explained that we don't want waiting rooms.
Yeah.
We don't want waiting rooms. We don't want alternative projects such as was Open Balkans in order to replace the genuine accession process.
Single market is usually explained not as a replacement, but as an intermediate step.
You prepare and for the further stages.
Okay.
In this regard, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mrs. Jovanovic, of course, we both know foreign policy in Serbia is not made in your ministry, but in the presidential palace. But I would suppose the foreign ministry has an opinion on that and supports the president's initiative of single market membership, not instead, but as an intermediary goal for membership. Do you agree? I mean, is this the way to go?
Well, first of all, I have to say that I don't know, should I be surprised or concerned by your conclusion where the foreign policy of Serbia is being created? But our foreign policy is very transparent. Serbia is a country that bases its own foreign policy on the principle of, in the first place, military neutrality. Our positions are well known, and the acts that we are taking in international arena are always based on a purpose to protect our vital national interest, which I think it makes things very logical. I could speak for hours about the positive steps that we have been undertaking in order to strengthen regional cooperation, in order to act as a reliable partner on our joint European integration path. We disregard, of course, that we fully support any kind of gradual integration that can bring this region closer to the EU. And if you listen carefully, the messages by the highest political leadership, and at the first place, President Vučić, you will hear that he's always referring to entire region, which means that we are not speaking only about Serbia. We would love to see entire region closer to the EU with all the benefits for our citizens. We could also speak for hours, which we do not have at our disposal.
We don't even have minutes.
Of course, yes. So your question about our support to all the kinds of initiative that can bring this region closer to the EU, that can bring us closer to the European single market, that can create more connectivity among the partners in the region are more than welcome from our perspective. You know, listening the last panel, I was thinking about how our vision for the future of relations between Belgrade and Sarajevo
with all due respect,
yes,
but we shouldn't comment the panel before. We have our panel now.
Yes, I'm concluding.
Okay.
When we think about the future of the relations between Belgrade and Sarajevo, we think in the terms of building better infrastructure, building better relations between our people, and I thought that we clearly saw how the political Sarajevo looks on the future of those relations. Just a few more comments, having in mind that...
A few comments will not work. A few sentences will work.
Few sentences. One regarding the comments that esteemed Mr. Joseph made. With all due respect, Mr. Joseph, the situation with Nice is very complex, and our partners from the EU, including the US partners, know well how for the last couple of years, since the war in Ukraine started, Serbia has done significant job in order to diversify its energy sources. With the support of European Commission, we created better interconnectivity and we are building infrastructure with neighboring countries in order to create more energy stability, not only for Serbia, but also for the entire region. Once again, the vision of my country for this region is vision of unity, cooperation, and joint future. And you can always count on our support in achieving this goal, but not in circumstances where we can see blaming and shaming of only one part in this joint mission, and somehow always that part is Serbia.
And I think Serbia could and has deserved support in its efforts to reduce its dependence on Russian energy. And I think the European Union should do whatever it can, if it's accepted in Belgrade, to help your country with that. Thank you very much. Mr. Picula, as a member of the European Parliament and a former minister, you are very well aware that we have problems in enlarging. Any enlargement has to go through a referendum in France.
Not necessarily.
Well, yeah, and but one of the two can either a huge majority or a referendum, which is, I mean, it has very high obstacles. And this is how the idea came about some years ago. Rama and Vučić were not the first to pick up on it. Say, okay, if you don't want new veto-wielding members and you need more time to reform yourself, then let's find a workaround that is substantial and is a win-win situation for everyone. And this is how the idea came up with the single market membership for those countries that qualify, because sometimes people think, oh, this is just a free trade club, anyone can join. No, that's obviously not the case. Do you think this is a good workaround at the, let's say, around the enlargement fatigue?
Yeah. It could be also the question, good question or good method to bypass real problems in a way, because 6 countries, economies of the 6 countries from the Western Balkans combined are less than 2% of the GDP of European 27. Less than 2%. And of course, I think a number of inhabitants population is even lower than that. So economy is not a problem. Problem is a politics. What we would like to see that European Union must decide in which measure it will be ready to bend its own internal proceedings and rules in order to accommodate newcomers. It's a lot of talking about newcomers, 28 by 28, 30 by the 30. What I don't want to say, that in the European Union, we get hard-cooked democracy with the strong authoritarian tendencies which can complicate it already complicated situation. And of course, we can be surprised as well. We're talking about Montenegro, Albania, or someone else. Maybe some relatively small island from the North Atlantic joined the first.
Actually, some people say this could be, this relatively small island, because it has a positive image, could carry Montenegro along the way, yeah. Edward, you said, and you were right, see, you have a second chance, and you were right to say that, where is the European Union in all of this? But shouldn't we also ask, where are the capitals, especially Berlin and Paris, but not only in all of this? Because the Commission can do whatever it wants. If it's not supported by the capitals, where will we go?
I think that's very important, Michael, what you ask. And we have a potentially, I underscore the word potentially, very significant statement from the Chancellor, the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, speaking in Tivat. And what did he say? He said, effectively, this is paraphrase, Serbia can no longer continue with the balance. That was, but he said it categorically. And this is important, and I think, you know, let me say this, as someone who, I'm a Serbia supporter. I wrote an article saying Serbia should get into NATO. So this is not about Serbia, but we do have a problem with the leadership in the country, and of course, obviously, a substantial number of Serbian citizens have that problem. And let me just quickly point out one other thing about the Americans. They named, I can't guarantee how he will approach the situation, but a very interesting and potentially a quite good ambassador to Belgrade, this Michael Young, who comes, this is not what one would expect from this administration. He has, this is an esteemed lawyer, formerly in the State Department, deputy legal advisor, led 3 universities in the United States. And so this is, again, I don't guarantee what he will do when he's there, what his instructions are, I do not know. But potentially, it's quite significant. And, you know, on Montenegro, look, the EU has to continue, and the EU cannot just rely on the Commission and fulfilling the Commission. The EU has to get involved the way the Americans were involved in making sure that in the internal political dynamic, that the saboteurs in Podgorica do not get their way.
See, in Europe, hospitality is really important. That's why an American has the last word in our panel. I would like to ask an apology. I see a couple of people, I don't know, if the minister says we have some more minutes, then we go on. But I only do this, how to interpret this gesture. Is this a yes or a no? A yes, okay. So then Mrs. Jovanovic, would you like to say something?
Short comment.
Short, and you wanted to say something as well, and we keep it short. We have official permission of the Foreign Ministry.
I kindly ask Mr. Joseph to correct me if I understood it wrong when he said, I quote, we have problem with political leadership in Serbia. If I understood correctly, this is how you said.
Yes.
And I just wanted to ask Mr. Joseph on whose name he's speaking here right now, because if he's here representing United States, I would say that we are preparing to open strategic dialogue with the US. We have excellent level of political dialogue with the US. If he speaks on behalf of the EU, we also have our own dynamic and dialogue with our EU partners. So when he says we have a problem with political leadership in Serbia, I'm really questioning on whose name is he speaking today. So just to make a couple
Thank you very much.
clarifications.
I like clashes. Everything below the threshold of physical violence is fine. Timcho.
See, this is what being a team with you means. I'm the last one speaking.
Well,
which means whatever I say is conclusive.
Let's face
except
it.
for you.
We agreed this before.
Yes. So, you know, just 2 things. First of all, I would like to give our input on the issue of this new model of gradual integration that is being spoken about. Some in Brussels are calling it gradual integration on steroids, but we've seen a hyperinflation of of non-papers, of which most of them have actually been very substantively positive, I think, for the region. Just one note that I would like to point out, and then just one other quick thing after that. First of all, if this new model of gradual integration that is due to be implemented, hopefully at some point, is a bridge towards full membership, and that is the message that we've been receiving from everybody, then it will be an extremely useful tool. What we have to be careful about is that it doesn't become a tool for complacency, where it is seen as though something has been done, and it creates this permanent waiting room with no door towards full membership. And I think this is maybe the initial worry that exists, but generally the sentiment and what we've heard and what is being talked about from our perspective is extremely positive. It will add to great initiatives like SEPA, like Rome at Home. The growth plan has been a brilliant initiative for the region. It's been a mini cohesion policy for the region. It has spurred reform. It has given direct financial support. So if these are the things that we're talking about, they can be extremely useful. A second point I want to make. We as a region have the most to gain from membership and from all of these priorities. But the second group of countries that has the most to gain from the region is the countries who themselves are in the region of Southeastern Europe. And that is why my appeal, coming to the end, in my last 5 sentences, is for all the rest of the countries in the region to do what Croatia is doing. We need them as our anchor. We need Greece, we need Slovenia, we need Bulgaria, we need Romania, and most of these countries, without exception, are our anchor. But we need these middle powers within the EU to combine collectively and to help push us forward for economic, for political, for security reasons. We need to do our part, but we also need that collective effort to be there from the countries of the entire region, to put the past behind us and to have a forward-looking future, because I think that the historic opportunity exists. It is on us to grasp it and to take it to move forward.
Thank you very much. These were perfect closing remarks, also because they were positive.
Let me quickly, I have to...
No, but then it's going back, and then she wants to answer.
No, but I have to say, for
we
the
have
record,
to do it like in Davos. 1 minute, no.
No, just to say, 10 seconds, just to say, she asked a fair question. It's a completely fair question you asked, Jovana. And I just want to clarify, I said before, I do not speak for the US government. I speak for those of us who care about Serbia's future and the region. And I quickly quote here the former Croatian ambassador to the United States, Joško Prskalo, who after Croatia was admitted into the EU, said this: "The day that Serbia enters the EU will be a great day in Croatian history." So there are many who wish Serbia well, and I'm one of them.
Thank you very much. Okay, again, American closing remarks, very good. Thank you very much. I think all of you managed, as far as I can sense, not to bore the audience. People were with us all the time. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank the Minister for the invitation, and hope we'll see each other here next year again.
Thank you so much, and to everyone, and dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, their excellencies, esteemed representatives of the institutions, distinguished guests, dear friends, colleagues. I think that we can agree that this year's conference provided really something that is missing is today in geopolitical landscape, the openness to frank dialogue, exchange, and finding common ground. This is something that has always been asked of Dubrovnik Forum. And I think that this edition of the forum exceeded the expectations. Let me try to summarize the key messages of the past 2 days. Many of you have agreed that we indeed live in a multipolar world, and that the old certainties have all but disappeared. The panels of energy, for example, key supply chains, and critical raw materials have shown us the full extent of our collective challenges. The discussions on defense have confirmed that the transformation of modern warfare is on the path of not return. The AI panel has identified the opportunities and threats posed by new digital technologies, but also their potential to change the global balance of power. And the conversations on Africa and on Asia Pacific have shown us that redistribution of global influence is not a forecast, but a reality. What struck me most deeply was a theme that cuts across all the panels: the importance of values and trust. Trust between global North and global South. Trust even within alliance and partnership that we have long taken for granted. The multilateral order is not collapsing because people have stopped believing in rules, but because too many have stopped believing that rules apply equally to all. Trust is not rebuilt through declarations. It is rebuilt through actions and the willingness to return to the table, even when disagreements are deep. That conviction was shared by the majority, from speakers across region and political traditions. The message was clear: dialogue remains not only possible, but necessary. Despite all the competing narratives, the incentives for cooperation are still more powerful than incentives for confrontation. Another message was also loud and clear: we should continue looking for solutions based on diplomacy, dialogue, and respect for borders, territorial integrity, and international law. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I am glad that we also had very productive discussions on the regional dynamics and the EU enlargement, two panels, traditionally. The European future of the Western Balkans remains a matter of strategic interest for Croatia, for the EU, and for the European security as a whole. I thank you for candid talks. And I would like to remind you that in my introductory speech yesterday, I started my speech by saying that, so I will repeat, that I would ask only one thing of all of you over these 2 days. Please be honest. Not diplomatic in the evasive sense, but generally frank. The problems we face today require the kind of direct dialogue that can only happen when the people of good faith decide to speak plainly to one another. And Croatia does not see confrontation or the isolation of any country. Our objective is to support, again, dialogue, preserve regional stability, and contribute a European future in which all countries of the region cooperate as equal and sovereign partners. As in the previous editions, we had a special focus also on the Mediterranean, this year with an added dimension of Croatia's chairmanship of EU Med9. Our discussions have clearly confirmed the central role of the Adriatic and the Mediterranean for Europe's strategic future, stressing also the important role of Croatia infrastructure. Dear friends, I'm especially also glad that this year we hosted the first generation of participants of the Dubrovnik Youth Forum. 30 young people, professionals from about 24 countries. It has brought together, 30 outstanding young professionals from actually more than 20 countries. Over the past 2 days, past few days, you have confirmed our strong belief that young people deserve a place at the table. 2 days ago, I mentioned that also Dubrovnik Republic could serve as a template for navigating a multipolar world. It survived centuries of turbulence, not because of its military power, but thanks to its diplomacy and the ability not to become too dependent on any single patron. After 2 days of our frank and substantive debate, I believe that this template still holds. The citizens of Republic of Dubrovnik did not just talk. They built structures, institutions, and relationships that outlasted any single crisis. That is precisely what the age of multipolarity requires of us now. On behalf of Croatia, I thank every speaker, every panelist, every moderator, every delegate, and also every young participant who gave us their time and their ideas. But I would like also to express my gratitude and to my colleagues. Without them, this Dubrovnik Forum would not have been so successful. Thank Ivan, Mirta, Anton, and so on. Thank them. They are very quiet people, but so that visible, however, visible that so everything went good, excellent, and I'm very happy to say, German said, Ende gut, alles gut, and so see you then next year in Dubrovnik. Thank you so much.